Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I declare that, unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. The Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022, the Private Health Insurance Prosthesis Application and Listing Fees Amendment Cost Recovery Bill 2022, and the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022. And 2. The Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1 Bill 2022 and the Export Control Amendment Streamlining Administrative Processes Bill 2022 at the adjournment of debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, suspension of standing and sessional orders in relation to the proceedings for this sitting.
And I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'll be brief in my comments here to try to make sure that those who have different views on this motion have a chance to be able to speak during the time-limited nature of the debate. I move the motion in relation to the proceedings for this sitting in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. We have two time-sensitive issues that we have to deal with. And so, rather than do it through separate motions on the notice paper, I've dealt with both together. The two time-sensitive issues that we have to deal with is a disallowance relating to superannuation and a Nauru instrument that people would be aware has appeared on the notice paper today from the Minister for Home Affairs. The reason for the time-limited debate on both is effectively I'm trying to make sure, given the need for issues to be resolved today, that we're able to do so well within the 6:30 p.m. time, after which we have no further divisions, to make sure that these issues don't kick over beyond today. And provision has been made, depending on how quickly we get through the MPI, that where there is flexibility for the Minister to allow a further extension of time, it would be able to do so. But both issues are time-sensitive, and if we were to have a long debate, which I appreciate on the nature of the issues, many members would like to be able to speak on it, but there are real-life consequences if we're not able to deal with these issues today. I'd commend the resolution to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister the following. 1. Omit subparagraphs 2A and B. 2. Omit paragraph 3. And 3. Insert a new subparagraph 2A as follows, that the question on the disallowance motion not be put until such time as every member wishing to speak on the question has spoken as provided for by the standing orders. The motion that the Leader of the House has just moved and can I start by issuing the normal public safety warning that I issue in these debates, that whenever the Leader of the House comes into this place and adopts his most reasonable tone, those who are minded to be sceptical ought to be put on notice. In the words of the great American President Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. That's a very good principle in international relations. It's also a very good principle in dealing with the Leader of the House, because what the Leader of the House sought to give the impression of to the House was that there were two matters of urgency that had equal weight when it came to their importance, and that it was urgent that the two matters be dealt with quickly, and therefore, in a wholly reasonable way, he was putting forward this motion with a view to allow the House to deal with its urgent business. Let me start by saying that the opposition certainly accepts the proposition that there is absolutely a degree of urgency in relation to the question of the designation of the Republic of Nauru as a regional processing centre. Let's be clear why there is urgency, because this government has absolutely and hopelessly dropped the ball on a matter which is of importance, considerable importance to our national security. And the relevant opposition spokespeople, including the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, will address this when this matter comes to be dealt with substantively. But I do simply wish to make that point, that the opposition accepts that there is a need to deal with this urgently. It's highly regrettable that the government has managed this so poorly so as to create this urgency, but as the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs will further explain, we accept that this matter needs to be dealt with urgently. Let me turn, though, to the second matter, which the Leader of the House has sought to bundle up with the first matter, trying to adopt perhaps some of the approaches we see, for example, in the US Senate or House of Representatives, where completely unrelated matters are bundled up in an attempt to achieve political objectives. Because very clearly the government has an absolutely explicit political objective here, which is they want to have as little discussion as possible about the fact that what they are trying to do is kill off transparency and scrutiny when it comes to the way that superannuation funds deal with their members' money. The opposition, the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, moved a disallowance motion some time ago in relation to regulations that had been made by the government, the effect of which would be to relieve superannuation funds of an obligation which they previously had under the law, as it stood under the previous government, under provisions that we introduced and were proud to introduce because of the important policy objective to which they give effect. And that policy objective is that members of superannuation funds and the broader community are entitled to know if superannuation funds are making political donations and making donations to unions. Now, regrettably, this is an activity which many industry funds engage in very enthusiastically, and the money trail, the paper trail, has been well documented. And of course, the present Albanese Labor government is very keen to avoid scrutiny on what is an extremely touchy issue for them. But the simple fact is that superannuation funds are set up for a specific purpose, which is to manage the money of their members. Money, of course, it must be remembered, which members by force of law are required to provide to a superannuation fund, and the job of trustees is to manage that money to provide for the retirement incomes of those members. It is not to take a portion of that money and to donate it for political reasons to a union or to the Labor Party, or to engage in other kinds of exotic activities. And that is the reason why the previous government put in place disclosure obligations and requirements in relation to superannuation funds, including industry superannuation funds. Disclosure, transparency is something we are told repeatedly that this government is very committed to. But when it comes to superannuation funds, when it comes to anything to do with industrial arrangements, they are very, very keen to avoid transparency and scrutiny. So they don't like this disallowance motion that was moved by the Shadow Assistant Treasurer. They don't like it, and of course what we've seen is a series of efforts by the Assistant Treasurer, himself a former Union Secretary. I put those words in brackets. It could be put into the biographies of half the people on the other side of the House, but himself a former Union Secretary, of course jumping to the tune of his union masters and very keen to avoid scrutiny. Now, he had a series of increasingly threadbare and ludicrous reasons that he gave as to why he felt that this scrutiny wasn't necessary. Well, on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House we're not having it, and nor are we having this attempt by the Leader of the House to suggest that this is an issue of public policy importance which must be dealt with urgently in the same way as correcting the mess they've made in relation to the national security issues in relation to Nauru. Mr Speaker, what the Leader of the House has sought to do with the motion that is on the notice paper is to provide that there should be a time-limited debate on the disallowance of this regulations, that were made by the Assistant Treasurer and which would have the impact of protecting superannuation funds and trustees from the highly desirable scrutiny and visibility and transparency that was required under the laws as passed by the previous government. This government has very little desire for this matter to be ventilated. They don't want the sunlight here at all. They want this all done in darkened back rooms. They want to get rid of a law which they see as inconvenient, which reveals truths that they don't want to have revealed, and they're using every possible parliamentary tactic to seek to achieve that aim, including the Leader of the House's oh-so-reasonable suggestion that this is a matter of urgency, needs to be dealt with quickly. He's attempting to be facilitative, etc., etc. Let's be clear, this is nothing more than an attempt to cover up a special deal which the Labor government is seeking to do for its union masters. The appropriate role of the parliament is precisely to subject these kinds of deals to appropriate and proper scrutiny and transparency, and that is the effect of the amendment that the opposition has moved. We have no objection to having this debate. We're delighted to have this debate. We simply say, let this debate occur according to the normal rules, the normal standing orders of this place, and anybody who wishes to contribute, any member who wishes to contribute on this matter, ought to have the opportunity to contribute at length. There's a lot of facts. There's a lot of facts which need to be shared about the extent to which union-appointed trustees of superannuation funds are engaging in consistent efforts to divert the money which rightfully belongs to members, which rightfully is there to provide for their retirement. But we see, regrettably, this pattern of particularly union-appointed trustees of superannuation funds enthusiastically wanting to divert that money for a range of political purposes. It is a very serious issue. It is something which, on this side of the House, we have consistently objected to, and it needs the full sunlight of transparency. That is what, in a grubby fashion, this government is trying to avoid, and the amendment that we are proposing would allow the full sunlight of transparency, a debate on this matter that is not constrained by an artificial time limit.
Is the amendment seconded? And I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. I do rise to second the amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business. A very important, well, the suspension of standing orders that the government has moved, and these amendments are a very important debate, as the Manager of Opposition Business just said. And I do acknowledge the amount and the number of crossbenchers who are here for this debate. This is a really important discussion that we're having this morning, so I acknowledge and thank you for contributing to this debate. Because what we have going on here is very clear. As the Manager of Opposition Business just said, there are two things happening this morning. One is government incompetence with the situation in Nauru. We acknowledge their incompetence and will help rush that through today. But the other one, as the Manager of Opposition just said, is again we have a lack of transparency happening here. As the Manager of Opposition just said, the changes to the superannuation funds and what these recommend, or what this will do, as the Manager of Opposition Business just said, is that super fund members will no longer be able to see how their funds are spent in the sense of political donations or other transparency that is suddenly there. Now, why are they doing this? This is a behaviour, Speaker, and it's starting to be a trend that I'm noticing, and I know a lot of people are noticing. It's sneaky behaviour. This was never mentioned. This was never mentioned during the campaign they were going to do this. These type of policies were never mentioned. And I'll tell you some other sneaky things that this government have done, Speaker. One is, this is obviously about unions. These are about the unions in control of the industry super funds. But the other, one of the sneakiest things this government did, they have passed extreme industrial relations laws that were never mentioned during a campaign. Now, could you imagine the outcry of all the left-wing political commentators in this country if we, as a previous government, had won the election and then brought through legislation that we didn't mention during the campaign? Let's repeat that. Would the left-wing media in this country, of which there are many, would they have accepted us as a government passing legislation that was quite extreme that we never mentioned during the campaign? Because that's what they have done. They never mentioned the multi-level bargaining processes that they passed through Parliament. They never mentioned that during the campaign. It takes us back to Whitlam-type industrial laws. It takes away some of the Hawke-Keating reforms that they did with enterprise bargaining. So that, again, was a very sneaky thing that this government's done. Now, the crossbenchers will be aware of this. One of the other very sneaky things that this government did. We were rushed back. As you know, we all came back to Parliament. We spent a day here late last year when they put their gas and coal price cap legislation through Parliament. Were you told, crossbenchers, that there would be up to $1 billion in compensation paid to coal-fired power stations? Because Parliament wasn't. The Prime Minister said, there was nothing to see there. Anastasia Palaszczuk, the Queensland Premier, contradicted the Prime Minister in public comments about what would happen there as well. And Dominic Perrottet, the New South Wales Premier, again said, no, that was all part of our negotiations. Never mentioned that day. Nothing to see here. Again, sneaky behaviour. And even on the ISIS bride issue, was that mentioned during the campaign about how they were going to change the policy there, bring these families back? It was all very secretive that they had done that. It was all an alleged leak from the department while we knew that was happening. Then placed in communities, all very secret. Again, sneaky type of behaviour. And it's even getting down to just language, which is just misleading. Again, sneaky. The Prime Minister went to Woodford, wanted to do a sort of Bob Hawke reenactment up there at the music festival. And there he said that we as a previous government chose to stop speaking to China. Now, that is just misleading language. And look, I, as a shadow Trade and Tourism Minister, have quite a bit to do with the Trade Minister, Don Farrell, who I think is doing some very good things, and I'm happy to acknowledge that. I'm happy to acknowledge some of the things that the Minister has done in that space. And when we see the government do things that we think are good for our country or good for our people, I think we as an opposition do and should compliment that. But how could the Prime Minister speak to an audience like that and say we chose not to? It's exceptionally well documented that China put on us 14 conditions that we would have to adhere to for us to start dialogue. We never wanted to stop speaking to them. We never wanted to stop speaking to them. The Chinese government chose to not speak to us. So again, the Prime Minister, again, it was sneaky behaviour. What the government are doing today is sneaky. This is about lack of transparency, and I appreciate the crossbench contribution to this. Thank you, Speaker.
If it suits the convenience of the House, I shall state the question that the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. We give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Speaker, with respect to the Manager of Government Business and his most reasonable voice, I will use my most reasonable voice to say that this is unreasonable. This crossbench, as I recall, voted in favour of changes to procedures to allow time-limited and urgent debate when that was required. This is something that has been sprung on the parliament today. I fail to understand how there could not have been advance warning so that members can rightly look at what we are actually analysing and voting on. Together with that, pieces of legislative amendment have been bundled to the extent that we have an issue around offshore detention in Nauru, an issue around complex superannuation changes being put together, and we're expected to navigate that, to debate it in a time-managed way this afternoon. This is not due process. This is not the way this parliament should operate. The Nauru issue, to my mind, is controversial, given, much as the government might think it's standard, how much we spend on offshore detention, and I think that our communities would expect that we would give it due consideration. We haven't been given the time to do that. Therefore, I will be voting against this. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I add my voice on this side to say that I'll be voting against this motion today also. And I want to record that once again we're being asked to limit debate in this place by the Labor government, in fact twice in the same day. And limiting debate on such important issues, and indeed one particularly sensitive issue as offshore detention, to just 1 hour is absolutely unacceptable. There's no way that issues of this gravity can be debated in such a short period of time. And indeed, in this family-friendly new parliament that we have, I don't think the intention to halt debates till 6:30 p.m. was about pulling the doona up over proper debate on such important issues. I note also the exquisite irony that we're being asked to limit debate today on something so sensitive as offshore detention when Buruz Bachani has just been in this Parliament House historically speaking to us about offshore detention. I find this an excruciating and exquisite irony, actually. The other thing that I would say is giving us notice last night that this motion would be brought forward after what was a pretty quiet sitting day yesterday, I'd have to admit, I found rather disturbing, and I think the process is really, really poor. Now, I was in the last parliament and I heard my colleagues who are now in government, then in opposition, making considerable noise about gagging debate. And I'm very disappointed, to be truthful, that we're in this position again today. I spoke in this House when the motion was put by the Leader of the House to change standing orders around urgent matters. And I asked the question then, what would be considered urgent? And to my knowledge, from what I've gleaned in the very short period I've had time to consider, this issue about the Republic of Nauru has been known about for some months and indeed expired in October. So to find this out last night and be asked to ram this through today with limited debate, I will be voting against this motion.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Alphabetical.
I rise to also oppose this motion, and I'm really proud to stand with my crossbench colleagues on this matter today because it's something which matters to all of us. On the 21st of May 2022, the Australian people told us that they want a government of transparency and integrity. Giving people bills with less than 24 hours' notice, bills that matter about important things like offshore detention, is not governing with transparency and integrity, especially when we now found out that this is a matter that the current government has been aware of for some months. Their protests of urgency don't add up. We deserve, and our constituents deserve, and those 65 individuals on Nauru deserve an opportunity for us to discuss this important matter at length. Bundling up this bill on Nauru with a bill on superannuation, which also has implications with respect to transparency, is egregious and perverse. I don't think that I could find any way that I could support this motion, and I suspect that many of my colleagues feel the same way.
The question is the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreeing. I give a call to the member for McKellar.
She's not standing.
For Curtin. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I will be seconding the amendment and voting against the debate management as well. It is clear that neither of these matters is actually urgent, and putting these two issues together, I think, goes against the good faith that the crossbench has engaged in accepting the debate management approach. The first issue on Nauru is possibly a bureaucratic oversight, may be symbolic, and is unknown whether it has any legal impact, but we've not been given enough time to actually form a decent view on those issues, and managing the debate is contrary to the spirit of transparency that the community wants, especially on issues relating to refugees. The second issue also relates to transparency, and I think that this is one where there has been a great desire from communities to have increased transparency when it comes to political donations. So limiting this goes in the face of that community expectation. My community certainly wants to know where parties' funding comes from, and that applies to superannuation funds just as it does to other donors. These are issues where we need to be able to have an open discussion so that our communities understand why, and if indeed there is a good argument for putting any limits on the transparency of political donations. So I side with my crossbench colleagues and the opposition here on saying this is not an appropriate use of the debate management.
The time for this debate has concluded. Order. The question is that the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the discussion of the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Just to state to the House that division is required. Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Private health insurance legislation amendment, medical device and human tissue product list and cost recovery bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Private Health Insurance Prostheses Application and Listing Fees Amendment Cost Recovery Bill 2022 and the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. There's no objection. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. And I give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This package of bills represents the first tranche of legislative changes required to implement the Coalition's 2021-22 budget measure, modernising and improving the private health insurance prostheses list. It represents our commitment to modernising and improving the prostheses list for the benefit of patients and Australia's world-class healthcare system. The package includes 1. The Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022. 2. The Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. And 3. The Private Health Insurance Prostheses Application and Listing Fees Amendment Cost Recovery Bill 2022. the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022. The Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill amends the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to better define the products that may be eligible for inclusion on the prostheses list. The bill renames the current Private Health Insurance Prostheses Rules No. 3, 2022 to the Private Health Insurance Medical Devices and Human Tissue Products Rules to better reflect their purpose and the types of products that are eligible for inclusion. The bill also updates the relevant cost recovery arrangements, including providing statutory authority for the Minister for Health and Aged Care to allow for fee-for-service cost recovery consistent with the Australian Government charging framework. The Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. The National Joint Replacement Register Levy Bill amends the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009 to reflect the renamed Medical Devices and Human Tissue Products Rule. The Private Health Insurance Prostheses Application and Listing Fees Amendment Cost Recovery Bill 2022. The Prostheses Application and Listing Fees Bill amends the Private Health Insurance Prostheses Application and Listing Fees Act 2007 to rename the Act and update the cost recovery arrangements. This bill provides for the imposition of a cost recovery levy on each kind of medical device and human tissue product on the prescribed list, with the amount of the levy will be set by the regulations. On the Coalition's budget measures, established in 1985, the prostheses list sets the minimum price insurers must pay hospitals for a surgically implanted prosthesis, such as a hip replacement or pacemakers, received by a private patient in a privately insured episode of hospital treatment. Since 1985, the prostheses list has grown in both size and complexity, and under the former Coalition government in 2019-2020, more than 3.1 million prostheses on the list were supplied at a cost to private health insurers of approximately $2.1 billion. The Coalition supports the three bills included in this package which progress our 2021-22 budget measure to modernise and improve the prostheses list. As part of this measure, we budgeted $22 million over 4 years to reduce the cost of medical devices used in the private health sector and streamline access to new medical devices, which in turn would improve the affordability and value of private health insurance for Australians. We had a strong plan to lower the price for medical devices, ensuring savings flow to consumers and improve access to new treatments and medical devices. The Coalition was committed to continuing to support value, choice and high-quality services for patients and clinicians in the private healthcare sector. And we were committed to continuing to make private health insurance simpler and more affordable and deliver record-low premium charges for consumers. This demonstrates the Coalition's strong record when it comes to strengthening private health insurance. When we left government, private health insurance membership was at record levels, with more than 14 million Australians now covered. Our reforms delivered the 2022 premium charge, which was the lowest in more than 21 years, and the 8th successive decline in premium charges since Labor's last year in government in 2013. Our government increased investment in the patient rebate for private health insurance from $5.4 billion in 2012-13 to $6.9 billion in 2022-23. We implemented new, easy-to-understand gold, silver and bronze and basic classifications for each private health insurance, standard clinical definitions, better access to mental health, better care in rural and regional Australia, lower prices for medical devices and more flexibility for families and people with disabilities to receive their care. We know that the Labor government doesn't like private health insurance, but the Coalition government recognised that Australia's health sector is the strongest, with both public and private systems working together, hand in hand, to ensure access to healthcare for all Australians. However, despite our support for the reform package, there are concerns with the lack of detail provided by the Albanese Labor government on certain key elements of these bills. Once again, the Labor government is refusing to be transparent with the important substantive details sitting beneath legislation that they put forward to this parliament. There are a significant number of issues that may be subject to regulation under these bills that are yet to be resolved, including eligibility criteria, listing pathways, specifications for the calculations of cost recovery, regrouping and payments for removal items. The bills provide little detail about the extent or specificity of the powers to be implemented through the reforms, relegating these details to subordinate legislative instruments and mechanisms that have not been seen by stakeholders or the opposition. This government was elected on a platform of increasing transparency, yet they seem to be committed to avoiding transparency at every stage they get, especially by delegating the substantive details of their measures to unsighted subordinate legislation. The Albanese Labor government must stop focusing only on headline announcements and start considering the important details that are necessary for their implementation. They continue to show us that they are all talk and no delivery. We're supportive of this bill, but we're putting the government on notice. They cannot continue to expect us to pass bills in this place without seeing any of the substantive details. Modernising and improving the prostheses list is an important reform process, and the patients who would benefit from these reforms deserve to have the details properly considered.
Thank the Minister for his contribution. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned, and all those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022, measures number 1, Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The opposition shadow.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to implement a number of measures that seek to ensure continued access to critical prescription medicines, as well as to support the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening therapeutic goods post-market monitoring and compliance. Following an investigation of medical devices that were developed in the late 1990s and later had reported widespread complications, a 2017 Senate inquiry emphasised the need for improvements in safeguarding patient safety through post-market monitoring to ensure the early detection of adverse events relating to medical devices. Recommendation 1 of the inquiry noted that adverse event reporting plays a vital role in post-market surveillance and proposed a mandatory reporting scheme by health practitioners. As such, this bill will introduce a framework for mandatory reporting requirements of adverse event information by hospitals, supporting improved monitoring, earlier detection and timely action to prevent adverse events and safeguard patients from harm. It will support the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening post-market monitoring and compliance activities, reduce regulatory burden and make a number of amendments to improve requirements, codify current practices and remove redundant provisions. Although the Coalition supports the necessary intention of this bill to strengthen the safe use of therapeutic goods, we do have some concerns with the removal of merits review rights for decisions made by the Secretary to require the provision of information and documents. We will keep a close eye on how this process rolls out, and we will hold the government to account if these new powers stray from the policy intent of this amendment. The bill will also introduce a dedicated marketing approval pathway for export-only biologicals and support activities to relieve medicine shortages by enabling the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to approve the importation or supply of overseas prescription medicines that are a substitute for medicines which have been previously approved in Australia. The Coalition supports the intention of the government to ensure continued access to potentially life-saving or life-improving medicines for Australian patients. But more must be done to safeguard accessibility to critical health care for Australian households currently facing significant cost of living pressures. Recent reporting has shown that the out-of-pocket costs for GP consults have risen to $60 for some families, and the cost of a filler script could be $55 at the same time that energy bills and mortgage payments are skyrocketing. If the government is serious about ensuring continued access to critical medicines for all Australians, they must take action to relieve the cost of living pressures for Australian families who are struggling to afford the cost of consults and scripts so that they can continue to afford the medicines they rely on. Action to ensure continued access to critical health care must include a plan to relieve these significant cost of living pressures, which are only continuing to rise under the Albanese Labor government.
I thank the member for his contribution. I call the Minister.
I move the debate on this bill will be adjourned to a late hour this day.
The question before the House is that the debate be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Export Control Amendment, Streaming Administrative Processes Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Leader of the Nationals is seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A healthy and strong agricultural sector is absolutely crucial to the health.
The member continues, I just want to. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That was my best bit too. A healthy and strong agricultural sector is absolutely crucial to the health and strength of our nation. With around 70% of Australia's agricultural produce exported, we need to ensure these industries are adequately supported, fit for purpose and operating as efficiently as possible. This is something that the Federal Coalition takes extremely seriously. In our nation, the Export Control Act provides the regulatory framework for the exports of goods, including a range of agricultural commodities. This legislation before the House, the Export Control Amendment Streamlined Administrative Processes Bill 2022, will amend this Act to allow better information management, cut administrative red tape and clarify the intent of the Act. The bill will allow for the introduction of both civil and criminal penalties, along with the use of infringement notices for any breaches of information sharing. Based on these sensible provisions, the Federal Coalition will be supporting the passage of this bill. Australia's export sector relies on the efficient collection and sharing of information, and the amendments in this bill will deliver an enhanced process for this, while also protecting data confidentiality. This is important because currently all information obtained or generated by people performing their duty or exercising powers under this Act is classified as protected, regardless of whether it is commercially sensitive or not. This means that when information needs to be shared, it goes through a complex approval process. The provisions in this bill aim to make this process more timely, responsive and efficient, with less red tape, which is a common sense outcome. It's so important that in a fiercely competitive international marketplace that vital information in this sector can be appropriately shared with our regulatory partners, exporters and key stakeholders, while preserving safeguards for any information which is potentially sensitive. Examples highlighting the significance of this include the need to provide information quickly to a foreign country on an Australian consignment of grain that is awaiting quarantine clearance, providing export data to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to assist with trade negotiations, using the information to develop improved operating procedures, and harnessing relevant data to support the simplified trade system, which is making exports and imports easier through a digital single window system. Significantly, there will be offensive provisions introduced, which would apply to any instances where protected information is disclosed in an unauthorised way. It's also worth pointing out that the information sharing provisions contained in this bill will help bring our agricultural exports into line with the world-leading benchmarks that underpin Australia's biosecurity system. Other amendments in this legislation will streamline administration processes in relation to variations of approved arrangements, accredited properties, registered establishments and exports licences, as well as the consideration of certain information for the purposes of the fit for proper person test, along with some minor technical amendments. Overall, this bill consists of practical measures that will have a positive impact on Australia's agricultural export sector. The Federal Coalition also notes that the National Farmers Federation has expressed its support for the bill. On this side of the House, we will always back in Australian agricultural exports, and under the previous coalition government, our comprehensive plan ensured that this industry remained strong and resilient, as a crucial part of helping the agricultural sector achieve its reaching $100 billion farm gate output by 2030. In government, we made it easier for business to navigate export systems to get product overseas. We're immensely proud of our track record. Some of those achievements included delivering $328.4 million in congestion busing measures to slash red tape to get products to export markets faster, providing $85.9 million through our agribusiness expansion initiative to diversify markets. In the first year, the initiative led to $418.9 million of export sales. We finalised 11 free trade agreements and lifted the share of trade covered by these agreements from 27% under Labor in 2013 to almost 80% with the inclusion of the UK and India free trade agreements. We actively supported our exporters through the pandemic through the International Freight Assistance Mechanism. This program supported more than 25,000 flights to 58 international destinations, carrying 399,000 tonnes of exports worth more than $4.7 billion. This program alone saved over 150,000 jobs. We launched the Trade Information Service to provide a single source of online information on how to export, including regulatory and border requirements. This initiative will save export businesses some 1,370 hours on average. We appointed a special representative for Australian agriculture, which has advanced our interests overseas. It's worth recognising that in our last budget, the federal coalition also committed an additional $100 million as part of our Regional Accelerator program to go towards the Export Market Development Grants program, which would have helped our small and medium-sized exporters in rural Australia promote their goods in new markets. Disgracefully, in the October 2022 budget, this Labor government decimated the Regional Accelerator program as part of their cruel cuts to regional rural Australia. In the interests of our export businesses in the bush, we urge this government to take action and immediately reinstate this funding for such an important initiative to help this sector grow into the future. To conclude my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Federal Coalition will always work constructively with the government and support practical measures that will help strengthen our agricultural export sector. The provisions outlined in this bill deliver on this front, and therefore we're pleased to commend it to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned.
I appreciate the honourable member for Kennedy's seeking the call. Procedures this morning was that we had the member of the opposition, the member of government business, move to adjourn a number of bills to the Federation Chamber. The honourable member will absolutely have the opportunity to make a contribution to this debate, but it'll be at a later stage today. The minister at the dispatch box I gave the call to. I appreciate the point that the honourable member is making. I've made a ruling. I've made a ruling. I've given the call to the minister in line with the wishes of the House. The question before the House is the debate be adjourned. I appreciate that. Take your seat. The question before the House is the debate be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 6, paid parental leave amendment, improvements for families and gender equality, Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading. Can you state the question?
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to get up and speak on this bill, and will signal at the outset that the opposition will be supporting this bill for a number of reasons. Firstly, credit to the government. They have picked up a number of amendments to paid parental leave that the former government announced and as part of the March 2022 budget. In fact, the vast majority of these changes are changes that have been adopted from that, and credit to the government for picking up on a range of increased flexibility, more user-friendly and more fit-for-purpose paid parental leave for modern families that was announced as part of that March 2022 budget. We all know that PPL commenced in 2011. It currently consists of some constraints that this bill proposes to remove, a 12-week PPL period and 6 weeks of flexible PPL, and a dad and partner pay component of leave, which is a 2-week period. And this bill essentially increases the total number of weeks of paid parental leave that's available from 18 to 20 weeks, and removes some of those constraints around certainly the dad and partner pay 2-week period, and also some of the constraints around the 12-week PPL period and 6-week PPL period. That we wholeheartedly support because we know that mothers and fathers, parents, make household decisions around caring arrangements and in increasing the number of weeks from 18 to 20, we think it is eminently sensible that enhanced flexibility is put in place. The bill will do this by combining the PLP and DAP, forming a single payment of 20 weeks that, as I said, can be shared between parents. 2 weeks, we agree, with the bill will be reserved on a use it or lose it basis for each claimant. And I think having both parents, a mother and a father, having some time with their new child is important. So ensuring that increased 2 weeks to some extent encourages both parents to at least have a period of time of leave. The bill removes the notion of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants, and that's really a result of removing some of the existing rigidity in place that exists between who takes leave, when and how, between a mother and a father. And the bill also expands access by introducing a $350,000 income test, which will ensure that rather than just assessing individual income between two parents, a household income measure is put in place when determining eligibility of PPL. We also approve of the increased and expanded flexibility, the concept of PPL days and the flexibility around when they are used over a 2-year period, and therefore allowing parents to take leave, whether it be in big blocks or a single block indeed, or whether it involve leave being taken at however works for that particular family. That was to some extent at the heart of what the former government sought to do with PPL, with our announcements in the March 2022 budget, and again are pleased to see them as part of this bill. As I said at the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, we'll support the bill. In stark contrast to what the former opposition did after the last time there was a change in government. For those of us who have been around a bit longer and have the battle scars to prove it, we were elected, the former government was elected in 2013 with a very defined paid parental leave policy that was taken to an election, and the then Labor opposition in no way respected the mandate of that particular government and sought to oppose it. That was quite a shameful thing to do then, and as Shadow Minister in the opposition, we will not repeat that quite shameful position that Labor opposition took. We will support these enhanced and sensible changes to paid parental leave. I note that this bill does not include the staged increase from 18 to 26 weeks. That will obviously occur in later bills over the next few years as that increases bit by bit. But my message to the Australian public is the coalition, as being a government that really stewarded paid parental leave, saw it become a mainstay, a mainstream of Australian life, that complemented in many instances paid parental leave offered by employers as well, and working in harmony with the baseline government scheme, that where there are enhancements, where there are improvements, where there are ways that we can help with what is an extraordinarily joyful but difficult time in every parent's life. Walking through that door with a new baby, regardless of your family circumstances, is a remarkable joy, and it changes people's lives. And the purpose of paid parental leave, to provide particularly mothers who bear the physical burden in most cases, where we don't include adoption, but mothers who wear that physical burden of having a child, and then the huge adjustment to looking after and caring for a baby who needs you 24/7 is a remarkable thing. And at its heart, paid parental leave should make it easier for mothers and fathers to make decisions that work for their family, that give them the opportunity to spend what is a very precious and important time with their child, unencumbered by the pressures of work where they choose to do so. And the changes here in the bill that provide greater flexibility for families to determine how they use that 20 weeks of leave, I think is in keeping with, yes, the changes with modern families, but also maintains what is a timeless aspect of that's at the heart of paid parental leave, which is trying to give parents that time with their child, trying to help them adjust to the remarkable differences in family life between either having your first child or your second child or your third or more, and the changes and the additional burdens that places on families. So I will support good changes to paid parental leave. We'll have a lot more to say about these things over the next couple of years, and as I said, we'll adopt a different approach in opposition than the Labor opposition did in the last government. We will support this. We won't stand in the way of paid parental leave as the Labor opposition did after the 2013 election. We'll very happily support this and acknowledge that a huge amount of the changes in this bill, a significant portion of the increased flexibility in this bill, was adopted from the Coalition, who announced it in March 2022. I'll take that interjection, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member opposite did not support enhanced paid parental leave after the 2013 election. The member opposite did not, and in fact there'll be a number of new Labor members who we can't blame, but we can certainly blame that member for not listening to the will of the people at the time. Well, we'll do something different. We will not stand in the way of sensible changes to paid parental leave for the sake of being indifference to the government in opposition. That's what Labor did in opposition. We won't do it. We won't do it. I will support these very sensible changes, many of which are coalition changes, and we'll be very happy to see where the government wants to take paid parental leave. Again, hopefully in doing so, hopefully in providing this bipartisan support for these changes, that those members opposite who very shamelessly and shamefully opposed our paid parental leave proposals after the 2013 election will reflect on that, that sometimes what's in the best interests of the country, sometimes what's in the best interests of families, even if they're not in your political interests, are worth supporting, because we're here to support good things for Australian families. That's what we're doing. I know the government seems, coming into 2023, to have forgotten about many of the pressures and struggles that Australian families are suffering and not wanting to engage or talk much about those pressures. But we're very happy to support this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, and commend the government on adopting a number of measures that were announced by the former government.
I thank the honourable member for his question and for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very happy to speak on this particular piece of legislation. Just listening to the Shadow Minister, you know, it's quite extraordinary. They show some front and chutzpah, the coalition, because you'd think they'll start taking credit for Medicare and the NDIS and NBN and a whole range of initiatives that Labor did. Well, I must say, I mean, they had 3 Prime Ministers during their 9 years. They had, you know, they had Tony Abbott, whose thought bubble was an extraordinary idea, trying to get rid of his what he thought was a woman problem, can I just say, in terms of his relationship with female voters. So he came up with this ridiculous idea of a paid parental leave scheme that had no support virtually by any of the women's groups and in the country. And then they had 2 subsequent Prime Ministers, you know, who didn't have, you know, didn't follow, you know, Prime Minister Abbott and bring in this types of legislation. So don't give us history lessons when you had 2 Prime Ministers in the coalition Treasury benches here who didn't bring in a paid parental leave scheme and then try and claim that somehow your paid parental leave scheme was when we actually brought it in under the Gillard government. Can you just say, I mean, what an amazing degree of historical revisionism that goes on in the head of those opposite, you know, in relation to this issue. It's amazing. It's just simply astonishing that you're going to take credit for things that we did when you opposed them, for heaven's sakes. So it's amazing. I'm looking forward to the next 2 years to hear those opposite take credit for so many other Labor initiatives, perhaps blue polls or something like that. They might take credit for the increase in that under Gough Whitlam, and they, you know, might be a whole range, and a whole range of initiatives under Andrew Fraser. Fisher, rather, Andrew Fisher, the Labor Prime Minister, back in the early 20th century, they'll take credit for as well. So it's amazing that, you know, whole things, Chifley and Curtin will be turning in their graves for the credit the coalition government will take in terms of, you know, income tax reform in this country as well. So thank goodness for those opposite, you know, naysayers in government, naysayers in opposition, then try and take credit for things that Labor governments do. Well, I can tell you what, there are 2,554 families in my electorate of Blair, by the way, who will benefit as a result of this particular initiative. We know that because they got paid parental leave payments last year. So they'll benefit at least. And there'll be more, by the way, who get credit and additional assistance by virtue of the flexibility and choice that this particular legislation and subsequent legislation will make to their family life. Now, those opposite are on about family values. This is about family values, I can tell you. This is about helping families. This gives them choice and flexibility and helps them in their local, domestic decision-making. Those opposite love to parade themselves as champions of family values. When it comes to supporting families in terms of financial support and these types of things, they'll say they take credit when they were in government, when they did nothing about it. So I'm very pleased to see this because families come in different shapes and sizes, and they come in different forms. They're not just nuclear family, they're flexible family, they're blended families, there's families in the LGBTIQ community. There's a whole range of different families and different forms they take. So this is particularly important. It also recognises that dads are very, very important and carers for young children. About 1 in 5 children by the age of 2 are primarily bonded to their fathers. And we also recognise that women are often high-income earners. And the minister in her speech actually pointed that out in a second reading speech where she talks about 3,000 additional parents getting a benefit because the mother is the primary income earner in the family as a result of this particular reform and what Labor is doing. So this is particularly important. The current settings have obstacles and hindrances to decision-making in family life and the flexibility that they need, because currently the paid parental leave scheme is comprised really of 2 payments for eligible carers of a newborn or recently adopted child. You're talking about an 18-week payment for the birth parent, and while the dad and partner leave is 2 weeks for fathers and partners. The paid parental leave may be taken in conjunction with employer-paid leave, and dad and partner pay cannot. So there's a need for parents to benefit from these changes, be able to spend more time with their children, maintain their connection to the workplace. That's good for participation, particularly amongst women and also men, but particularly women in workforce participation as well. And international experiences show that more paid leave results in an increase in the number of hours and the time taken by partners, and particularly dads, in looking after their children. So that's a very, very important, significant reform that we're talking about today. They'll have change the lives of lots of Australians. Lots of times we pass legislation in this place and it has a peripheral impact, a minor impact. It might, for example, customs regulation reforms and a whole range of things that, statute law revisions that don't seem to have that much impact, can I say, to families individually. But there are thousands of families in every electorate around the country that will benefit by these changes. And that's absolutely important. And also promoting gender equality. That's absolutely crucial, and it's an important part of this bill. The purpose of this bill, and it's a commitment of over $531 million by this government, the biggest expansion of the paid parental leave scheme since the introduction in 2011. Now, that's 2011. That's 12 years ago. We had those opposite infesting the Treasury benches for 9 years and doing nothing about it, presiding but not governing.
I found it.
So this is important about flexibility and assistance for families individually. Our party, now the party of government, is better for having strong and meaningful commitment to equal representation and equal opportunity for women. You look at each side of the chamber compared to the other side of the chamber, you can see that it's the case. And you can also see that it's true for the economy and for our nation. Equality for women is at the heart of the Albanese government's vision for a fair go for work. And it's at the centre of our first budget. Equal and full and respectful participation of women in our economy is our nation's greatest untapped resource. This is why the October budget delivered the biggest boost to PPL we've ever seen. This budget and this bill will implement the first of a couple of tranches of reform, and it will go a long way to gender neutrality claim rules governing PPL. Under legislation, by 2026, we will see every family with a new baby be able to access a total of 6 months paid leave under legislation this government will bring in at the national minimum wage shared between two parents. Choice, decision-making, individuals and families making those decisions. Single parents will also be entitled to the full 26-week leave payable so their kids don't miss out as well. And these changes will be part of the second tranche. The purpose of this bill is combining the PPL, 18 weeks, and the dad and partner leave, 2 weeks, created a single parental leave payment available for 20 weeks, with 2 weeks reserved on a use-it-or-lose-it basis for each claimant. It removes the requirement that the primary claimant of the PPL must be the birth parent. It allows claimants to take the payment flexibility within 2 years of birth or adoption. It introduces a $350,000 family income limit under which families can be assessed if they do not meet the individual income test, which is about $156,000 at the moment. This is really important. It will benefit about 181,000 families and around 4,300 people who gain access for what they would have been ineligible under the current scheme. It's important to note that the change in this bill commenced on the 1st of July this year, just the first step. From the 1st of July 2024, the government will start expanding the scheme with 2 additional weeks a year until the scheme reaches its full 26 weeks from July 2026. The government has sought the advice from Independent Women Economic Equality Task Force chaired by Sam Austin on the optimal model for increasing the scheme to 26 weeks and what mix of flexible weeks and a use-or-lose-it component for each parent will deliver the best outcome for families and encourage more shared parenting. And that's crucial. We see that in our family law legislation about the need for children to be cared for by both parents, regardless of their parents' marital status, and for other people significant to their care, welfare and development. So this legislation picks up that sort of notion. This second tranche will be legislated later and done in a fiscally responsible manner. The reality is the current scheme doesn't do enough to provide access to dads and encourage them to take parental leave. While it enables mothers to take PPL at the same time as employer-paid leave, this option is not currently available, as I said, to fathers and partners. So there's that limit on flexibility. And the bill fixed up this issue, so both parents will be able to take the PPL at the same time as employer-paid leave. The bill means more families can take up this leave, share in their precious time and care responsibilities more equally. And it's absolutely crucial. Those of us who are parents know how important our children are. My daughters, I can recall, as I'm sure everyone here, I can remember when my daughters were born like it was yesterday. And the fact that I've got a little grandson now indicates to me, and that love and that respect and that affection comes straight away. And parents want to care for their kids. They want to spend time with them. My youngest daughter Jackie said the other day to me that she misses her son Joshua when he goes and has a sleep, because that bonding that's there between parents. This is the sort of thing that parents want to be able to make decisions about, and that spending time with their kids, and this legislation will assist in that regard. But the government values men, and I can tell you, as someone who practiced as an accredited specialist in family law, I did hundreds of cases involving men ending up winning what we used to call custody, being the primary caregiver for children. And dads can be great parents, and I saw it many, many times in private practice as a lawyer. So dads are so important for not just in those circumstances, but for role models in caring and examples and hands-on giving and showing kids how to play sport and music and how to be a respectful man and grow up to be a decent human being. All of those things are so important for little kids, and that's important as children grow and learn. You can just see in the first 2 or 3 years of a child's life just how much they absorb and take in and how much they learn. So that time is so, so precious. So the government really wants fathers to take a greater role from the start, and this legislation will benefit dads, mum and kids. We know it's important to participate. We know it's important for productivity and participation, and a lot of times in this place we use language that seems to be about economics and sole economics. I've studied economics at university as well. It's so important because we're running a nation, running an economy and running a community. But families are the basis of our society. They're the absolute hub. And making sure that they can make decisions about where they send their kids to school, what extracurricular activities they engage in, what faith they adhere to or not adhere to, all of those things they make decisions each and every day. It's not just, sometimes it's mundane. Sometimes it's what food we put on the table at night. Sometimes it's where we have a holiday, what our kids, what sport they'll participate in or cultural activity. This is the sort of legislation here today which assists parents to make decisions each and every day of their lives and provide some security for them. We know relationships break up. We know that second relationships break up at about 50% and first relationships 1 in 3. So we want to give as much support. There are real pressure times in terms of domestic and family relationship breakups. And one of those times is when your kids are really, really small. We want to support families in that way. We don't want to tell people who they partner with and how they live their lives, but we want to make sure that they have the greatest opportunity to participate in the lives of their children and be the best parents they can possibly be. The burden of childcare is disproportionately borne by women at the moment, and that needs to change. In a modern policy, this is, for a modern family unit that we all see in our electorates, we need to have legislation and paid parental leave scheme that's reflective of modern Australia, one that gives choice and greater security, and I think gives towards aspiration for families. So this is something that Labor has consistently championed. And this legislation that we have before the chamber today, I'm proud to be a Labor MP. I really am. I'm proud to be the member for Blair and a Labor MP to see legislation like this introduced here. It's good social policy, it's good Labor reform, It's good women's policy, it's good policy for men, and it's also good economic and workplace reform and participation. So I commend this legislation to the chamber. I thank the minister for bringing it in, and it's great to see it's a Labor government doing the great reforms that need to help families in this country, and will continue to uphold their aspiration and what they want for their local individual family units. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Blair for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Ringa.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Improvement for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022. And I support the amendments that the government is proposing in this bill in its first stage of reforms for this bill. These changes are long overdue. So many families have been struggling under the current system. It will have a positive impact on the lives of some 180,000 Australian families, many of them whom are juggling work and family life. And it will take some of the pressure off their household budgets. And these changes will give more families access to the payments and greater flexibility on how they take the payments. And it will encourage sharing and sharing the caring load, which supports gender equality and increases the number of fathers taking on carers' roles of newborns. But I must say this is still not an ambitious bill, because there is a lot of things in this bill that is not vastly growing the paid parental leave scheme in this country. We are still miles behind our OECD counterparts. What it is doing, it is getting rid of discrimination and improving flexibility, which I welcome. But I do want to be measured in just what we are achieving here. So I welcome the introduction of the $350,000 family income test, which now and single parents can also access, but they don't meet the individual income test of the $156,647. Now, previously, for those that maybe aren't familiar with the scheme, it was calculated solely on the birth mother's income and strongly discriminated against professional women, because as soon as a woman earned above that cap of the $152,000, that family was not entitled to paid parental leave. But you could have a converse situation of a man on any income above that, on any income essentially to $1 million, but if the birth mother was below that cap, that family was entitled to paid parental leave. The discrimination against women in professional occupations was quite extreme and ridiculous. I raised it under the previous government in a motion in 2021, raised it again in 2022. So I absolutely welcome that the government is getting rid of that discriminatory provision against professional women. There are many families in Warringah and around the country missing out under the current scheme because the payment was pegged to the mother's income in that way. And according to the ATO, between 2010 and 2020, the number of Australian women with taxable incomes over $150,000 more than doubled, with almost 250,000 women now earning over $150,000. This proposed higher family income threshold will mean more families can access paid parental leave, and especially where the birth mother is professional and the higher income earning. It's only really bringing this scheme into our current day and age, where both men and women, birth parents, or work and pursue professional occupations. So the current scheme is grossly outdated, desperately needed to be fixed, and it effectively assumed that a woman would not be the primary breadwinner in the family. A couple, it's just quite beggars belief that it's taken this long for such a measure to be amended, but I commend the government to addressing it so quickly in this term of government. So not only will more families be eligible for the payments, but having the income test based on the joint household income, it will now encourage fathers into caring roles. It will also get rid of the disparity where you had a situation of a very highly income earning father, $1 million. Those families will now no longer be able to access the payment, which I think is appropriate. It will also improve the long-term, by having more fathers in carers' roles, it will improve the long-term bond with children and increase their participation in unpaid work at home. The proposed amendments also include increasing flexibility for families. Parents can now decide how and when they take their paid parental leave days, allowing parents to take payments in multiple blocks as small as a day at a time for the first 2 years of the child's life. And importantly, the requirement to not return to work in order to be eligible will be removed. This will help facilitate mothers transitioning back to work, and it can also be taken in conjunction with any employer leave entitlements. Under this amendment, parents will also be able to take 2 weeks of their leave at the same time so that they can spend time together bonding and raising their child. The proposal to simplify the claiming process is also welcomed and will now be gender neutral by removing distinctions between primary and secondary carers. Currently, if a family wants to share parental leave, the birth mother must claim first and then transfer it to another parent. This new, simpler claiming process allows eligible fathers and partners to qualify if the mother or birth parent does not meet the income test or residency requirements. This change will benefit about 2,000 Australian families a year. So this is absolutely, finally, bringing paid parental leave in Australia into a modern day and age. But we can do more. The government's proposal to combine the existing payments into a single 20-week scheme is more a reconfiguration rather than an extension of the scheme. This is not extending paid parental leave. We are still stuck on 20 weeks. We know what it does is it's combining the 8 weeks of parental leave pay that traditionally the birth mothers took with the 2-week the dad or partner pay to form a single 20-week payment that can now be shared between both parents. So, and to be very clear, the full rollout of the scheme to increase to 26 weeks of paid leave is promised by 2026, essentially another election cycle away. And that is too long for families to wait. That's 3 more years. Could I just remind the House that at 26 weeks, Australia will be lagging well behind developed countries, with the average OECD countries being 55 weeks of paid parental leave. Now just think about that, 55 weeks to 26 weeks. That is a monumental difference. Last year, the Grattan Institute released research showing that shared paid parental leave not only boosts mothers' earnings, but it can boost our entire GDP. That increasing the entitlement of to 26 weeks shared between parents would be a net positive impact on the economy. We would benefit by $300 million. It would cost some $600 million per year, but would return $900 million per year. So why are we waiting 3 years to do it? I just don't understand. It's the patriarchal nature of this place that changes to break down the gender inequities and pay inequities takes so long. You have to develop the political will, the political courage to change this status quo. We need to increase the paid parental leave sooner if we want to have a chance of increasing the female workforce participation and decreasing the gender pay gap. We know 2 major issues are facing the Australian economy: increased savings for superannuation and more women from part-time to full-time work. The government has maintained that the 2 weeks reserved on a use-it-or-lose-it basis to encourage both parents to share the leave. The Women's Economic Equality Task Force see a further increase in the use-it-or-lose-it provision as a key to ensuring more women stay connected to the workforce, rather than expecting them to take all the leave to care for the newborn. The Parenthood organisation, who has done phenomenal work in this space in advocacy, said that the goal of 4 to 6 weeks of use it or lose it was essential to achieving a behavioural change in men to do more of the parenting in early months. So I encourage the government to also consider the inclusion of a bonus provision. In the 2021 Grattan Institute report recommends an additional 2 weeks of bonus leave, which could be used by either parent if both parents take at least 6 weeks' leave. When these use-it-or-lose-it provisions and incentives schemes have been introduced overseas, there have been significant increase in men's uptake of parental leave. The Australian Bureau of Statistics figures show that only 1 in 20 fathers take primary parental leave, and 95% of all primary carers' leave is taken by the mother. These figures highlight the importance of the use-it-or-lose-it and bonus provisions. A Warringah constituents petition to me with 8,000 signatures and that I've presented to this place has not been addressed in these amendments. The petition calls for Australia to align with the World Health Organisation guidelines and the National Breastfeeding Strategy goals of children having the opportunity to be exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months, which means you need to increase paid parental leave to 26 weeks at the minimum, right? These are the basic things that need to happen. So I welcome the government's amendment to the paid parental leave bill, and they will give families more access and greater flexibility. They will help to eliminate gender inequality in some small way. They will get more fathers into carers' roles, and they will facilitate women's participation in the workforce in a small way. But the timing of the full rollout to 26 weeks paid parental leave should be brought forward. There is no justifiable reason to wait 3 more years. We can't make families wait that much more time. And we look to the future, and as we look to the future, we have to encourage the government and encourage them to be planning to bring further improvements to this bill. We need to consider how these 2 incentives to achieve equitable sharing of leave, the extending the use it or lose it provision to at least 4 weeks and including a bonus provision, is important. Now, I haven't even begun to touch on the problem of access, the inequity of access from communities to communities and the costs involved. And then, of course, the skill shortages. We know there are not enough carers for the childcare sector. For paid parental leave to work, it means children need to also then need to be able to go into care, for women to go back to the workforce. There are so many issues in these areas that it is so gendered. And the patriarchal nature of this place has meant that for too long it's gone unaddressed. But I do hope that in this term of parliament we have sufficient loud voices from women in this place and men who know and care about how important this issue is to finally make some changes.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question before the House is now we read the bill for a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The paid parental leave bill is one of a suite of measures the Albanese Labor government is implementing to promote healthier, more equal communities across Australia, and it's something that I know is very welcome in my community of Chisholm in Victoria. We were very clear heading into the election that ours would be a government that listened to the community and that we would honour commitments made both during the campaign and beyond, including through the budget. And this bill is an example of our government doing just that, listening and acting on the promises we've made. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all understand that one of the very best ways to boost productivity and participation is to provide more choice and more support for families and more opportunity for women. And it's really important that this bill title is Improvements for Families and Gender Equality, because, of course, investing in paid parental leave benefits our economy and advances gender equality. So we're committed as an Albanese Labor government to expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks, a full 6 months. This bill will implement the first tranche of the government's changes announced in the budget. Crucially, the bill will give more flexible access to government payments, giving parents greater choice in how they take leave, and it really does encourage parents to share care to support gender equality. Paid parental leave reform was one of the most frequent proposals raised at the successful Jobs and Skills Summit in September, and indeed in my own local Jobs and Skills Summit this was a topic we discussed also. Our government has listened, and that's why we're introducing this bill here. It is a really significant step to improve the scheme, and of course it was Labor who introduced this scheme into Parliament in 2011. This bill reflects our commitment and desire to improve the lives of working families, support better outcomes for children and also advance women's economic equality. There are around 181,000 families who will benefit from the changes in this bill, including around 4,300 people who will gain access for the first time because they would have been ineligible under the current scheme. We're modernising paid parental leave in this country to reflect how Australian families and their needs have changed since its establishment over a decade ago. These changes, to commence from the 1st of July this year, are the very first stage of our reforms, and they lay the foundation for expansion to 26 weeks by 2026. It's clear the current scheme does not do enough to provide access to fathers and partners. It limits flexibility for families to choose how they'd like to take leave and then transition back into work, and the eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. We need to modernise the scheme, and our bill fixes these issues, giving more families access to the government payment, giving parents more flexibility in how they take leave, and it encourages parents to share care to improve gender equality, which is a really important thing we do, given Australia's standing on gender equality has gone backwards over the last decade.
1:30. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and as you were interrupted, you will be granted leave to continue when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I read the Treasurer's essay on capitalism. It's really, really bad. Now, some people say it has no structure, but I think that's unfair because there's a clear structure. Step one is you start with a quote from a Greek philosopher, so readers know you are a thoughtful guy. Here it's one about a river. Step two, you use a dramatic metaphor linking your story to the Greek philosopher. And here we learn that the world is entering a stream full of perilous white water. Third, you say some things that don't actually say anything, so they're hard to criticise. A couple of my favourites from the essay, Deputy Speaker. One, by strengthening our institutions and our capacity with a focus on the intersection of prosperity and well-being, on evidence, on place and community, on collaboration and cooperation, the economy will be made better. And secondly, with a new values-based capitalism for Australia, we can understand something the old thinking neglected, that the problems of government, of whole societies, don't and shouldn't permit one simple solution set. Now, step four, you've got to link back to the Greek philosopher at the start to imply there's a whole and coherent argument. Put yourself into the story, and the Treasurer concludes his essay saying, different river, different man, and a different country to shape and steer on their behalf. But, Deputy Speaker, the Treasurer's river is flowing rapidly in one direction, higher costs for Australian families and a betrayal of Australian business.
Member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the great life and legacy of John Bennett AM, co-founder of the world-famous Asgrove cheese. John was a passionate dairy farmer of the Meander Valley in the north of my electorate. He strove to take the dairy industry to the next level and ensure it was the best it could be, both in Tasmania and across Australia. He was the president of the Australian Dairy Farmers Federation from 76 to 85 and deputy chair of the Australian Dairy Corporation from 81 to 86. In that time, the dairy industry faced many challenges, but they were always guided safely to shore with John at the helm. In the 1990s, modern ideas such as paddock to plate experiences were unheard of, and they posed a big business risk for John and his brother. But the duo persevered, and their commitment to this cause led to a booming success. The Asgrove Cheese Factory became a shining light for northern Tasmania. It's a must-visit place for the many tourists who come to Tasmania, and it entertains hundreds of thousands of visitors across the decades. They're providing education and, importantly, tastings on the cheese-making process. And, of course, most people would be familiar with the very colourful cows that they've painted on the outside of their paddock as people come up to the factory. I offer my sincere condolences on behalf of the people of Lyons to John's widow, Connie, and his children, Susan, Mary, Paul and Anne. Vale John Bennett AM. There will never be another like him, and we wish him to rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, today is the anniversary of the Black Saturday bushfires. It was an event that occurred 14 years ago, and a day that is etched in the memory of all in my community and many across Victoria. It is a day that we remember the 173 lives lost, and we remember their families and loved ones who still struggle with the events of that day. It's a day that we acknowledge and thank our community. We acknowledge our emergency services, the CFA, Victoria Police, the SES, the Ambulance Service and many more who were there on that day, in many cases when their houses burned. They were there in the weeks and months and years afterwards. And we thank as a community and acknowledge the many organisations from the Country Women's Association, community groups, charities that helped our community rebuild and recover so we could come back stronger with that true Australian spirit. And it's also a day for myself and many other survivors of that day to pause, to reflect, to be thankful that we are here and that we have a responsibility to live in honour of those that lost their lives on that day.
Thank you. Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When Di Russell experienced the tragedy of the suicide of her son Jason, she turned her grief into action, providing support for others and raising awareness about the scourge of suicide. She created the Hope for You Foundation to offer free support for families affected by suicide. One of their many activities is the annual Hope for You Walk, which I've attended from its start in 2016. It attracts more and more people each year who want to remember and honour someone they've lost. Sadly, Di, who also works as a registered nurse, has since lost a second son to suicide, youngest son Aaron, at the age of 27. Her loss is unimaginable, but her determination is palpable, and it was very fitting that she was recently named the Hawkesbury Citizen of the Year. I'd encourage people to come out on this coming Saturday morning to support Di, but also to connect and help lift the stigma of suicide. I'll be there at 9 a.m. at Ham Common, opposite the Richmond RAF base, down near the tennis courts to do the walk, which ends at the Visitors Centre. And I'll be joined by my friend Emma McBride, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health. We'll be there to show our support for Di and all the people who are there to remember their loved ones. It's an important event. It connects people. It allows them to remember. It raises awareness and it brings hope to all involved.
Thank you. Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After being repeatedly told last year that PEP 11 was dead in the water, we find that it is once again alive and kicking. PEP 11, or the Petroleum Exploration Permit, allows for ocean floor drilling and seismic blasting in a massive area extending from Manly to Newcastle. Following the court settlement last week, the PEP 11 head, David Breeze, has made it clear that he would like the licence to be resurrected and has suggested that it could help with the gas crisis. Let's be clear about a few things. Firstly, there is no gas crisis in this country. It's just that multinational companies ship most of it overseas, around 80%, leaving Australians to pay exorbitant prices. Secondly, the International Energy Agency has warned us in no uncertain terms that there must be no new oil and gas mines opened if the world is to keep global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. If the Albanese government is serious about meeting our Paris Agreement obligations, it should not allow any further oil or gas exploration in Australia on land or sea. And thirdly, I know that my community of McKellar will never accept drilling for oil or gas off our coastline. We should instead focus investment on clean, cheap and renewable, reliable energy. This is the future.
Thank you. Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on November the 23rd, the world lost one of our greats. Betty Fisher left an indelible mark on the world and the people around her for her unwavering dedication to a better and more just society. I had the honour to know Betty. Betty was a committed Labor woman. She was a committed trade unionist and she proclaimed to be a socialist. She joined the Australian Labor Party in the early 70s and later was made a life member of the party. She was a friend and an advocate for First Nations people. She was a staunch environmentalist. In fact, she became the first female president of the Conservation Council of South Australia. In addition, Betty was a feminist who advocated and supported women in all walks of life, including politics. My good friend Stephanie Key in South Australia, former SA parliamentarian, was very close to Betty, a friendship that endured to the end. And I know that Steph, as well as all of Betty's friends and family, feel her loss immensely. But for all we have lost with Betty's passing, we have gained so much more from her life. We are a better and kinder society thanks to Betty's care for the welfare of others in her community work, and we're a stronger society thanks to her unwavering advocacy and her ability to speak for those who could not. So from me, thank you, Betty, for all you have given us and for all the advice you gave me over the years.
Thank you. Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Many locals in Ryan have been contacting my office over the past few months, really angry about the inadequacy of the current Medicare rebate, which has resulted in very few GPs still bulk billing to the general public. This government is in effect continuing the previous government's funding freeze after an insultingly low increase last July of 1.6%. A reminder here that inflation is currently around 7.8%. There was then no increase at all in the October budget, the same budget that kept $254 billion in tax cuts for the wealthy and $42 billion in subsidies for fossil fuels. This is unacceptable. We're in a cost of living crisis. Families shouldn't have to fork out an extra $30 or $40 for a GP visit. Many of them just can't. And that means more pressure on our already overcrowded hospitals when they have to go to an emergency department for an issue that could have been dealt with by a GP. I'm sure Labor's mates in the private health industry, who've given them $7.9 million in donations over the last 10 years, I'm sure they don't mind that our universal healthcare system is being whittled away like this. After all, it means more profits for them as public health becomes harder to access. Thank you.
Member for Hasluck.
Speaker, I have spoken before in this place of Building Friendships, a deeply committed community organisation active in Kalamunda and the surrounds within the electorate of Hasluck, supporting people with disability. Building Friendships are a finalist in the Telstra Business Awards this year in the Championing Health category. Building Friendships is a team of professionals working with intellectually disabled people. Their programs range from life skills, cooking classes, fitness and well-being, through to regular evening and weekend excursions. Building Friendships meets the needs of individuals within our community with a focus on their skill development. They aim to assist their clients to learn to become as independent as they can be, all within a caring and fun environment. In 2007, Minister Shorten stated in his first speech that he believed the challenge for government is not to fit people with disabilities around programs, but for programs to fit the lives, the needs, the ambitions of people with disabilities. That is what the Minister continues to strive to do with the NDIS, and it is what Building Friendships does every day in Kalamunda for their community. Diane Owen and the team at Building Friendships are a great example of enthusiasm, resilience and dogged endeavour. All the best to the worthy finalists on the 14th of February, and especially to Building Friendships.
Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, I've had some shocking days in my office in my time here since 1990. But the hour I spent yesterday with 3 vaccine-injured people are the worst, most horrific stories I have heard in this place as a federal member for all of this time. The plight of Cara Potter, Lisa Walmsley, Michelle Longhurst, and Cara's with us today in the gallery. And I say to them, I have never heard such horrific stories in my time as a federal parliamentarian in this place. I have written to Mark Butler with a number of questions, and along with that letter I sent 23 case stories, including Cara's. I have said to all 3 in my office, your representatives are your representatives in this place. You voted for them, they're here. I've sent Cara to Kirsty McBain, the member for Eden Monaro. I haven't heard from the Health Minister, but my expectation is high.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. 14 years ago, we woke to a very hot day. 46 degrees, 100+ km/h winds. Premier John Brumby of the day said that this was going to be a day of danger. He was scoffed at
by his opponents. Well, it turned out he was dead right. No one was to know what was going to happen. But in the course of the next 24 hours, 173 people lost their lives, 4,000 homes were gone, and some 440,000 hectares of land was lost. We stood there at home and we watched this roaring sea of flame come across the hills towards our home. Knowing that we couldn't do anything else, we just tried our best. My wife did the right thing. She left. Me being me, I was a bit more obstinate and I decided to stay. But we weren't to know what was going to happen, as we've seen the might of the Black Saturday fires, which still is the most devastating fires in this nation's history. As I said, 173 people across all our communities in McEwen lost their lives. But it's not just those that lost their lives on the day, it's the many hundreds that lost their lives afterwards. The pain and suffering never left. The scars on the landscape are still there, and they are still there in the hearts and the minds of the people who were there and lived through that. Even today, there are people who are sitting there and still can't fathom the sound of a helicopter or a hot northerly wind on a day like today when it's hot, blowy, and you just don't know what's going to happen. And we should never forget what they went through and what they continue to go through.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's been just over 6 months now since the election, and the good people in my electoral Longman are justifiably asking when are the election promises made by Labor going to be fulfilled. Both parties made many of the same promises if they were elected, and part of being a good government is keeping your promises. Where are the lights for the Narangba Demons Baseball Club, the new clubhouse and lights for the Narangba Eagles Football Club, the new clubhouse for the Caboolture Rugby League Club? We've heard crickets on the Centenary Lake Splash Park, and we won't hold our breath on the Bruce Highway 4-lane upgrade. But, Deputy Speaker, the project that the Coalition promised that will have the biggest impact on the Longman community is the $110 million commitment the Coalition made to partner with Council for the critical upgrade to Caboolture River Road to allow access to the Bruce Highway for the 70-odd thousand expected residents that will move into the Caboolture West development over the next 20 years. This massive project is one of vision and plans for the future. It is a proactive rather than reactive project that puts the infrastructure in place before this development reaches maturity, something the Australian public are crying out for: forward planning. So I'm challenging this Labor government to fulfil their promises and at least give our community timelines on their election promises, and I'm asking them to match the Coalition's commitment to the Caboolture River Road project.
Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Things are looking up at the Bacchus Marsh Aerodrome. Looking up the aerodrome. In my electorate of Hawke, thanks to a $470,000 investment under round 3 of the Australian government's $100 million regional airports program. Last week, I joined the Management Committee Chairman, Trevor Oliver, at the aerodrome to announce that they had successfully landed the funding. The investment will fund runway and taxiway surface treatment works, including the installation of a lighting system with pilot-activated lighting control and an illuminated wind direction indicator. The Bacchus Marsh Aerodrome is an important asset for our community. Just a couple of days ago, I took the kids down to the aerodrome for the Bacchus Marsh Wings, Wheels and Coffee Festival. I joined thousands of enthusiasts from all over the country who were driving and flying into the aerodrome to see some classic cruisers and vintage planes, as well as enjoy a hot cuppa and a few cheeky snacks. Personally, I was particularly drawn to a Ford panel van that reminded me of my first car, member for McEwen, the 92 XF panel van that travelled many miles in McEwen during the 2010 election campaign on your behalf. Events like this are vital for the local economy in towns like Bacchus Marsh, Balan, others around McEwen and the rest of Australia. It's why the Albanese government's investments in our community infrastructure is so important.
Member for Lyne.
I'd like to give a big congratulations and a huge shout-out to Lucy Miller of Tari Olbar Surf Life Saving Club, who recently won the Surf Life Saving Junior Surf Life Saver of the Year at the Lower North Coast Awards. I'd also like to congratulate Lucy Monaghan, Monique Durbridge, Maddie Major, Emma Eggins and Grace Monaghan of the Warhope Bonny Hills Surf Life Saving Club who recently won their first ever Surf Lifesaving New South Wales Country Championships Open Women's Gold Medal at Foster, also in my electorate. Their crew is known as the Botettes, and they usually compete in the under-23 women's competitions, but this was in the open category. Speaking of Foster, the site of this championship, the town was buzzing also on the 15th of January when the Foster Tri Club held its first girls-only triathlon. Event organisers and volunteers including Aaron Eichner, Tracy and Richard Sewell, Tristan Marsh, Matt Burks, Ashley Burks and Louise Every, Leighton Hopper, Tristan Marshall, Trent Hopper, and everyone at the registration and out on the course managed to keep the event running like clockwork. Everyone was thrilled that the first ever girls-only triathlon was such an outrageous success. I look forward to the next one.
Time's expired. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Having run primary health services for over 15 years, I know that primary health care is the linchpin of our health system. Primary health care is where illness prevention happens, early intervention and continuity of care. But I've heard from so many across Boothby that they struggle to get in to see their GP, or it's too expensive, and they end up in the hospital ED for something that's not an emergency. And I've heard from Boothby GPs that they are swamped, and Medicare rates have been frozen over the last decade, while the cost of running a practice has continued to increase. Our health system is complex, and we need to get this right and make it fit for the future. So I'm really pleased to see the report from the Strengthening Medicare Task Force, which recommends, amongst other things, increasing access to primary care, including a voluntary registration scheme to encourage continuity of care, encouraging multidisciplinary team-based care, because the GP shortage won't be fixed overnight, so we need allied health professionals to be working to their full scope of practice. Modernising primary care, including digital systems. This government has committed $750 million to deliver the highest priority investments in primary care, in line with the recommendations of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. Strengthening Medicare won't be quick, it won't be easy, but Labor is the party of Medicare, and we are now strengthening Medicare for the future.
Thank you. Member for Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I held my regular community cuppa sessions at two popular local cafes, Alex Jr. in Padbury and Marmalade Cafe in Corrine. These catch-ups provide a relaxed and informal way for me to stay in touch with electors, listening to their feedback and concerns. The two events were well attended by local residents who raised a number of issues with me. Cost of living pressures remain the main concern for my constituents, with many locals feeling the pinch after 8 consecutive interest rate rises since May last year. They are also struggling with higher grocery prices, high fuel costs and hefty electricity bills. With another rate rise expected today, the Albanese Labor government must urgently address the cost of living crisis to ensure that pressure is eased on local households. Quite a few constituents also raised with me their concerns regarding the referendum on the Voice. Specifically, my constituents want to know the details surrounding the treaty which will follow the Voice. Australians will just not leave the details to the politicians to figure out later. I look forward to holding more community cuppas across Moore later this year.
Thank you. Member for Macarthur.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, Professor John Skerritt announced his retirement from his position as head of the Health Products Regulation Group in the Department of Health. He's worked there for 11 years. He is without doubt one of the finest public servants I have known. He has helped Australia get through the pandemic. Before that, he was responsible for the assessment and regulation of all therapeutic goods, drugs, treatments and tests that come into Australia that provide health support for all Australians. We should be grateful for his services. He has regulated all the new immunisations, the antiviral products, the tests that have come into Australia that has helped us get through to this stage of the pandemic. He has provided exemplary service. He is a highly qualified scientist, interested in evidence-based treatments and management. He is, without doubt, the one person that I see is responsible for our response to the pandemic at the highest level, as well as to the new innovative treatments that are coming because of genetic technologies and the new biologics in healthcare in Australia. He's a fine Australian. This parliament should be very, very grateful for his service, and I hope to see him contribute more in the future. Thank you, Professor Skerritt, for your wonderful work and the time that you have spent in Australia's healthcare.
Thank you. A member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With inflation at a 32-year high and interest rates hurting households across the country, we have the following contribution from the Treasurer in the monthly, and I quote, "By strengthening our institutions in our capacity with a focus on the intersection of prosperity and well-being, on evidence, in place and community, collaboration and cooperation, by reimagining and redesigning markets, seeking value and impact, strengthening safeguards and guardrails in areas on unchecked risk, and with coordination and co-investment, recognising that government, business and philanthropic and investor interests and objectives are increasingly aligned and intertwined." Speaker, I join with the average Australian in saying, what does this mean? What are you on about? This is absolute undergraduate gibberish that has no place in sensible economic debate, and that is exactly what we need at this point in time. Speaker, the challenges that Australians are facing to manage their household budgets, the challenges that Australian businesses are facing are real, and the Treasurer's hubristic essay does absolutely nothing to address any of those challenges. Speaker, when a government intervenes this much on an economy, they own that economy, and we need to make that case very clearly to the Australian people, be it the IR legislation, be it the price caps that we've seen introduced that we would never have suspected from the language before the election. The government has intervened as much as it can on this economy. And what that means for Australians who are hurting right now, they need to understand the interest rate rises we've had that are coming and that will be sustained are because this government refuses to work with the RBA to deal with inflationary pressures.
Time has expired. Give a call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. Gong Chi Fa Chai to all who have been celebrating the Lunar New Year and welcoming the Year of the Rabbit and bidding farewell to the Year of the Tiger. Like you, Speaker, I attended some Lunar New Year celebrations on the weekend with a huge crowd on the rooftop of Sunnybank Plaza. A wonderful celebration with line dancers and weaving through the crowd, lots of kids. The rooftop celebrations scheduled back in 2020 but cancelled each year due to the pandemic, but this year the organisers were able to go ahead. Filled with lots of children wearing bunny ears, dance, music performers, floating red lanterns, all behind a backdrop of a beautiful Brisbane sunset. The night ended with some fireworks as well. In the Chinese Zodiac 2023, the Year of the Rabbit is predicted to be a year of hope, as I'm sure the Prime Minister would be appraised of. And I note that this may this year bring not only hope but also peace, harmony and tranquillity. And I especially want to say happy birthday to one of my special rabbits in my life, from a bloke from St George, Wayne Long, whose birthday it is today, a Kamilaroi man with Chinese ancestry who's been having a hard time of it lately. So happy birthday, Wayne. Let's have a good year. Gong Chi Fa Chai, Xin Yin Kuai Le.
And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the last election, Labor promised cheaper energy costs and cheaper mortgages. Instead, we have a cost of living crisis and the highest inflation in over 30 years. That's right. But the Federal Treasurer isn't worried. He's a really big thinker. Just ask him. He's written 6,000 words to prove it. He's very keen to let us know just how clever he is. He reads weighty books like Jared Diamond's Upheaval. He name-checks cool lefty economists like Mariana Mazzucato. He has fascinating conversations with the Canadian central banker Mark Carney. He quotes Greek philosophers. Jim wants us to know he's a big Labor thinker, because big Labor thinkers spend their summers writing essays for the Monthly. In case we didn't know that, he tells us, Kevin Ruddy tells us, wrote one in February 2009 and Wayne Swan in March 2012. You can pack a lot of excuses into 6,000 words. Jim has not one but 5 reasons why it's not his fault if the economy goes bad. There's war in Europe, if China recovers from COVID, recessions in the Northern Hemisphere, when and how rate rises will bite, and future natural disasters. He's got big plans. He's going to reimagine and redesign markets. It's all great stuff.
but just maybe we might be a bit more ready to believe him if he could first get on with the key bits of his day job, get the cost of living down, get energy costs down, get interest rates down and get inflation down.
Order. Just ask members to take their seats quickly and quietly. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Before I call on questions, I'd like to inform the House that seated in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery is the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins MP, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, accompanied by Her Excellency the Honourable Dame Annette King, High Commissioner for New Zealand. A very warm welcome to you both. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I add to your warm welcome of Prime Minister Hipkins? We had a very constructive meeting today. Australia and New Zealand are not just friends, we're family. And we engage in our economic relationship, which is so important. Probably the CER is the world-class example of the best free trade agreement you could possibly have. And it is indeed, on top of that as well, the migration issues we're working through, streamlining citizenship arrangements between Australia and New Zealand. We hope to conclude those matters prior to Anzac Day. We will be co-hosts of the Women's World Cup later this year. That is the third most watched event in the world after the Men's World Cup and the Olympic Games. A big deal for Australia and New Zealand. I look forward to continuing our close relationship between our countries, and I know that this is an issue as well that goes right across the chamber. We are friends, we will remain friends, and you are a very warm welcome, and thank you for giving us the honour of being your first international visit here in Australia. It says a lot.
And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Coalition, I extend a very warm welcome to Prime Minister Hipkins. Congratulate him on his election and his appointment to this position. Acknowledge also the High Commissioner, who is a very good friend of our country. We speak in a united front in relation to our relationship with our friends just across the ditch. It's a very integral part of our family, and it's more important than ever that our two countries come together to stand for the values that we fought together for over a long period of time, and the engagement that New Zealand has with many smaller nations, in particular in the Indo-Pacific. That relationship is more crucial than ever. So we look forward to the occasions where we can continue to work together, and the occasions particularly around rugby and cricket, where we can agree to disagree in a time-honoured tradition. But you're a most welcome guest here, and it's a great pleasure and honour to have you in the chamber.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. Today, a ninth interest rate rise since May is widely expected. 3 months out from the election, the Prime Minister committed to reducing costs for families and promised, in his words, Australians will be better off under a Labor government. But a rate increase today would mean the typical family is paying $1,400 more each month on their mortgage without taking into account increases in grocery and power bills. So I ask the Prime Minister, why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. Order. There's far too much noise on my left and my right. It is the first question, and I'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. And indeed, Australians, when they went to their chemist from any time from January 1, were better off. Were better off because of the reduction from $42.50 down to $30, the first reduction in 75 years.
Member for Groom.
Australians will also benefit who want to get the skills that Australia needs when they enrol in a TAFE course, because 180,000 of them will be fee-free as a result of the measures that we have put in place. Australians as well will be better off who have children in childcare as a result of the measures that will benefit some 1.2 million Australian families in July. The fact is we are acting responsibly. We are taking targeted relief to take pressure off. Cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, energy price relief, paid parental leave, fee-free TAFE, all of these measures are there. And of course, interest rates started to increase under the former government. And before the election, they said that they acknowledged that that was an inevitable consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, placing pressure on supply chains and placing pressure on inflation globally. But when it comes to supply chains, of course, there's another measure that's before this parliament, the National Reconstruction Fund, something that is placing pressure on inflation as a result of our failure to build things here, to make things here in Australia. And those opposite have turned the coalition again back into the coalition. They not only want to bring Tony Abbott back onto their Senate benches, but they want to go back to the policies where they just said no to absolutely everything. So the political party that told the car industry to leave are going to oppose a National Reconstruction Fund that the business community, that the Australian Industry Group and others are crying out for, to make us more competitive, to grow our economy, to grow jobs, because they've absolutely learnt nothing. The Leader of the Opposition this morning spoke about bad luck. Well, it wasn't bad luck to leave Australia with $1 trillion of debt. It was a bad government. And it wasn't bad luck that inflicted a decade of wage stagnation. It was bad policy, a deliberate policy from those opposite to undermine wages and to drive wages down as a key feature of their economic.
Order. When the House comes to silence, I'll hear from the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. What is the Albanese Labor government doing for the Australian manufacturing industry so that it can generate secure, well-paid jobs? And is this plan threatened by any recent developments?
We'll give the call to the order. Members on my left, the member for Hume. And the member for Groom is now warned because he's been continually interjecting within 5 minutes of question time. Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Paterson, who knows the importance of manufacturing to regional communities. I appreciate the question. Now, we went through this seismic event of the pandemic where we discovered that the things we needed most weren't there at a time we needed them. We realised we were dependent on a couple of countries for all these goods that got imported, and that we recognised our supply chains were completely dependent on them. And we thought at that point in time we as a country had learned that lesson and that we would commit to do better, because Australians recognise we have to be a country that makes things. And modern economies need strong manufacturing capability if they're going to keep going on into the long term. And manufacturing matters because it generates full-time, secure, well-paying jobs. And with all that in mind, that is why we have committed, the Albanese government has committed to one of the largest investments in Australian manufacturing capabilities in peacetime, the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund that will look at priority areas, value-added resources, value-added agriculture, looking at low-emissions technology manufacture, transport, in medical sciences and, importantly, critical technologies that will be important to give the economy edge longer term. Independently run, with an investment mandate, looking at delivering a return to the taxpayer, building capability, and not a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight. Politicians not making the call, the investment decisions made in the national interest, not in political interest. And given all that, what happens?
Members on my left, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
The coalition roars back. The coalition roars back to life. The unreconstructed Tony Abbotts, with no doubt their National Unreconstruction Fund in the wings there. There they are, wanting to say no to growing the economy, wanting to say no to growing jobs, wanting to say no to Australian manufacturing, wanting to stop that longer-term benefit that's required. And their criticisms from a bunch of people who bought you sports rorts, they bought you regional rorts, and they spent in the weeks leading into election manufacturing grants not being there, only interested in manufacturing when it manufactures a vote. That is the only time they are interested. Being lectured on transparency when they had a secret industry minister in their ranks. And they're telling us we should be transparent. I mean, please, it is a joke. We will do what's right for this country. We will make sure manufacturing is revitalised. We'll do the right thing.
There is far too much noise in the chamber. I want to hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in silence, and I'll give her the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised he would deliver a $275 cut to power prices, cheaper mortgages, cheaper groceries and government by renewal, not revolution. Instead, power prices are rising, mortgages are more expensive, inflation continues to climb, and the Treasurer's only answer is to remake capitalism. Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Members on my right, the Treasurer will cease interjecting, so will the Minister for Infrastructure. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. I thank the member for his question and for her question, and I go to. I do say this. We're not on the side of energy bosses. We're on the side of consumers and business. I do say that. When it comes to energy prices, not only do I say that, that's a direct quote from the New South Wales Treasurer when standing up supporting action to reduce the impact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the pressure that's there on inflation, when the New South Wales government, along with every other state and territory government in the country, joined with the federal government last year when we both recalled our respective parliaments to take action. And then you had to decide whose side you were on. We, unashamedly, were on the side of consumers, whether it be small business, large business for that matter, manufacturing, or whether it be consumers as well. Those opposite voted against that legislation, But I'm asked about energy policy. And of course, the energy shadow minister isn't here. He's off in Japan. Doing work. And I was wondering, I thought I might get a question from him on why he wasn't here yesterday. But Ted O'Brien has gone to Japan, and you can pick that out because Ted O'Brien goes to Japan. He's been researching his solution. And on a YouTube video that he's put up on his site, not verbling him at all, it's got this: time to talk nuclear. What can we learn from Hiroshima? What can we learn from Hiroshima?
Order. The House will come to order. Members on my left and right.
Not a complex question.
The Leader of the Nationals and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
He also visited Fukushima. So here in Australia, this government is working with state and territory governments, Labor and Liberal, to do what we can to alleviate the pressure that's on prices. And over there, the shadow minister is off on this frolic of nuclear energy, even though we know it's the most expensive form possible
the Prime Minister
for Australia.
Will pause. I'll call the leader. I'll call the member for Petrie on a point of order.
Why is it all right for the Prime Minister to fly around the world but not the shadow minister?
I'll deal with the Prime Minister. Order. The Prime Minister will just resume for one moment. Order. The House will come to order. Members on my left will cease interjecting immediately. The member for Petrie has abused the standing order. I want to be crystal clear before Christmas. I said if that happened, there would be consequences. The consequences is you'll leave the chamber under 94A. I want to be very clear with people. I will take points of relevance. They have to be within the standing orders. If they are abused, there will be immediate action. The Prime Minister has 12 seconds remaining in his answer.
There are alleviating circumstances because he has not got a question, not one question, a member of the front bench during this entire term. But nor other is the member for Aston and a number of their other front bench members as well.
Order.
They remain silent,
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. The Prime Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to ensure Australians have access to fast, reliable and affordable broadband?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lyons for his question. The Albanese government is committed to driving economic and social inclusion through fast, reliable and affordable broadband. Broadband isn't a nice-to-have, it's essential, like electricity and water. But too many Australians have a connection that's slow and unreliable. In many cases, that's a result of inferior copper infrastructure. And that's why this government is delivering a better national broadband network.
Manager of Opposition
We've delivered
Business.
$480 million for NBN's fixed wireless network upgrade, extending coverage to another 120,000 premises that are currently on satellite. And in the October budget, we committed to upgrade an additional 1.5 million premises to full fibre by the end of 2025. And importantly, over 660,000 of these premises are in regional Australia. These upgrades will create thousands of jobs for construction workers, engineers and project managers in our suburbs and our regions. But importantly, these upgrades will drive productivity. Only a few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of visiting a fantastic small business in Adelaide, Chloe's Creative Co, that's already reaping the benefits of an upgrade from copper to fibre technology. Chloe's a young mum and she's running a consultancy from home. She said her fibre upgrade is a game changer. Her uploads and downloads are faster, her connection is better quality and she's able to spend more time growing her business rather than dealing with dropouts. These, Mr Speaker, are the tangible economic dividends that come from reliable broadband, and that is what the Albanese government is delivering. But, Mr Speaker, our approach also places greater emphasis on affordability. We've reset the NBN special access undertaking process. We have reversed a proposal made under the former government that, if implemented, would have allowed broadband prices to increase by more than CPI on some products. And finally, Mr Speaker, the pandemic showed us that there were tens of thousands of families right around Australia who, for whatever reason, did not have any access to the internet. And that meant that during remote learning, children in these households were at a distinct disadvantage. And that's why last week the government launched our $4.5 million school student broadband initiative. It's an affordability measure to enable up to 30,000 unconnected families to access free broadband for 12 months, so those kids in their families are not left behind. With funding from this government in the October budget, NBN Co is partnering with state and territory education bodies, charities and community groups to identify recipients of this program. So across speed, reliability and affordability, this government is delivering a better NBN that all Australians deserve.
Give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
Health Minister, are you aware that bone marrow registration has shrunk, yet recently 300,000 private funding tripled registrations? Overseas donor tissue cheek swab programs introduced here with publicity, uni colleges, military, public service, donor age up to 40. Minister, couldn't we save 1,000 lives? Bonnie Black battles for a life in Charters Towers. 14-year-old Maggie at Cronulla. Too late for 13-year-old Missy at Malanda. 4-year-old Robbie, little sister Sophie pray to Jesus for their dad, Liam O'Brien.
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Kennedy for his question on this very important health challenge that is facing so many Australians. I also want to thank the member for, first of all, bringing this issue to my attention yesterday, but also arranging our meeting that we had together with Liam and Josephine, as Liam faces a really difficult battle against leukaemia. And Liam is not just in the fight of his life, for his life. He and Josephine have brought enormous energy and time and resources, fundraising, media appearances to draw attention to an area of healthcare that frankly has moved too slowly in this country. So I thank him for his question today and for that engagement over the last 24 hours. In his absence, I also want to acknowledge that the Chief Opposition Whip, the member for Ford, and I had a discussion about this issue in the chamber just yesterday afternoon. As the member knows, and many others will, bone marrow donations provide the stem cells that are required for stem cell transplants, some life-saving treatments today for people who are fighting leukaemia or a range of other blood cancers. It's clear to me, though, that Australia has not moved fast enough to enable more effective matching of bone marrow donors with patients like Liam and so many others that the member mentioned in his question. It's also clear to me that our bone marrow donation system in Australia is too small. There aren't enough people on the registry. It's too slow, and it's not kept up with international standards, including on things like cheek swabs and age limits on donors. We know that cheek swabs are an effective and very economical way of bringing additional donors to the registry and giving people like Liam and so many others a different, better chance at life. Used across the world, this is not a system that's yet been introduced in Australia. What isn't clear to me, though, is why Australia has moved so slowly over the past decade in particular, compared to some of the other countries that Liam and the member and Josephine mentioned to me yesterday. It seems, as unfortunately is so often the case in health policy, that part of the problem is that no single government between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories has sole responsibility or sole authority to make sure that Australia keeps pace with the rest of the world and these advances in technology. And frankly, as the member knows, as I think all members know, in cases like this, that's just not good enough. So, after my meeting with the member for Kennedy yesterday and Liam and Josephine, I'm writing right now to the Chair of Health Ministers to seek their agreement to cut through some of this jurisdictional bureaucratic red tape, to do everything we can that is to clear the way that is currently denying patients in Australia the best chance to access this life-saving technology.
Give a call to the member for Fremantle.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government taking action after a wasted decade to build a cleaner, more reliable energy future while helping Australians with cost of living pressures?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Fremantle for his question and, of course, his leadership in all matters climate and environment related over his time in this parliament. And as he knows and as the House knows, this government was elected with a mandate of rebuilding Australia's energy system after 10 years of denial and delay and dysfunction, Mr Speaker. And we did that with a view to building our energy grid to become 82% renewable by 2030, which is ambitious but achievable, and we will be world-leading when we achieve it. And of course, Mr Speaker, we've started implementing the policies to do just that. Importantly, rewiring our country, rewiring the nation, our commitment to rebuild our energy grid. And just before Christmas, the Prime Minister and I went to the Hunter Valley to join with the Premier and Energy Minister of New South Wales to announce our New South Wales commitments on rewiring the nation. $7.8 billion total of funding, which will unleash renewable investment right across New South Wales. I know the member for New England hates renewable investment, including in his electorate, but the people of New South Wales welcome it, Mr Speaker, because this will create 3,900 jobs right across New South Wales. And of course this builds on our previous commitments, the governments of Victoria and Tasmania. And in Victoria, our commitments create 2,000 jobs and, of course, importantly, Mariner Link, which will provide the second and third links between Tasmania and the mainland and will enable Tasmania to reach 200% renewables, Mr Speaker, creating 2,800 jobs in the process. We understand that emissions down and jobs up is the driving motivation of rebuilding our energy grid and unleashing that renewable investment. And of course, we're also implementing the capacity investment mechanism agreed unanimously by myself on behalf of the Commonwealth and every state and territory minister, again just before Christmas, which will unleash a minimum, conservatively, $10 billion worth of investment and 6 gigawatts of clean, dispatchable power, Mr Speaker. Now, that's very important because over the last decade we saw, as the House might recall, 4 gigawatts leave the grid and only 1 gigawatt of dispatchable energy come onto the grid, which is a big part of the challenge we are facing today. And of course, we've also abolished the member for Hume's failed underwriting new generation investment scheme and recommitted the money to a big battery program. And I was pleased to announce 8 big batteries at a cost of $179 million just before Christmas, Mr Speaker. That is what good government does. Gets on with the job. Doesn't delay, doesn't deny, doesn't dissemble, gets on with the job. That's what the Albanese government's doing, because we know that the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy. We don't need to go to Japan to make videos in Hiroshima about energy. We're getting on with the job.
Minister's time has expired. Before I call the member for Flinders, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Gretel Buata, a Commonwealth Games gold medalist with the Australian Diamonds netball team. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome. I give the call to the member for Flinders.
My question is to the Prime Minister. An elderly couple in my electorate of Flinders, Joe and Julie Saragusa, were contacted by their energy company in January and were advised they were facing an increase of over $667 on their gas bill over the next 12 months. This is the very opposite of the Prime Minister's promised $275 reduction in power prices. Why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Flinders for her question, and I say that we acknowledge that there are cost of living pressures on Australian families at the moment, which is why we don't sit back and do nothing about it, which is why we don't vote against it, which is why we come in here and we take action. We take action in the short term and in the long term, which is why we introduced the legislation and brought Parliament back last December. And I don't understand why those opposite came in here and voted against that change, including the member for Flinders.
Order.
Because as the New South Wales Premier said at the time, this is focused on putting downward pressure on household bills right across New South Wales. He said this: "We know it's a difficult time, and I think the country coming together to deal with this across party political lines shows the maturity that we have to make sure we're putting people first, not playing politics and getting to a point where households and businesses across our state are in a much better position in what will be a difficult time with rising electricity prices." Now, those opposite used to acknowledge that there was an issue with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the pressure that was placing on energy prices.
The Leader of the Nationals.
But now they don't seem to acknowledge that at all. But the business community certainly get it. The business community absolutely get it, which is why the Manufacturing Australia, the peak organ.
The Prime Minister will pause. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, it's a point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. Joe and Julie Saragusa are facing an increase of over $667 on their gas bill. What is your message for them?
Well, their order on the Order. On the point of order, I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
The point of order. It's very clear when a question is asked about using an individual as a reference, it's completely in order to talk about the policy area. Completely in order.
The question was about energy prices. The Prime Minister is being directly relevant by talking about energy prices. There was individuals mentioned in the question. He's referring to the policy, and I'll invite him to continue his answer.
Thanks. The question was about consumers and energy policy and the price. Here's what Energy Consumers Australia CEO said. We applaud and support all elements of the proposed gas market reforms. That's what they said. The Australian Industry Group said, Innes Willox, by passing legislation to enable temporary gas price caps, the parliament has taken badly needed action that will help energy users and soften the blow to Australia from events in Europe. The Business Council of Australia, Jennifer Westacott, said, it's good that state and federal governments have found a way through. Australia's energy system has been stuck in a loop for too long, and Australians are paying the long-term price of short-term action. And that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Rod Sims, ACCC, said this is inherently a sensible thing to do. And indeed it was, which is why it's absolutely extraordinary that those opposite voted for higher prices and voted against it.
Expired. Give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Treasurer. What does the Independent Reserve Bank's decision on interest rates mean for Australians?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fraser for his question and for his work in this place, particularly when it comes to the economy and economic policy, which I personally appreciate a great deal. As expected, Mr Speaker, the Independent Reserve Bank has just announced its decision to increase interest rates by another 25 basis points. That brings the cash rate to 3.35%. Now, each of these interest rate rises, which began before the election, have put extra pressure on Australians and put extra pressure on the Australian economy as well. And I think we understand in this place, certainly the Australian community understands, that the Reserve Bank makes these decisions independently, and it's not our job in this place to interfere or to second-guess their decision-making or pressure them in any way. It's our job to focus on the broader pressures that are coming at us from around the world and being felt around the kitchen tables of this country. And our plan to address this high inflation, which is causing these rising interest rates, has three main parts to it. The first is to deliver responsible cost-of-living relief in a way that doesn't add to inflation and which has an economic dividend. Think cheaper early childhood education, cheaper medicines, and also taking some of the sting out of these electricity price rises that we expect to see in our economy. The second part of our plan is obviously to deal with the issues in our supply chains and in our workforce. I commend the Minister for Industry, the Minister for Skills and Training and other ministers who are working diligently to deal with these supply chain issues which have been pushing up inflation in our economy in conjunction with the pressures coming at us from around the world. And the third part of our plan is to show spending restraint which would be unrecognisable to those opposite, Mr Speaker. And we saw that in the October budget, banking 99% of the upward revenue surge over the next 2 years. You see that in payments falling in real terms over the next 2 years. You see that in real spending being essentially flat over the forward estimates. And that approach has been endorsed by the IMF just last week, Mr Speaker. They said it's supportive. Our approach is supportive of the approach being taken by the Reserve Bank. And in reaffirming Australia's AAA credit rating recently, agencies such as Standard & Poor's, Fitch and Morningstar have all pointed to the government's spending restraint and broadly neutral fiscal stance. Mr Speaker, inflation is unacceptably high. There's no use pretending otherwise. It will hang around for longer than we'd like, but there is growing evidence that inflation is expected to have peaked in our economy and is now beginning to moderate. Our job, the responsibility that we take, is to do what we can to address these inflationary pressures in our economy and to take the pressure off Australians where we responsibly can.
Give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Nippies, a family-run food manufacturer located in my electorate, is facing a 92.5% annual increase on their energy contract. That's an increase, Prime Minister, of more than $900,000. Prime Minister, why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
Order. There is far too much. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The Assistant Treasurer will also cease interjecting, so I can hear from the Prime Minister in silence. Call the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Barker for his question about increased prices for manufacturers. And the same person who came in here in December and voted against lower prices for manufacturers. Manufacturers are getting hit by higher gas prices.
Members on my left. There is far too much noise during question time. I cannot hear a word that is being said.
And
I call the Prime Minister.
And what we did, along with state and territory governments, along with the sectors such as working with the Australian Industry Group and Australian manufacturers, along with energy consumer groups, was to come up with a plan that is being implemented for a short-term price cap on gas of $12. Now, $12
the member for Groom will leave the chamber under 94A.
96% previously of the prices being paid were under that, and the average price was around about $9.70 before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That has had a significant increase as a result of the changes.
Member Barker.
But it isn't just us saying that. This is what the Shadow Treasurer said about prices. We're facing circumstances in what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia, quote him, that were not expected and very hard to predict. These pressures are driven by extenuating circumstances. That's what the Shadow Treasurer had to say before the election about the pressure that was on as a result of global price increases, as a result of a land war in Europe and the fact that we're exposed to those international prices. Now, rather than sit back and do nothing, we acted. We acted responsibly. We brought in that legislation. And as a range of people have said, particularly in the manufacturing sector, this was the right thing to do. But those opposite voted against it. They voted against, or they're going to vote against, the National Reconstruction Fund. They were opposed to free TAFE. They were opposed to the electric vehicle discount. They opposed our climate bill. They were opposed to rewiring the nation. They opposed the Secure Jobs Bill. They opposed increasing the minimum wage.
Order.
They are defined by what they're against.
Order.
Because they never have a positive idea whatsoever, which is why opposition is an entirely appropriate title for a mob that are defined by what they're against, never by what they're for.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. Why has the Albanese Labor government ordered an independent review into disaster funding? How will this benefit the Australian community?
Call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Macquarie for that question and acknowledge the great work she's doing in her community as it continues to recover from not only bushfires but multiple flooding events. I think every Australian who was impacted by the 2019-2020 bushfires would have been alarmed at the report that they read that the New South Wales government decided disaster recovery funding based on someone's postcode, not their need. Disasters aren't colour-coded, and it would be beneficial for communities if Liberals and Nationals understood that and supported everybody. The former Morrison government showed absolute disregard and arrogance for communities who had suffered catastrophic events, people who had lost everything. We saw how the previous government determined so many of their funds based on a colour-coded spreadsheet. My experience on the ground as a mayor following a major disaster was that people needed money quickly. They needed certainty that financial assistance was coming. What they told me, and what they definitely didn't need, was competitive grant funding, which pulled communities apart instead of bringing them together when they needed it. My friend, the member for Richmond, said yesterday there was a failed support in her area. They were denied extra funding support when they needed it the most. Natural disasters and their communities shouldn't be politicised. But we've seen this course of action time and time again from those opposite. It is the reason that our Prime Minister has announced an independent review into disaster funding arrangements. It will take forward the work the government is doing with states and territories to review the jointly funded disaster recovery funding arrangements. We do not need to see another repeat of a funding program that lacks transparency and integrity, another program where dollars flow out depending on your postcode. Because this country, Australia, was built on mateship, on helping out those in need when they need it, not on who you did or didn't vote for. The Albanese government will continue to clean up the mess caused by those opposite. We will implement funding that is fair and transparent, and will make sure it goes to the people who need it when they need it.
I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Today we've seen a 9th consecutive interest rate rise, which will cause further pain for families with a mortgage. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the last time the cash rate was this high was when Labor was last in government? Why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, it's disappointing, Mr Speaker, but not especially surprising, to learn from a rare question from the Shadow Treasurer that it hasn't dawned on him that interest rates started going up on their watch. The first interest rate rise of this cycle was in May of last year, when they were still in government.
Members on my
and
left.
more than that, Mr Speaker, the worst quarter for inflation last year was the March quarter. So in a difficult year for inflation, which was 7.8% in 2022, the biggest contribution in quarterly terms was the March quarter when those opposite were in office.
Member for Deakin.
And so, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the cost of living and the additional pressure placed on Australians and on the Australian economy by higher interest rates, one of the most important things that we can do as a government is to clean up the mess that the member for Hume left of our energy markets. And question after question from those opposite, about people who are doing it tough in this community ignores a very basic fact that when we asked the parliament to help people out and make their electricity bills a bit cheaper, they voted against it.
Order. The House will come to order. Members will cease interjecting so I can hear from the member for Hume on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. Australians want to know why their interest rates always go.
That is not a point of order. Because of the member's seniority, he won't be dealt with the same way as the member for Petrie. If you want to state a point of order, you do it shortly. You do not add additional comments. I hope that is very clear to the House, and I give the call to the Treasurer.
Sometimes I wonder, Mr Speaker, if the Roads Committee have asked for their money back. Mr Speaker,
the Treasurer will get on with his answer.
To explain it to the—
Order. I'll just get the manager to resume his seat. I'll deal with this. Members on my right, I want the Treasurer just to withdraw that comment and move on with his answer.
Withdrawn, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, to explain it to the Shadow Treasurer, one of the reasons we have higher interest rates, which began before the election, is because we have an inflation challenge in our economy, which we've acknowledged and we've got a plan to address. One of the reasons we've got that inflation challenge is because the combination of the member for Hume's incompetence and Vladimir Putin's aggression in Ukraine means that we've got high and rising energy prices. And the point that I'm making about that, Mr Speaker, is that when the Parliament was given the opportunity, to look after Australians facing high energy prices as part of this inflation challenge, which is pushing up interest rates, those opposite were nowhere to be found. They were nowhere to be found. And the difference between this side of the House and that side of the House is we see cost of living pressures impacting on Australians and impacting on small business and impacting on our economy, and we do something about it. And those opposite just vote against it. If they had their way, Mr Speaker, we'd have another decade of wage suppression and wage stagnation and ordinary working people copping it in the neck. We understand this inflation problem in our economy. We understand the pressure that rising interest rates put on Australian families and the Australian economy more broadly. We've got a plan to deal with it, and part of that means cleaning up the mess that the member for Hume left us.
Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development. In addition to disaster funding arrangements, what other grant programs has the Albanese Labor government reviewed since coming to office, and why has it been necessary to do so?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member for Hasluck for a question. She understands, as do most of us in this place, that it's a privilege and a responsibility to serve here that is entrusted to us by the Australian people. It is why, frankly, it is so incredibly disappointing that we have heard revelations that the former New South Wales minister made decisions on bushfire recovery grants that meant that money was directed away from Labor-affected electorates, using Commonwealth funds.
The Minister will resume her seat. And I'd like to hear the member for Riverina. I'm trying to hear from the manager of opposition business. I'll give the call to the manager.
We have heard two successive ministers speaking about decisions of the New South Wales government. This is not the Parliament of New South Wales. This is not within their responsibility. It's not a proper area for questions.
I just want to deal with this matter. The question was about reasons of being necessary, and that is a reasonable response for the minister to cover other levels of government in her answer. I'll listen to her carefully. If she strays from that, I will bring her into order. I give the call to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And we heard that the New South Wales Nationals directed money away from Labor electorates, finding that the minister's office changed the guidelines deliberately to do so, and that in fact made decisions that had significant conflicts of interest. But let's be clear, we know that bushfires do not care about what electorate you come from. But we also know that the National Party has form when it comes to this issue. The National Party has significant form when it comes to this issue. Can I be clear? If you want to look at how the National Party has form when it comes to this issue, program after program, rort after rort after rort. We know that when it came to the Building Better Regions Fund, the grants favoured the National Party electorates. They were not awarded on the basis of merit, but on the basis of rules that were not made clear to all applicants. This included, I'm sure members of the Liberal Party will be pleased to know, funnelling $100 million away into National Party electorates against recommendations from the department that would have gone to Liberal Party seats. A lottery would have in fact been fairer. We saw it with community development grants, initially set up in 2013 to fund election commitments, as often happens. But what we then saw is suddenly popping up Pauline Hanson with novelty checks in Rockhampton, a state One Nation candidate in WA doing the same. We saw that. It was $3.2 billion of commitments, 1,400+ commitments across the country, no application rounds, no transparency, no assessment of grants. We saw female facilities and water program, the water stream as well. 41 different programs and projects announced during the election, only 21 actually went to female change rooms, in fact, including to one club that didn't actually have any women's teams playing as well. We saw it with the Regional Growth Fund. We saw it with the Community Support Infrastructure Grants, of course, the colour-coded spreadsheets. We saw it with the Drought Communities program. Time and time again, the National Party has used funds for its own political purposes. We are cleaning up the mess left by the National Party, but it shows why they should never be in charge of these portfolios ever again.
Order. The minister's time has expired. When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member. The member for Riverina is warned. The House will come to order, so I can hear from the member for Clark, and he has the call.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Productivity Commission recommends mandatory poker machine pre-commitment to address gambling addiction, and the New South Wales Crime Commission recommends the system be cashless to reduce money laundering. To that end, and to their great credit, the Tasmanian and New South Wales governments have committed to mandatory cashless pre-commitment poker machine cards. Prime Minister, this is a watershed moment. Will you seize it? Will you take the lead and drive deep reform nationally?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Clark for his question and recognise his genuine position over a long period of time in public office on these issues. Everyone in this place knows the damage the problem gambling can cause to families and to communities. Everyone knows also, tragically, that too often it's those who can least afford it are those who are impacted by it. And the stats tell the story that on a per capita basis we have higher gambling losses than any other country in the world. We know that the amount of people experiencing gambling harm has increased as well over the last decade. And as the member knows, so states have, as he said, have responsibility for these issues. So, the member raises Tasmania and New South Wales as examples. WA government has measures in place as well, very strong measures. These are decisions for state governments, but the federal government does have a role when it comes to gambling. My government is working with state governments in a cooperative fashion. The Minister for Social Services had convened the first meeting of state and territory ministers with the Commonwealth about online wagering that has been convened since 2017. It just stopped meeting, stopped considering these things for the last, most of the last 2 terms of Parliament. Together, we're working on strengthening the National Consumer Protection Framework for online gaming, which the Commonwealth does have responsibility for. We recognise that there is more work to do. In addition to that, we've supported a House of Representatives committee to conduct an inquiry into online gaming, and we'll consider the recommendations from this committee after it has reported. And certainly I look forward to working with the member for Clark and other members, not just of the committee, but of the Parliament on these issues.
Give the call to the honourable member for Parramatta.
Is to the Minister for Workplace Relations. Since passing the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act last year, how has the Albanese Labor government delivered on its commitment to get wages moving again by reinvigorating enterprise bargaining?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations and Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Parramatta for the question. It's surprising that we're able to have this conversation because we were all assured last year by Senator Cash that we were about to close down Australia. But we apparently are all still here. And when we said we would get wages moving and we said we'd get bargaining moving, it's happening. It is happening. So some changes have already taken effect with that in mind from the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. The highly politicised ABCC is no more. The gender equality and job security are now objects of the Fair Work Act. The reforms to the equal remuneration provisions, which support the Commission to order wage increases to address unequal pay and undervalued work, in particular to address the gender pay gap, are now law, fully proclaimed. Pay secrecy provisions have now been prohibited so that people can find out on new contracts whether or what they're allowed to say how much they earn. The amendments to the anti-discrimination provisions have taken effect. The provisions on the termination of enterprise agreements, where they used to just be able to go on forever, those provisions have taken effect. Making it easier to initiate bargaining has started. Dealing with errors in enterprise agreements can now be done sensibly without a mountain of red tape. And communications and materials from the Fair Work Commission, as was moved during one of the amendments, now have to be available in multiple languages. Importantly, as well as that, only last week the provisions for family and domestic violence leave became law in Australia, in what is world-leading legislation. But some of the provisions that have not yet taken effect have already had an impact, and I refer specifically to the multi-employer bargaining provisions. While the multi-employer bargaining provisions don't start for a few months, there are a number of businesses that made clear that they didn't want to be involved in multi-employer bargaining, and of course we said the likely behaviour that would happen would be single enterprise agreements would start to take off as a result of secure jobs, better pay being law. That's exactly what's happened. So Coles, for example, who had refused to bargain and had not been at the bargaining table for some time, have said that they are, quote, committed to working collaboratively throughout the process of renewing their agreements this year. That's nearly 3 years after the last enterprise agreement had nominally expired. Similarly, ANZ, after 7 years of not being at the bargaining table, are at the bargaining table again. I welcome the positive engagement from those businesses. I welcome the fact that we said we'd bring people to the table, and they are at the table negotiating and bargaining again. We said we'd get wages moving, and it's happening.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week we learned that the CFMEU donated $4.3 million to Labor. This government has already abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission in exchange. What else are the corrupt CFMEU going to get from this government for their donations?
I'm just going to ask the manager to rephrase that question, particularly with the word of corrupt involved. I'll give him another chance to rephrase the question.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week we learned the CFMEU donated $4.3 million to the Labor Party. This government has already abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission in exchange. What else are the CFMEU going to get from this government for their donor?
Yeah, just resume your seat. Order. Going to hear from the Leader of the House. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, to the reference in standing orders to references to improper motives, the question you asked for it to be rephrased. As Manager of Opposition Business, he always would have known that it was outside the standing orders when he asked it the first time. He's now, having been asked to say it a second time, is repeating the deliberate breach. And I draw it to your attention for a ruling.
Order. I'm going to give the Manager of Opposition one more time. If he pushes this, the question will be ruled out and we'll move on to the other side immediately.
My question to the Prime Minister. Last week we learned the CFMEU donated $4.3 million to the Labor Party. This government has already abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission. What else are the CFMEU going to get from this government?
Order. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting, otherwise we'll move on. The member for McEwen will cease interjecting as well. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, that preamble can only be part of the same question if it's in breach of standing orders.
Yeah. I have. Yep. On the point of order, I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
On the point of order, the offending words, on your advice, in my interpretation, were in exchange, and the word corrupt, which prefaced the word the CFMEU. The Shadow Minister took out the word "in exchange," so broke the nexus in terms of what he was trying to say in his question, and removed the word "corrupt" both on your instruction. And in that case, I don't see that. I know they're sensitive over this side, but it is not a breach of the standing orders to ask that question, particularly given the last part of the question, which is what the manager of the Leader of the House is arguing, is that what else are the CFMEU going to get from this government for their donations? I mean, that is not in breach of the standing orders.
Order. The House will come to order. I have tried to be reasonable with this. Members are entitled to ask questions. The Leader of the Opposition just demonstrated, in my opinion, why the question is out of order. I'm moving to the next question. Order. I'm calling the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for the Environment. The State of the Environment report found that nature in Australia is in a poor state and deteriorating. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to reverse this trend to protect and repair Australia's environment?
The call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Gilmore, who represents one of the most beautiful parts of Australia and does it as a fierce advocate for the environment in her electorate. Of course, our government is getting on with our goal of delivering a nature-positive Australia. A nature-positive Australia, which means protecting more of our natural environment for our kids and our grandkids to enjoy, protecting more of what's precious, repairing more of what's damaged, and managing nature better for the future. What a contrast to a decade of neglect and destruction by those opposite. We saw what was in the State of the Environment report. We saw what was in the Water for the Environment Special Account. After we came into government, those opposite kept those secret. We know they received a report from Professor Graham Samuel about our broken environment laws. They didn't act on that. And of course, one of the best things they could have done to protect the environment is act on climate change. 22 separate energy policies didn't land a single one. In contrast, we are protecting more of what is precious. We are introducing stronger laws to protect our environment. Better for nature, better for business. That's why the environment groups and business have welcomed that. We're setting up an Environment Protection Agency because we know we need a strong cop on the beat. We're working towards zero new extinctions with $250 million dedicated to that, including things like the Koala Hospital in Port Stephens in the member for Patterson's electorate. We're repairing more of what is damaged, establishing a nature repair market, restoring our urban rivers and waterways, including in Gilmore, $1.5 million for the Shoalhaven River there, blue carbon projects around Australia, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania, mangroves, seagrass meadows, salt marshes restored. Eradicating feral cats on Christmas Island. It's so recycled minister there. We're managing nature better for the future, cracking down on plastic pollution, investing in plastic recycling, as I said yesterday, doubling the number of Indigenous ranges. In the electorate of Lingiari, we're investing in Kakadu National Park, including building a new crocodile viewing platform. And we're delivering on the Murray-Darling Basin Plan after a decade of deliberate sabotage from those opposite. This is just a small taste of what this government is doing to restore nature, to deliver on our nature-positive plan after a decade of destruction from those opposite.
Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last year, when asked about the proposed giant gas drilling project off the New South Wales coast, you said, and I quote, "Absolutely, we will stop PEP 11 going ahead, full stop, exclamation mark, no question, not equivocal, no ifs, no buts." Prime Minister, can you now guarantee you will stop this vandalism off New South Wales' beautiful coastline?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the member has actually followed the court case that has just happened, because the court case that just happened has shown that the issue there was that the minister who was due to make the decision, the now member for Hinkler, was usurped by the appointment by the Prime Minister as the minister in order to make a decision over the top of the known minister in order to make a different decision, because the minister for resources that we all knew about was going to make a different decision from the secret minister for resources. That is what has occurred there. There has been legal action to ensure that the decision be made in accordance with the law. This government will make decisions in accordance with the law, and that means that the one Minister for Resources that this government has, who you all know about, will make a decision on its merits as the law requires. To do otherwise is to ensure there will be another court case. So we will follow the law as it is designated, which gives the responsibility to the Minister for Resources to make this decision.
Good job. Give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Government Services. At the recent public hearings of the Royal Commission into robo-debt, what have we learned about the inaccurate debts raised against innocent Australians?
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. That is not appropriate. Give the call to the Minister for Government Services.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I will update the House about how the Robo-Debt Royal Commission has discovered that the previous government expended almost $1 million to commission a report reviewing robo-debt in early 2017 by the former Minister for Human Services, how this report simply disappeared. Specifically, we've learned the following facts. On February 15, 2017, Pricewaterhouse was commissioned to do an independent review into robo-debt to be completed by the 30th of June. Secondly, according to AusTender, the contract allocated to Pricewaterhouse to review robo-debt was $939,244.90. It was paid. Thirdly, we've learned that engagements between Pricewaterhouse and senior DHS officers occurred more than weekly. The minutes of one of those meetings on March the 10th quote senior departmental representatives as saying, and I quote, "Political criticism has lost steam, and the Ombudsman report will say all aspects of the system are good. Further, the minister is interested in what we have to do now. What can we press accelerator on in terms of recovery?" End quote. We further learned there was a visual presentation of this review provided to the former minister in mid-May 2017. It notes that the former minister's preference was to receive slides, as he was a former consultant. We further learned that a final draft report was prepared at the end of May. It's about 93 pages long. It was dated June, and it was promised to be delivered on June the 2nd. Then, nothing. Quite literally, I report to the House that nothing happened. This draft report was never sent. Apparently, there was never any written request for it not to be sent or to be sent. It simply just disappeared. The trail went cold. $1 million was paid, but no report. So what we have, though, is the Royal Commission has now found what $1 million report looks like, and I'll table it. But no one can actually recall in the Royal Commission why the final report was never sent. $1 million of taxpayers' money and nothing. Literally nothing. Because of the Royal Commission, we've got the report, but the question which I think Australians want to know is why was the report really shelved? And I turn to the Royal Commission. They noted that whilst the draft report employed neutral language, It was actually a very damning indictment of DHS's system of debt recovery. The report said that the promises of the money to be saved were overstated. It reported the accuracy of the scheme was disastrous. It's a big shame that $1 million was spent on a report that was never tabled, but it's a bigger shame that we missed the opportunity to stop robo-debt 5 years ago.
I give the call to the member for Mallee.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Food Supply Chain Alliance states Australia is short 172,000 workers from paddock to plate, driving up food prices. Why has this government mismanaged the Pacific Labor Scheme and shelved the ag visa, making this worker shortage worse? Why does Labor repeatedly make decisions which drive up the cost of living? Why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. I thank the member for her question, and the Minister for the Pacific with responsibility will respond to this. But we went to the election with a substantial upgrade of our engagement with Pacific Islands. Whether it's defence, whether it is migration, including temporary labour coming here, but also permanent migration to assist the Pacific, whether it be assisting with skills, assisting with maritime issues. We have re-engaged with the Pacific, and unlike what occurred just before the election when the Solomons broke away and came to arrangements that were not in Australia's national interest, not only have we signed agreements with Vanuatu and agreed to an agreement with Papua New Guinea when I was the first foreign leader of any sort to address the PNG Parliament in Port Moresby just last month. We are back around the table, not abusing our Pacific Island neighbours, not making jokes about climate change, but also engaging in these migration issues. And the Minister raises the ag visa. That was a complete failure. We are a complete failure where no one came. Imagine making an announcement and nothing happens. Imagine that. That's what happened under them, and I'd ask the Minister to respond.
Well, the Minister for Defence Industry and International Development in the Pacific.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Prime Minister. This question demonstrates the gross ignorance of the National Party when it comes to the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Scheme. I was proud to announce with the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister and others last week that we actually exceeded our goal for this year of palm visa entrants. When we came to power, there were 24,000 Pacific workers under the palm scheme. We set a goal in the October budget of reaching 35,000 by 30 June this year. We reached that target in December last year, demonstrating again our commitment
the Leader of the
to
Nationals
the Pacific
will cease
and our
interjecting.
commitment to agricultural workers and spreading the scheme to other industries such as aged care. This scheme delivers $15,000 per worker to Pacific Islanders in a region where more than 1/3 of people live on $1,000 a year or less. This scheme is working for the Pacific, it's working for industry that uses this scheme, and it's working to deepen our engagement in a region vital to our national interest and stands in stark contrast to the mismanagement and irresponsibility of those opposite who abandon our relationships in that region.
This time has expired. I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the excellent Minister for Health and Aged Care. What is the government doing to strengthen Medicare, and why is this needed?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bruce for his question, because he understands acutely that it has never been harder to see a GP in Australia than it is right now, and it's never been more expensive. The average gap fee now for a standard GP consult, for the first time in the history of Medicare, is actually more than the Medicare rebate itself. And this doesn't just mean that Australians aren't getting the care that they need out in the community when and where they need it. it also means that there is huge pressure placed on our already stressed hospital emergency departments, which is why, of course, the Prime Minister and National Cabinet agreed last week to focus on health reform over the course of this year. Now, Mr Speaker, this crisis didn't just spring from thin air. This crisis is a product of deliberate decisions made by the former government. And, Mr Speaker, there is no person in Australia who bears more responsibility for the crisis in general practice than the now Leader of the Opposition, a man rightly voted by Australia's doctors as the worst health minister in the Medicare era. We remember, Mr Speaker, after promising in 2013 there would be no cuts to health, his first budget as health minister tried to slash $50 billion from hospital funding and slug every single Australian, every pensioner, every child, every concession card holder with a GP tax for every single visit to the doctor. And then, after we blocked that radical, that extremist agenda in the Senate, instead he imposed a freeze on the Medicare rebate that lasted 6 long years and cut billions and billions of dollars out of general practice. But now, once again, Mr Speaker, it falls to a new Labor government to start fixing up the mess the coalition always leaves in healthcare, to fix the vandalism to a system of universal healthcare cherished by the Australian people but has always been hated by the Liberal and National parties. Mr Speaker, we are getting on with the job of strengthening Medicare. Just last week, the Prime Minister and I were in Perth with the Western Australian Health Minister, Amber Jade Sanderson, opening expressions of interest for the 7 urgent care centres that we promised the people of Western Australia. Centres that will be delivered this year, that will be open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and will completely be free of charge, fully bulk billed. Every single state and territory government, Liberal and Labor alike, Mr Speaker, have cooperated deeply with us on this program because they understand urgent care clinics won't just make it easier and cheaper to see a doctor when people need it, it will take much-needed pressure off their hospital system. Fixing 9 years of cuts and neglect doesn't happen overnight, but this government has no higher priority than strengthening Medicare.
The call to the Prime Minister.
I'd ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can take their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. We'll move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Deakin proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's continued failure to tackle the cost of living crisis facing Australian families. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I don't think I've ever seen a more smug and self-satisfied performance from a Prime Minister when Australians are doing it hard and on a day when things have just got harder for Australians. This Prime Minister stood there at question time with a smug look on his face, telling Australians essentially that they've never had it better. Well, I'll say to the Prime Minister, he has to deliver on some of the commitments he made before the election when he promised Australians that he would reduce cost of living pressures, that he would reduce mortgages, that he would reduce energy prices. Rather, what we see from the Prime Minister now is a refusal to repeat any of those promises. Mr Speaker, we saw today mortgage interest rates rise again, and the Treasurer is very, very keen to make sure whenever he utters the word Reserve Bank, he prefaces it with the Independent Reserve Bank. Now, that doesn't stop members opposite from offering free advice to the Reserve Bank in media interviews left, right and centre. But what he refuses to repeat is that the Reserve Bank's hand is being forced by a government who's putting inflationary upward pressure into the economy. We all recall before the election the Labor Party speaking about wages and how real wages had been going down. Well, what do we think is happening now with real wages? In the quarter to December, when we saw inflation for the quarter at 1.9%, yet wages at 1%, what does that mean? That means that every single person's pay packet is going backwards in real terms under this government. We heard in question time today the last time that mortgage interest rates was this high. That was 2012. We now see mortgage interest rates today, or the cash rate, at 3.35%. And were the Prime Minister here, I would say that a few times to him, 3.35%, 3.35%, just so he could bone up on that, just so he could get that number in his head, which he was clearly unable to do in the middle of the election. But what is the common denominator between the mortgage interest rates we saw in 2012 and the mortgage interest rates we see today? Well, of course, it's the tough luck of the Labor Party. You know, the Labor Party who just stumble upon this terrible luck every time they're in government and the economy suffers. It's just terrible luck. But the other thing in common was that in 2012, guess who the Chief of Staff to the great Wayne Swan was? It was the member for Rankin. The member for Rankin. And over the years, I've often referred to the member for Rankin as Wayne Swan's brain, and he always took it as a compliment, but I didn't mean it as a compliment. But he is the man now who is putting upward pressure, inflationary pressure into the economy that's forcing the hand of the Reserve Bank. And what are we going to see? Well, we know we're going to see approximately 800,000 households who will not just see one interest rate rise. They're not sitting there today doing the sums, doing the maths on what a 0.25% rise will do. There'll be 800,000 households who will see a jump from their fixed rates, in many cases below 2% interest rates, to now prevailing headline interest rates of around 6 or 6.5%, and if not higher. So these people will not be sadly seeing one interest rate rise increase overnight. When their mortgages mature, and 800,000 of them will mature this year, they will see every single one of the 9 interest rate rises to date increase their mortgage overnight. And what's the answer from the government? What's the answer from the Prime Minister? Well, the Prime Minister keeps talking about reconvening the parliament before Christmas on his gas plan. Now, what have we seen since then? I mean, the Prime Minister talks about that being a great achievement. Well, I received a letter into my electorate office just today, so apologies that I'm reading it from my phone. This letter had some even worse news for this person, who not only is now looking at how they're going to meet increased mortgage rates, but it was a letter from Origin Energy. And the letter says, "Hello. On the 1st of February, your natural gas rates are going up. We understand this isn't the news you want to hear, and we're here to help if you need. We estimate that the new rates would cost you $602.74 more, and this is just based on an estimate of your last 12 months of use." So the Prime Minister 97 times before the election promised to deliver $275 reductions to people just like that constituent, and yet since the election, how many times has he mentioned the words 275, let alone the promise? Now, I put the task out to all of those in the chamber. Do a search of Hansard. How many times has the Prime Minister reiterated his promise that he made 97 times before the election that he would deliver $275 reductions in energy prices? He's mentioned it 0 times. He refuses to mention it again. Now, he obviously thinks that the Australian people will just ignore or pretend that he made those promises 97 times. He's fumbled around a couple of times with some fairly flimsy alibis. One alibi that he seems to be throwing out there in order to alleviate his responsibility for those promises was the illegal Russian invasion of the Ukraine. But he forgot that he'd actually made the promise about 30 times after the invasion. After the invasion. So I assume that those on the other side will be scrambling around to try and work out what the next alibi could be for that promise. But what we know is that the government has no plan to deliver on that promise. They've got no plan to put downward pressure, downward inflationary pressures into the economy, to take pressure off the sad decisions that are being made at the moment to increase the cash rate. And so what happens? Millions of Australians will suffer. Millions of Australians will suffer. And what do we get from those in the government? It's just the bad luck of the Labor Party. Every time we come to government, things happen. Well, can I say to those in the government, you're elected to do a job, and when difficult times come, governments are there to make decisions to make the lives of Australians easier.
Why are you making it worse?
I can say that as being a minister in the former government when the pandemic hit. And rather than run around this building saying, woe is me, the pandemic is making life harder for Australians, isn't that bad luck for us? We took decisions to make Australians' life better through a very difficult time. In my portfolios in that government, we saved 500,000 jobs in the residential construction industry. We didn't say, woe is me, isn't it all just very, very bad news and tough luck for the government? No, you make decisions to make life easier. So what we're seeing here from the government, from a Prime Minister, to be frank, who I think has the worst economic credentials of any Prime Minister that we've ever seen. And there's a few doozies on the Labor side over the years, I have to say. But this is a man who didn't know the cash rate on the first day of the election campaign. He didn't know the cash rate on the first day of the election campaign. I mean, again, I know that those opposite don't want to remember that. But he did not know a fundamental figure that, to be frank, most people walking down the street would know. Certainly anybody with a mortgage would know.
That's right.
Now, I think that also betrays another aspect to this very smug and self-satisfied Prime Minister. I'm sure in the dinner parties that he attends, the celebrities that he hangs out with,
Tony Jones, he came over.
Those who accompanied him to the tennis 3 nights in a row. I mean, on that, Madam Deputy Speaker, look, all Prime Ministers attend the tennis, but 3 nights in a row. He looked very relaxed. He did not look like a man who was sitting there trying to work out a plan to help alleviate the cost of living pressures hitting Australians. On this side of the House, we'll stand up for those people. They are who we represent, they are who we will support, and that is what the government must do in this very
and I give
difficult...
the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the chutzpah are those opposite to come in and talk to this parliament about the cost of living. Those opposite who spent nearly a decade in office under a government whose deliberate design feature was to place downward pressures on the wages of Australians. Those opposite who in government ran a rolling energy crisis with 22 failed energy policies driving upward pressure on bills. Those opposite who hid power price rises from the Australian people until after the election. Those opposite whose budgets included sports rorts, car park rorts, Leppington Triangle, who ran a veritable rortocracy, putting so much ill-considered money into the system as to have an adverse impact on the decisions of the Reserve Bank. Since we've come to office, we've seen 234,000 jobs created, the best record of an incoming government since records began. We've seen the strongest wage growth in the period since we've come to office than has been seen in Australia in a decade. And I have to say, Deputy Speaker, the chutzpah is pretty extraordinary
given that the mover of this matter of public importance himself said, when interest rates began to rise, when his government was in office, that the rise had to happen. The member for Deakin said, quote, "I think households are in a position where they've prepared for it." That cash rate, he said, quote, "wasn't going to last forever." We on this side of the House have a plan to support cost of living, and I want to run through today 10 ways in which we're doing that. First of all, we've successfully argued for a minimum wage increase and argued for a pay rise for aged care workers. One of the first things we did, the first cabinet submission of the Albanese government, was to support an increase in the minimum wage. The coalition cautioned against it. They wouldn't back in $1 an hour pay increase for the lowest paid workers. We've also supported an increase in the pay of aged care workers at the Fair Work Commission, leading to an interim decision pushing up minimum wages for aged care workers on a range of awards by at least 15%. Secondly, we've passed legislation to get wages moving again. Opposed by those opposite, our Secure Jobs Better Pay legislation built a modern bargaining system that will drive productivity growth and ensure growth is inclusive. And yet every single coalition member and senator voted against action, with Senator Cash in the other place saying it would close down Australia. And later this year, as the Industrial Relations Minister has pointed out, we'll be moving legislation to ban wage theft. If you're serious about cost of living, you should be serious about banning wage theft. Thirdly, we've legislated cheaper childcare and expanded paid parental leave. The members listening, the general public listening to this, will remember that terrific moment in 2019 when Labor announced our childcare policy and the coalition minister responsible, the member for Wannon, said it was communism. Apparently, better childcare for Australian families is communism. And yet, in a few short months, where there will be 96% of Australian families with kids in care will have access to more affordable early childhood and care, a direct measure, cost of living relief measure which will benefit those families. And we've boosted paid parental leave from 18 to 26 weeks. Again, the biggest increase in that program since it was created by the former Labor government in 2011. For those families receiving childcare benefits, receiving paid parental leave, this goes directly to cost of living. Fourth, we've legislated cheaper medicines, making medicines listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme almost 30% cheaper for every Australian, lifting the income limits on the Seniors Health Card by over 50%, making medicines cheaper for tens of thousands of older Australians. A stunt by those opposite in the Senate delayed our support for older Australians by almost a full month, delaying cost of living relief when it was needed most. Fifth, we've legislated emissions reduction targets and invested in cleaner and cheaper energy. Our action to lock in emissions reduction targets is going to transform the economy over the long term. More than 3 million Australian households have solar PV on their roofs. They understand the direct cost of living benefits because, as the Minister for Climate Change has pointed out, the sun and the wind don't send a bill. Australians are taking up electric vehicles in droves. We cut taxes on electric vehicles, and those opposite voted against, another cost of living measure that they refused to back. They are the party who said electric vehicles would end the weekend, failing to realise that if you drive 100 kilometres in a petrol vehicle, you pay an average $14, in an electric vehicle $4. They have the shadow treasurer who is the Don Quixote of Australian politics, a man who made his name tilting at windmills, who is campaigning against renewable energy and who did more than anyone else under the former government to prevent serious action on climate change and to prevent the benefits from cost of living that flow from cheaper renewable energies. Sixth, we've invested in fee-free TAFE and more university places. So for those who want to get more education, we're making it easier for them to do so. We've created 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vocational education and training places just this year, upgrading TAFE facilities and infrastructure. allowing more Australians to go to university where they'll earn higher wages, which is of course critical to a cost of living challenge. We handed down a budget that delivered responsible cost of living relief. I heard the member for Deakin claiming that Labor's budget put upward pressure on interest rates. In fact, it did the very opposite. The budget brought down by the Treasurer in October had payments falling in real terms over the next 2 years. The October budget returned 99% of upgrades to the budget over the next 2 years. The average for the previous government was 40%. The average for the Howard government was 30%. Eighth, we're focusing on competition reforms because we recognise that a government that is on the side of consumers is going to place downward pressure on prices. We've banned unfair contract terms. We've raised the penalties for breaking competition laws. We've put in place a motor vehicle data access scheme that will reduce the cost for Australians of repairing their vehicles. Our competition reforms, which will go on to look in other sectors and other provisions, will ensure that Australians pay less than they otherwise would have done, because a more dynamic economy, a more competitive economy, is absolutely critical to cost of living for Australians. Ninth, we took action to limit gas prices, putting in place a temporary $12 a gigajoule price cap for 12 months and a mandatory code of conduct for the wholesale gas market. Those opposite wouldn't support that, and they wouldn't support our targeted energy bill relief for households and businesses, up to $1.5 billion in targeted bill relief in partnership with the states and territories. They did nothing while they were in office to deal with the crisis that Australians are facing. We in government don't believe that Australians should be paying wartime gas prices, that we should see manufacturing go to the wall simply because of the inaction of a government. That's why we acted on these critical reforms. $12 a gigajoule price cap is entirely reasonable. It's a price cap that is above where 96% of the contracts were concluded before war in Ukraine. And 10th, we're working on energy bill assistance with the states, partnering with them and covering the cost of states that cap the price of coal, as New South Wales and Queensland have done at $125 a tonne. And now I've covered 10 of the ways in which we're dealing with cost of living challenges in Australia, but there's many more points you could have made. The Prime Minister in question time noted the importance of our National Reconstruction Fund for dealing with supply chain blockages, which in turn put downward pressure on prices. And yet those opposite won't support the National Reconstruction Fund. The Leader of the Opposition claimed today to be the party of families, of small businesses and of the Australian working class. But what party of families would vote against direct energy bill relief? What party of small business would be happy to see Aussie manufacturers hit the wall because they're paying wartime gas prices? What kind of party for the working class would vote against a reconstruction fund that's about creating new, well-paying, high-wage, blue-collar jobs? The fact is the Leader of the Opposition is the leader of the leftovers, with no answers for the cost of living issues that this government is acting on.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Fenner is not a bad chap, but I do not like being lectured to by somebody who only has a capital city intent, comes to this place with just wanting to push his capital city barrow, and country people do not like that either. And when he talks about the issues that he raised in his matter of public importance, there was no discussion about regional Australia. There was no thought to how tough people in regional Australia were doing, and dare I say there are truly people in Fenner too, well paid as they might be and higher paid, and good luck to them, than the average electorate in country Australia. But the fact is they are doing it tough in country Australia. They are doing it tough in the regions. And this government has a continued failure to address those issues. And what we've heard from this government in the 8 or so months that they've been in are such things as who's going to appear on the $5 note, whether we're going to have an Indigenous voice to Parliament. And I recognise this is an important issue. I'm glad the member for Lingiari is here, and I acknowledge the representation that she does for that fine electorate, which would not have been an electorate but for the person standing right here at the dispatch box, I have to say, because I know what regional representation is about, and I know how tough it is for regional Australians to perhaps even sometimes see their member. And I heard the member for Fenner talking about electric cars and capacity, about 100 kilometres, which was cheaper, electric or petrol. I mean, in some instances, the cars that he wants us to drive only go 100 kilometres. But in regional Australia, that's just a trip to the shops for some. That's just a trip to the doctors for some. And what he doesn't realise, I heard him talking about tilting at windmills. Well, we've got quite a few windmills in the member for Hume's electorate. I wonder how many windmills creating energy are in the member for Fenner's electorate. See, it's easy to come to this place and lecture everybody when your own electorate, which is all of 238 square kilometres, doesn't have the capacity to create the energy, to create the food, to create the fibre. And it's all well and good to represent those people, public servants as they are, and no doubt fine citizens of Australia. But don't come into this place and start lecturing us about addressing the issues that you should be addressing, and that is cost of living. And it is true, the cost of living has gone up since Labor took office. And we hear all the time of those opposite railing against the debt, and we hear them articulating this figure which just isn't true. It's nowhere near, anywhere near true. There's not $1 trillion of debt. It's nowhere near that. And they say, what did we get for the debt that we're in? I'll tell you what we got for the debt that we are in, and we're in debt. We got 55,000 Australian lives saved because of the measures that we put in place, through COVID-19. I sometimes think those opposite forgot about the fact that we were in a global pandemic, the fact that this was a worldwide virus. And none of those members opposite were in those meetings when we were being told by the Chief of Defence, being told by the Chief Medical Officer how drastic this was. This was a health crisis. This was a national security concern, and we addressed those issues, and we addressed them superbly to the point where we actually did save lives and hundreds of thousands of jobs and many, many businesses. We kept the doors of business. We kept the economy going. And indeed, the member for Fenner talks about the jobs and what's been created since Labor took office. That's because of the good policies, the good position that were there when they did take office in May last year. And indeed, 1.1 million jobs created since the pandemic hit. And I remember when James Quane lost his life on March 1, 2020, it was awful. Awful for his family, awful for the crisis that was about to confront the country. And yet, despite that, when during COVID there was tax relief for 11.5 million Australians benefiting from the coalition policies, 700,000 jobs saved. I mean, 71.3% of trade and exports covered by free trade agreements, and when we came to office it was in the 20% mark. What we did was we made sure we put the economic parameters in place so that this nation could be its best self, so that this nation could succeed. What this government now needs to do is address the cost of living pressures on Australians, on first home buyers, on families struggling to make ends meet.
Thank you. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to start by pointing out to the member for Riverina that the 10 reforms that the member for Fenner spoke about in his speech, which this government has introduced, which address the cost of living, apply to the regions too. So when you start by having a personal crack at the member for Fenner, who represents a city seat, the really is undermined a bit by the fact that the 10 reforms that he spoke about are regional city blind. They affect everyone and they benefit everyone, because we are a government that is here to represent everyone, no matter where they live, no matter what their background is, no matter who they are. Right? And we don't have to say the word regional in order for our policies to benefit people that live in the regions. The other point I wanted to start with is that, yes, there were a number of measures put in place by this parliament during COVID-19 that went to saving lives, saving businesses, protecting people's wages. What is often forgotten when members of the now opposition talk about that is the role that the Labor Party in opposition played in a constructive and consistent way to support those measures through the parliament, in fact to advocate for a number of those measures constructively and positively for quite a period, for them then to be adopted by the then Prime Minister and the then government. And we worked in the national interest in a time of crisis and put petty politics aside in order to work for the benefit of the country as part of this parliament. Because you know what? When you come into this place and you're a member of a political party and a representative of your electorate, you can decide, do you want to be here to be a builder or do you want to be here to be a wrecker? Do you want to be here to make a difference, whether you're in government or opposition, or do you want to be here to be a roadblock to your political enemies? Do you want to be part of investing in the future, or do you want to be here to simply play petty political games and point score and get on the daily news cycle? When you're the leader of the opposition and when you're in the party rooms of the coalition that make up this opposition, you can decide, do you want to support national reconstruction? Do you want to be part of the solution going forward from the crisis and the difficult times that we've been through and we are still going through? Do you want to support existing and new industries? Do you want to support the creation of jobs? Do you want to support economic recovery and growth in our local communities, in our regions and across the country? Or do you want to score petty political points and try to win the argument or the news cycle of the day? What are we here for in this parliament? Do you want to be not just the opposition, but stubbornly and short-sightedly oppositional at all times? Is that the sort of opposition and political party that people on that side of the chamber want to be part of? We have a cost of living crisis. We know we do. And everyone in this chamber knows that there are a raft of contributing factors to that. And everyone in this chamber knows that people who live in the inner city, the outer suburbs like my community in Dunkley, the regions and remote communities are feeling the impact of that cost of living crisis. And everyone in this chamber, in their honest moments, will know that the 10 policy reforms and pieces of legislation that the member for Fenner referred to in his speech all go to dealing with aspects of that cost of living crisis. But there is no magic silver bullet. It is doing yourselves, this parliament and the country a disservice to stand up in a debate and pretend that there is something that can be done within the next 24, 48, however many hours that will untangle the complex cost of living and inflationary crisis that we're in. But you can choose to be part of the solution if you want to.
Thank you. Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every time we have a Labor government, cost of living goes up, and the Australian public have to pay the price. This is, and how it's always been, this is a reality. Deputy Speaker, there are plenty of people in my electorate of Dawson who are wondering why this government is continuing to fail to tackle the cost of living crisis. Labor has been exposed without a plan, without solutions, and this is hurting Australians. Labor has been exposed for not standing by their word and breaking promises. The people of Australia were promised a $275 power bill reduction. This was not a slip of the tongue. This promise was repeated all over the country 97 times. We were promised we would be better off under Labor, but under Labor,
We have seen unaffordable rises in interest rates, skyrocketing power prices, exorbitant insurance premiums and huge increases in food and fuel costs. Deputy Speaker, I've recently run a cost of living survey in my electorate. Thousands of constituents took part in this survey. 98% of the people who took this survey said rising costs of fuel, groceries, energy and interest rates are creating huge amounts of stress for themselves and their families. A constituent from Bowen, who has a 400-kilometre round trip from Bowen to Townsville for regular medical attention, is struggling with extra fuel costs, leaving him short of money each week for necessary expenses. A pensioner in Townsville can't afford to run their air conditioner with the rising energy costs. Anyone who's been to my electorate knows how hard it is to live without air conditioning in our sweltering heat. A constituent from East Mackay contacted my office advising they have just received their insurance premium renewal. Their premium has doubled, going from $3,000 to $6,000 in 12 months. This has been forced them to be now uninsured. A diabetic living in Mackay came to my office just last week complaining about the cost of fruit and vegetables and how this is causing him financial stress. A family of 7 in my electorate recently told me that they are now spending $600 to $800 per week on groceries. They have said that this is not sustainable and are unsure what their future holds. A pensioner in Mount Ossa, whose beloved wife is in a nursing home in Mackay, can't visit her now each day and has now had to cut that back to every second day so he can afford to eat. How is this happening in Australia, the lucky country? Not only are we facing costs, not only are we facing the cost of living crisis, this Labor government has also made significant funding cuts to the regions. Labor has cut our road infrastructure funding, our mobile phone black spot funding. They've cut funding to mental health services. The Building Better Regions Fund, gone. They've cut our black spot funding. Veteran support has been axed, and water infrastructure funding has all dried up. The Treasurer had an opportunity to provide relief for this cost of living debacle in October when he delivered his first budget. Instead, he delivered a grim forecast. He warned Australians to expect soaring energy bills in the future. And remember that $275 reduction in our power bills? It's still nowhere to be seen. Australians deserve a government who are on our side, not one who breaks promises and rips funding out of where it is needed. Australians deserve and need a government with a solid economic plan and not one for just now. Running this country is not a spectator sport. This Labor government is big on commentary and there is no action. I am urging the Labor government to start taking care of our cost of living crisis seriously and start listening to Australians. Thank you for your support.
Member for Parramatta.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the mover of this motion, the member for Deakin, gave a speech that was long on bombast but short on insight. There was a lot of drivel about the tennis and the last election, lots of attempts at political point scoring, and in amongst all that haze, it was difficult to see the point he was trying to make. It seemed to be, Speaker, that he was trying to suggest that the interest rate rise that we saw today and rising inflation were caused by the government. Speaker, what an erroneous claim. He didn't even bother to give any reasons behind making that claim. In a long speech, he didn't give a single causal explanation for how this government is contributing to rising interest rates and rising inflation. So let's look at the evidence. Is it fiscal policy that's causing rising interest rates and rising inflation? Through the government's budget, have we made a contribution to either of those areas? And the answer is clearly no. This budget was remarkably prudent. This is a budget that banked 99% of savings, and that is more than the previous coalition's budget, which only banked 40% of savings, and more than the Howard government, which banked just 30% of savings. In this government, real spending is essentially flat over the forward estimates. And in affirming Australia's AAA rating, the agencies have all made mention of Australia's fiscal policy, which is helping to put downward pressure on inflation and interest rates. The IMF said that our budget approach will help support monetary policy in holding back excess demand. So it takes great chutzpah, Speaker, from this side of the House to claim that fiscal policy is contributing to inflation, when our approach is prudent and their approach added $1 trillion of debt to the Australian balance sheet. Speaker, rather than play politics with the cost of living, let's remember that this is an issue which is having a deep impact on people right across Australia. Last week I visited Parramatta Mission and heard about how the cost of living crisis is impacting Parramatta's most disadvantaged and vulnerable residents. Parramatta Mission provides food, shelter and services 7 days a week to people who need it most. And this is where the cost of living crisis is most acute. It's where the pain is being felt the most. And I learned last week that Parramatta Mission's daily meals program saw an increased uptake of 144% over the last year, up from 4,200 to 6,100. And food parcel uptake doubled, from just above 5,000 to nearly 11,000. Referrals to Uniting Outreach Services for people in crisis or experiencing housing increased by 204%. And Centrelink referrals went up by 728%. This is the front line of the cost of living crisis in Australia, and it reflects a situation being faced by many people across our country. Around a third of the people who are getting help from Parramatta Mission are homeless or in insecure housing. But more than 2/3 of people seeking help are in housing, but the problem is their bills are too high for them to afford essentials. Rental costs are rising at the fastest pace on record in many suburbs, up 14% in North Parramatta, 11% in Pendle Hill. In Maryland, in my electorate, Speaker, 40% of the population are living in rental stress. That means they're spending more than 30% of their income on rental costs. And these are issues being faced not just in Australia but around the world. And that's why the government has clear plans to address inflation and assist Australians with the cost of living. That plan involves helping getting wages moving in this country. That's why the government increased the minimum wage, helping 2.7 million Australians. That's why we delivered the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining. And that's why we've been delivering responsible cost of living relief, including cheaper childcare that will help around 9,000 families in Parramatta, expanding paid parental leave to 6 months, providing cheaper medicines, providing more affordable housing, direct energy bill relief, lifting the pension in line with inflation and building more affordable homes. Deputy Speaker, the government has a clear plan to address the cost of living, a problem we inherited but a problem that we're dealing with.
Thank you. Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just quickly to the member of Parramatta did mention some of the struggles that his electorate has, and I know every member, myself included, could share stories of the struggles that we have, and it's acknowledged that we have a cost of living crisis. As the member for Dunkley said, and I caught the end of her speech, and I agree, there is no silver bullet, and this is a complicated matter that takes a lot of challenges and a lot of ways to it. But I would note that during the campaign, the then opposition leader did offer quite a lot of snapshots and quick bites on how he could fix this solution. So it's definitely challenging. Maybe the opposition leader at the time had expressed a bit more circumspect in the challenges, we might be in a different place. But also the member for Parramatta did mention the IMF, which he talked about the budget. What he failed to talk about in that place, and failed to talk about how the government can have a role, is he happened to miss the off-budget spending. Now, that's a nice little trick that governments like to use Off-budget spending, as it says, doesn't go into the budget. But the IMF today talked about the challenges, and economists talked about the challenges of off-budget spending and how that will increase inflation and put pressure on everyday Australians. $36.5 billion in extra borrowing this government has already committed to in off-budget spending, and that will have a direct impact on inflation. So while it's very easy for the Treasurer and for the member of Parramatta to talk about the headline numbers in that budget, they always fail to mention that off-budget spending that does contribute to inflation. And the member for Parramatta, much like the Treasurer and the Prime Minister, also use that favourite line of theirs, that $1 trillion of debt that they inherited. We've heard it a lot. It's working because we all see it on social media, so well done to the Treasurer and his team for their political spin. Thought I might check that number because it did seem rather high to me, that $1 trillion that they've inherited, so I was shocked. So I went to that very reliable source. I went to that very reliable source of the ABC fact check, very independent ABC fact check, and they found themselves that when the coalition, and I'm quoting here, when the coalition left office in May of 2022, net debt stood at $517 billion. $517 billion, a long way from $1 trillion. And that's before we talk about the debt that the former government inherited from previous governments. Just on pure facts, and I'm not going to talk about that, because the pure facts are it's $517 billion, a long way from $1 trillion. And once again, this is the pattern that is emerging from the Treasurer. And it's not surprising. He is a doctor in political science, so he's well experienced at political spin, and he's clearly setting the Australian people up. It's at $517 billion. And now he wants to talk about a trillion so he can continue to drive spending up. He can continue to spend more and put pressure on inflation. And that is what this government can control. It can spend responsibly, it can spend less, it can start to take the debt down. And it's true this government does not have a plan. 8 months in, every time they're asked, the Prime Minister talks about the same 2 or 3 talking points. But it's not surprising that we've got a Prime Minister that doesn't have a plan for the economy. We've got a Prime Minister that doesn't know the cash rate. We've got a Prime Minister that doesn't know the employment rate. And just yesterday in question time, the Prime Minister was asked a very important question. How many Australians are coming off a fixed loan this year? It's a really important question because that is going to impact a lot of Australians. And every rate rise, 9 in a row we've seen, those people that come off that fixed rate this year will be feeling that the hardest. So it's a pretty important economic indicator at this time. We heard for about 2.5 minutes the Prime Minister not be able to answer. He did answer at the end, but for those that probably couldn't see it at home, there was a standing order. He did need to sit down, and his faithful Treasurer was there to pass him the numbers. We've got a Prime Minister that doesn't understand the economy, can't remember basic numbers, and that's why this government has no plan for the cost of living.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Think that cost of living.
I'll just get broadcasting to. I've given the call to member for Fremantle. The mic appears not to be working. We're good to go now. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, it tells us a lot. It tells the Australian people a lot about those opposite, that they think that cost of living pressures began with the inflation circumstances that the world has experienced since the war in Ukraine started last year. It tells you a lot about those opposite, that they think that all of us should engage in some exercise in collective amnesia and put aside the 9 years that they were in government. Because the Australian people right now are looking at 2 stories. There's a 9-year story, which was the government of those opposite, and there's an 8-month story, which is the Albanese Labor government to date. We know, all of us in this place know, that there are cost of living pressures. We know what that means for Australian households and Australian businesses. When it comes to Australian households, we know particularly what it means for low-income households, for young people, for people on the minimum wage, for people who rely on the age and disability pension, for people in rural and regional Australia. We know what it means. It means some very, very difficult choices. There are some households where the choices are in that discretionary space. There are some households where it really is about essentials. There are people in this country who are going to the pharmacist, and instead of getting the 4 medicines that they've been prescribed, they're thinking about which 3 of the 4 medicines they can afford. And that is a terrible thing. And this government has responded to that particular kind of circumstance by delivering the largest decrease in the maximum cost of PBS medicines in Australia's history. That's what this government has done. The cost of living pressures that are the foundation of the circumstances people experience right now include, of course, 10 years of stagnant and falling real wages that they did nothing about, that in fact was a deliberate design feature of their approach to the economy. It includes what the Health Minister said in question time amounted to the gutting of the universal public health system in this country. 6 years of Medicare freezes. Since the turn of the century, the maximum PBS medicine doubled, and half of that was under them. So those are the kinds of things that Australian households have experienced with no relief for 9 years under those opposite. We've been in government for 8 months, and we know there is a cost of living crisis that is putting Australian households and businesses under enormous pressure. So what have we done? We've increased the minimum wage. We've changed bargaining conditions under the Secure Work Better Pay laws that they opposed, so that people can actually get a fair share of the productivity and the profits that their labour contributes to. At the end of 2021 and in early 2022, after 9 years of those opposite being in charge, wages as a share of the economy had fallen to the lowest proportion of the economy as a whole in history, in the record books, and profits were at the highest share of national income in the record books. That's what they delivered for this country, and that's what Australian households have experienced from the coalition, which is now in opposition, of course, the no-alition. We've taken a very different approach. We know that cost of living pressures are real. We know that the Australian people expect their government to take a focused and stable and competent day-in, day-out approach to tackling those issues, and that's what we've done. We've done it with wages, we've done it with medicines, we'll do it with childcare, we're doing it with expanded access to parental leave arrangements, we're doing it with energy, we've done it with a cap on the wholesale cost of gas. We've done it in all of those areas in 8 months, and that contrasts starkly with 9 years of those opposite. 9 years of stagnant wages, 9 years of rising health costs, 9 years of rising education costs, 9 years of cost in pretty much every category that you can possibly think of. And yet they now expect the Australian people to forget altogether those 9 years, to go through the sort of the Men in Black magical device exercise and indulge in the collective amnesia that would see all of that neglect, all of that dishonesty, all of that incompetence, all of that mismanagement put aside so that they can indulge in the same old scare campaigns, the same old blame campaigns, the same kind of negative politics that has characterised them in all of the 21st century. Well, they're getting something different from the Albanese Labor government. It's what the people in Australia should expect from government, and it's what they're going to get from us.
Thank you. Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I do appreciate and have great respect for the member who has just spoken, and he knows that. My only concern here is that government's hard, which the government members are now about to find out. It's never easy when you come into the government of this nation, especially in very difficult times. Nobody doubts in this House that these are difficult times, especially difficult times for families who are struggling with the cost of living. I'm probably unusual in this House, Deputy Speaker. I don't know how many others own their own car and pay for their own fuel. but I own my own car and I pay for my own fuel, for good reason, because I was sick of people tracking everything that I did through my service station results and accounts. And it may be a 5-year-old Territory or 7-year-old Territory, but it's a lovely car, very hard to replace, and it's Australian-made. But, of course, I've noticed that my fuel bill has doubled. And I'm not on my own. I just can't imagine what it's like for a family in my electorate, because the Monash electorate is a large regional electorate, not compared to the member for Gippsland or the Western Australians, but it's a large electorate. And of course, my people, my constituents, have to travel. They travel for work, they travel for healthcare, they travel for aged care visitation. They travel to take their kids to school. So fuel is a very large component of their outlays in any given week, month, year. And because of that, they're constrained in a number of ways. This is the first time in the last 10 to 15 years this generation of people have understood that interest rates don't only go down and stay down, they go up. And when they go up, it hurts. And from my reading today, it says that average families with a $750,000 mortgage, which was unheard of in my day, but that's what it is today, so I read in the papers as they explain where we're at, they have had an increase in their actual outlays of $1,400 per month. So in any household, that's an increase of $1,400 per month, an increase. So in any household, they have high fuel bills, they have higher home loan repayments, and I read here that about 50% of people are about to go from their fixed-rate mortgage into their non-fixed rate mortgage, which will give, that's about 40% of people will roll over into non-fixed mortgages. So they then too are under pressure, knowing what's coming for them over this next 6 months as they roll over into a higher interest rate that they will have to pay. Then on top of that, I don't know whether you've had a look at the price of dog food recently. Well, you may laugh, but families actually have dogs. And they love their animals. And they spend a lot of money on feeding them and looking after them. The price of dog food has gone through the roof. It's only one component of what goes in their grocery basket. And if you look at fruit and veg that have gone up 23%, and other bags of a basket load of shopping that has increased overall by 19%, you've now got three configurations. You've got price on fuel, insurance has gone up, if you'll notice any of your premiums coming through. You'll notice that the cost of schooling has gone up, and the cost of daily living in every household has gone up. Governments are hard because they expect government to look after their health and well-being. And this government, this new government, Labor government, has a responsibility to the people of Australia to do everything they can without laughing about dog food, without laughing about the cost to households, because what will happen in this House, you will learn not to laugh when people are under pressure. You will learn not to laugh. You will learn not to laugh at families. And if I don't get a rise from you, it means this speech hasn't been worth giving. So thank you. Thank you for mocking. And I think the time for this debate has
expired, and I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I proudly represent my community in Pearce, which is a large and fast-growing electorate, one of the fastest-growing in Australia. Pearce has many young families, 8 babies a day born to our residents, a very high youth population, our wonderful seniors, grandparents raising grandchildren. And the reason I provide this information is to advise that I understand and know my communities. I listen to them. I represent them well. I know what we need to do in advocacy. And in order to do that, you have to listen. I've just listened to the member for Monash speaking about dogs and families, and nearly every household has a dog or a cat or a bird. We understand that, but that's all talk. What we're looking at with the Albanese government is action. Actions speak much louder than words. Local families tell me that they feel the financial pressures of life, understandably so. I don't turn round and say to them the Albanese government has inherited $1 trillion of debt with nothing to show for it. What's the point in that? That's a fact. What they want to hear is what we're doing about it. And what is heartening to hear from our residents is that they are extremely grateful for the cost of living relief that the Albanese government is providing for them. This is a very clear message that we are doing our job. The Albanese government is a listening government. We understand and we are taking action. One member of our community was so very grateful for the affordable medicines legislation and now having cheaper medicines that she was overwhelmed when thanking me and our government for providing such a welcome measure to make her and her family's life easier financially. As a government, that is just one of the numerous measures that we are putting in place to help and support Australian families. Quite simply, the Albanese government cares about making life better for everybody. We certainly understand that the cost of living is rising and hitting a lot of Australians hard after decades under the previous government of neglect. Just as it was throughout 2022, inflation is a defining economic challenges of 2023, not something that we've just thought up and dreamt up as we started in May of 2022. This has been throughout 2022. This is an impact that we are dealing with. The Albanese government is working constructively with the states and territories to provide up to $1.5 billion in targeted energy bill relief to businesses and households who have been, without doubt, hit the hardest by rising prices. We are focused on addressing inherited economic challenges, including the rising cost of living, and we have a robust plan. We have a plan. Cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare, getting wages moving, expanding paid parental leave to 6 months, and more affordable housing. Interest rates started rising before the 2022 election, and the March quarter was the worst for inflation in 2022. I know that many Australians understand that the Albanese government did not create these challenges. They chose to elect us because they had faith and hope that we would take responsibility for addressing these issues, and we are. We have an economic plan, despite what the member of Casey was so keen to articulate. Our plan is a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing our economy, including cost of living. An early and important act of the Albanese government was to successfully argue for the minimum wage to keep pace with inflation. This helped around 2.7 million Australians. That is a significant number who, because of this government's decisive and robust actions, have benefited from the wage challenges. We ensured that our budget focused on responsible cost of living relief that did not put extra pressure on inflation. We are doing everything in our power to ensure that Australians live comfortably and feel supported by their government representatives, those on this side of the House who listen. We have acted to take some of the pain out of higher power prices through direct energy bill relief in the next budget, including direct support for households and businesses. We are supporting Australians to grow our economy through gaining better skills, to enable them to secure good jobs, have better wages. Free TAFE is another important measure that we put in place that helps ease the pressure on families. Thank you.
Thank you. And the discussion has concluded, and I will call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Next order of the day. Motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders in relation to proceedings for this sitting.
Thank you. So, in accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the amendment moved earlier today by the honourable member for Bradfield, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bell shall now ring.
Can you add that to our book?
Bert.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Bradfield be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 73, noes 68. The question now is that the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Is there noes? I need 2 voices for the noes. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
No, he's not.
What about your dress? Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes, and I'll need 2 tellers, the members for North Sydney and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 107, noes 17. The matter is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I'll just ask members to either resume their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly before we move on to the next order of business. And I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Instrument of designation of the Republic of Nauru as a regional processing country under subsection 198AB1 of the Migration Act 1958.
And I call the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the instrument of designation of the Republic of Nauru as a regional processing country under subsection 198AB1 of the Migration Act 1958, together with related documents in accordance with section 198AC of the Migration Act 1958.
And I call the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that in accordance with section 198AB of the Migration Act 1958, the House approves the instrument of designation of the Republic of Nauru as a regional processing country.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Speaker, thank you. At the last election, our Prime Minister spoke of the need to be strong on borders without being weak on humanity. Regional processing is about both. For almost every day that I have been in my role, I have had to deal with the detail of protecting our borders and making sure that our country is meeting its obligations to the world's displaced and persecuted people. And I can say with absolute confidence from the bottom of my heart, Speaker, that regional processing is integral to us achieving both of these things. Speaker, regional processing is integral to us being strong on borders because it breaks the business model of people smugglers who seek to market an outcome amongst some of the world's most vulnerable people. In doing so, it ultimately saves the lives, thousands of lives, of vulnerable people who would otherwise be exploited and tricked onto leaky boats to attempt a dangerous voyage at sea. That's something that also risks the lives of Defence and Border Force officers who have to deal with the often incredibly tragic consequences of these ventures. Now, I appreciate that there are people in this place who think very differently about this issue, but I would point out that regional processing has been settled policy on both sides of politics for over a decade for precisely the issues that I have described. Regional processing was a policy formulation that was carefully formed through a robust and very well-done policy process. It was recommended in a report led by the former Chief of the Defence Force, Air Chief Marshal Angus Houston, along with Professor Michael Lestrange, the then Director of the National Security College at ANU, and refugee expert Paris Aristotle. That panel was charged with making recommendations on how best to prevent asylum seekers from travelling to Australia by boat. The principal recommendation of the work of those three eminent people was the introduction of legislation to, quote, support the transfer of people to regional processing arrangements as a matter of urgency, including Nauru. They understood, as the Labor government does, Speaker, that this is a regional problem that can only be solved in partnership with our neighbours and our friends around our region, and that is why today I'm recommending to the Parliament to designate one of those friends and neighbours as a regional processing centre. The person who first put in place the regional processing declaration for Nauru was Chris Bowen, when he was the member for McMahon, when he was minister at the time. And he said during that initial debate in 2012, "We are determined to expose the people smugglers' business model for what it is, a ruthless con. There is no visa awaiting boat arrivals, no speedy outcome and no special treatment. Those words were true in 2012 and they are true now. Speaker, the government has been very transparent in its position on regional processing. We implemented this policy when we were in government previously. We remained firmly committed to it while we were in opposition, and we went to the election on it. And that is because fundamentally regional processing breaks the business model for people smugglers. It takes away the product that they are trying to sell. And in doing so, it stops vulnerable people risking their lives on dangerous voyages on leaky boats. It stops death at sea. It is absolutely as simple as that. It is tough. It sends a message that persons will not settle in Australia who attempt to take a journey by boat. It is part of a wider framework in Operation Sovereign Borders. That means persons trying to enter Australia without a valid visa will be returned to their port or country of origin. And I can say this absolutely clearly to the Parliament today, as I will say outside of it. Our commitment to Operation Sovereign Borders is absolutely resolute, Speaker. And the best evidence of that is that every person who has tried to come to Australia by boat since our government has been elected and since I have been Home Affairs Minister has been returned to their port of departure. Speaker, our government is determined and focused in its conduct of Operation Sovereign Borders. We do so in a way that avoids politicisation of this issue. And can I say that the style of politics that has been played around this matter for so many years in this country has been fundamentally detrimental to the national security conversation, detrimental to the border security conversation, and certainly detrimental to the discussion about how we as a country can and should do more to help the world's persecuted people. Speaker, it is important for us to redesignate Nauru to enable us to create space to do some very important things to assist on the humanitarian front. Speaker, let me say a few brief things about the legal framework in which I'm making this recommendation to the Parliament. The power is conferred on me by subsection 198AB1 to designate that a country is a regional processing country, and that is contained in Part 2, Division 8, Subdivision B of the Act. Subsection 198AB2 provides that the only condition for the exercise of power conferred on me by Section 198AB1 is that I think that it is in the national interest to designate the country to be a regional processing country. Subsection 198AB3 provides that in considering the national interest for the purposes of Section 198AB2, I must have regard to whether or not the country has given Australia any assurances to the effect that the country would not return a person to another country where they would be at risk, and that the regional processing country allows assessment of that person to be a refugee. So there are three key documents that have facilitated my consideration regarding Nauru as a regional processing country. The first of those was a memorandum of understanding that was signed between the Public of Nauru and Australia on the enduring regional processing capability in Republic of Nauru. That was signed by the former minister, who sits opposite me here in the chamber, on the 24th of September 2021. The second document is a statement of arrangements that are in place and will be put in place for the management of persons. And the third is advice received from the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, who has been consulted regarding this designation. Speaker, I spoke about the requirements under the Migration Act for me to determine that it is in the national interest for a country to be redesignated as a regional processing country, and I want to talk the Parliament through the 5 factors that I considered when making that decision. The first is the ongoing operation of regional processing arrangements will deter people smugglers from exploiting and encouraging vulnerable persons to risk their lives at sea. I note the need to prevent loss of life at sea was a primary object of the subdivision at Section 198AA, and as I have stated earlier, regional processing breaks the people smugglers model in order to help us protect those people and our borders. The second is that regional processing supports the broader objectives of Operation Sovereign Borders, which further deters such ventures by ensuring that persons will not settle permanently in Australia. And I note that another primary objective of the subdivision I've referred to is that persons should be able to be taken to any country where their claims can be properly assessed. Third, that regional cooperation is the only manner in which the challenges of irregular migration can be addressed. And I want to note to the Parliament that through the Bali process we continue to try to manage what is a very significant global issue of transnational people smuggling and irregular movement, and we have a meeting of the Bali process coming up very shortly. Fourth, that Nauru has been designated as a regional processing country for the past decade and has for a number of years accepted transfers under the Sovereign Borders Framework with significant infrastructure and administrative processes that have been put in place to do that properly. I note in the past there have been real issues and concerns with the provision of services on Nauru, but I also note that over that preceding 10-year period there have been a significant uplift in these services, particularly those that relate to the protection of the health and well-being of persons on Nauru. In particular, the efforts that the Parliament has made to ensure that things like medical evacuation, clinical service provision and appropriate escalation arrangements are in place. This means that service provision is very different now than it has been in the past. In addition, it's also important to note that persons on Nauru are not in any form of detention. So where an individual has circumstances that require examination and assistance, I've also made it clear that we have the highest expectations of the care of those people and that there are appropriate channels for advocates and others to engage if there are concerns around individuals. Finally, the permanent resettlement of many persons from Nauru to the United States, Canada and now New Zealand demonstrates the ability of regional processing arrangements to ensure durable permanent pathways for resettlement, while also ensuring that people smugglers are denied their objective, which is simply making money by marketing Australia as an outcome of an incredibly evil trade that preys on the most vulnerable people in the world. These considerations are in addition to the requirement under subsection 198AB3 that Nauru has provided assurances that it will not return people to a country where their life or freedom are at risk, and an additional assurance in the Memorandum of Understanding with Nauru. Speaker, in conclusion, let me just put this in a little bit of context. When the Prime Minister spoke in the period that he was opposition leader and now as Prime Minister about the need to be strong on borders without being weak in humanity, he's also talked about the need to respond pragmatically to policies that work. Now, there are lots of different people who bring different values to this conversation. I think it's hard to deny that this policy works. This issue, like so many issues of the past 2 decades, has been subject to a kind of ruthless politicisation that, as I've said, I think has been extremely unhelpful to the proper resolution of this debate. But we have arrived at it, and it does include regional processing. These issues are not best dealt with in an environment of partisanship and posturing. They are complex, they are difficult, and if anyone in the debate is arguing that there is a simple, easy solution to this, they are absolutely wrong. The solutions that we have found, the ones that work, carry tremendous responsibility and gravity. But ultimately there is a higher purpose here in trying to stop people dying at sea, something we saw far too much of in the period between 2000 and 2013. The preservation of life while ensuring persons are resettled appropriately is at the core of our commitment to regional processing and Operation Sovereign Borders. I am determined every day to pursue those objectives where required in turning back boats and returning persons to their country of departure. The continuation of regional processing is essential to fighting the people smuggling trade, and its deterrence value means that we don't enable people smugglers to exploit people so they undertake this dangerous venture. We have to separate the politics of the past from this issue. This problem has vexed this parliament for decades. It is time to move on. There is a clear settlement on this matter. It includes regional processing, and it includes Nauru amongst the regional processing countries that this parliament declares. So I'd really encourage members of the parliament, both here and in the other place today, to ensure that they do vote and support this redesignation. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to speak on this unusual and extraordinary motion that we are being asked to consider today. And I will speak in more detail to the deeply concerning circumstances of that shortly. At the outset, I want to stress that in the national interest, we will support this motion without amendment. I appreciate the opportunity that I was given yesterday afternoon to be briefed on the significance and the urgency of this matter by the department and at least one member of the Minister's office. That happened yesterday afternoon. As always, the Coalition will take a responsible approach on national security matters, and we will work in a bipartisan way in Australia's interest. But that does not mean a free pass for the Labor government or its inexperienced ministers when things go wrong on their watch. Quite frankly, I was shocked that the enabling motion linked this motion with a mechanism to limit debate on a disallowance motion on superannuation industry regulations. I mean, really, is that the way that the government chooses to manage the very serious and very time-sensitive matter that we are considering with this motion? Is that the importance that this government places on Operation Sovereign Borders and its three key pillars? To couple it with a disallowance motion it wants to guillotine? I mean, seriously. Now, it's quite ironic that the government actually listed those superannuation regulations back on the 1st of September last year, because if the government had tabled this legislative instrument in relation to Nauru last September, we would not be having this debate today. The fact is, Operation Sovereign Borders, the original coalition policy solution that stopped the boats, has three key pillars: turnbacks when they are safe to do so, offshore processing and temporary protection visas. Due to Labor's failure, Australia currently does not have a designated regional processing country, and we haven't had one for 4 months. This is one of the very key pillars of Operation Sovereign Borders that Labor let lapse. And quite frankly, this has to put to bed the myth that Labor likes to spout, that there have been no changes to Operation Sovereign Borders under Labor, because clearly they have failed to protect Australia in respect of that key pillar. So let's call it as it actually is. Let's call a spade, because it's important. They've also signalled their intention to deliberately dismantle the temporary protection visa pillar. So that's two. Temporary protection visas that they've said that will go, and the fact that they did not renew the designation of Nauru as a regional processing centre in a timely manner. That has put Operation Sovereign Borders at risk. Now, I do understand why the Home Affairs Minister would try to downplay the significance of this issue and what has been created as a result of the lack of what, quite frankly, is due diligence. But I do, and I will put on the record again very clearly, that we will support continuing the regional processing arrangements on Nauru because it is the right thing to do. Now, I signed a Memorandum of Understanding with Nauru when I was in the role of Home Affairs Minister in September 2021 to help ensure that Australia had an enduring capability to maintain regional processing. But of course, that MOU has to have legislative backing in Australian law, and that is achieved through the Migration Act. Designating a regional processing country is the key legislative instrument under the Migration Act to allow Border Force officials to efficiently and legally deal with unauthorised boat arrivals. The fact is, the legislative instrument that allows for designation lapsed on the 1st of October last year. Now, this was not a secret. The list of legislative instruments due to sunset on the 1st of October 2022 was tabled in Parliament on the first sitting day on or after the 1st of April 2021. So it was a matter of public record that that particular provision, that instrument, was going to be sunsetting. It's also worth noting that the legislative framework for regional processing, including reference to this specific section, 198AB, was explained to the Minister for Home Affairs in her incoming minister brief after the 2022 federal election. Did she ask any specific questions? And if she did not, why didn't she? The role of the Minister for Home Affairs was severely reduced when Labor came to office. Prime Minister Albanese stripped key parts of the portfolio from her and moved them to a different, portfolio. Yet the minister still couldn't get across the details of Operation Sovereign Borders. The minister had ample opportunity to understand the various acts and legislative instruments for which she is responsible, but she has not done so. This happened on her watch, and she has no one to legitimately blame but herself. I mean, she actually could have simply asked one of her colleagues, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who put in place the original designation, and would have understood it. Now, after the mess and the confusion the Prime Minister himself created during the election campaign on offshore processing, you'd think that those opposite would have a little more care and attention, and that they would actually be focused on making sure they got across the detail. But clearly that is not the case. It's shocking that such important legislation was allowed to lapse, and now the government is rushing motions through the House to fix their lackadaisical approach to national security. This legislative lapse raises serious questions about whether Australia has potentially been exposed to legal risk for months. Between the 1st of October last year and today, there have been at least 2 boat arrivals from Indonesia. Although they were able to be turned back, what exactly would have happened if they couldn't have? As I mentioned earlier, this failure is only compounded by Labor's continuing plan to get rid of temporary protection visas. Now, Labor ministers have found time since the election to tweet about how they are working to abolish TPVs, and it speaks volumes for what their priorities are. They're happy to tweet about TPVs, but the minister responsible actually can't spend the time to make sure that the legislative instruments that are needed to protect our borders are in place. Now, people smugglers are very familiar with the laissez-faire attitude that Labor tends to adopt in government. They had a booming business under the last Labor government, with more than 50,000 people arriving on 820 boats. People smugglers are desperate for any sign of change that would enliven their deadly trade, which is why the circumstances leading to today's motion should never, ever, ever have been allowed to happen. This should have been dealt with back in the weeks we sat last year while the original designation was still in effect. Labor saw fit to ram through their preferred legislative agenda last year, passing legislation that suited their union mates and recalling Parliament at will, but they have failed on the very basics. They have failed to ensure that vital border security legislation does not lapse, and it's quite frankly not good enough. It can't be fobbed off. It's a serious oversight, and the minister needs to take responsibility for it. Now, the government has made a lot of claims about transparency. There's a saying, you mess up, you fess up. Now, let me just share something that Prime Minister Albanese said during the election campaign when he made one of many blunders, and I quote, "Earlier today, I made a mistake. I'm human, but when I make a mistake, I'll fess up to it, and I'll set about correcting that mistake. I won't blame someone else. I'll accept responsibility. That's what leaders do." So, in the interests of transparency, let us be very, very clear. Today's motion is evidence of a serious mistake by the Home Affairs Minister. In the national interest, we have worked with the government to ensure that the mistake is corrected as quickly as possible, and it will be. We will always act in the national interest, which is why we will always argue in favour of Operation Sovereign Borders and those 3 key pillars, because they are the most effective means that we have to protect our borders. The government would be very well advised to pay attention to the basics and to do everything in their power to strengthen Operation Sovereign Borders. No government should ever take our national security for granted or make it a second-tier priority. Maintaining Australia's system of regional processing is vital to our border security. That is why the Coalition supports the swift passage of this motion, while being absolutely appalled at the circumstances by which it is necessary.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Minister will be unsurprised to learn that I cannot bring myself to support the motion before the House, and that's for 3 very, very important reasons, Speaker. For a start, offshore processing is immoral. We have a moral obligation as a country of integrity that respects law. We have a moral responsibility that when someone approaches our shores or reaches our shores and claims to be fleeing for their life or claims to be fleeing persecution, we have a responsibility to take them in, to give them protection, to hear their claim, and if their claim is accurate, to be given permanent refuge in our lucky country. Secondly, Speaker, offshore processing is illegal under international law, and that is beyond dispute. For a start, it is a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute to forcibly remove any person to a third country and to keep them indefinitely in inhumane conditions without charge. Now, the government would say, Deputy Speaker, that the people who are on Nauru live on an open island, can move freely about the island. But that is really to mischaracterise what goes on Nauru. It's a little speck near the equator in the middle of nowhere, stiflingly hot, where the people who are there, by the actions of the Australian government, have no opportunities, no future. It is a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute. And I would add, Deputy Speaker, there's any number of international agreements that Australia contravenes with its current response to asylum seekers. Agreements that were signed up to and ratified by people in this place who thought they could trust future governments, future politicians to honour those agreements because they mattered then and they matter now. Now, Deputy Speaker, the government would say, the minister would say that the current regime with sovereign borders and offshore processing, it works and it has stopped the boats. But the end does not justify the means, Deputy Speaker, and in particular when there are other approaches that we really should be considering and exploring. You know, what today was, or 4 months ago or whatever it was, what that was an opportunity for us to come into this place and to debate and explore the possibility of other responses to irregular immigrants. You know, to ask ourselves, are there other ways of stopping the boats, stopping drowning at seas, which had integrity and which were consistent with international law? But we haven't done that. And, Deputy Speaker, I lament to reflect that I've now brought into this place an alternative, my own refugee bill. I brought it in on at least 2 occasions, and on both those occasions it received no support from the government of the day, nor the opposition of the day, even though it is an alternative approach that would be consistent with international law, which is consistent with the members of the UNHCR that I've consulted, which is consistent with the lawyers at the Kaldor Centre when I've consulted with them. In essence, Deputy Speaker, what we should be talking about is taking this opportunity to end offshore processing and to instead to establish a genuinely regional solution in the Asia-Pacific. A genuine regional response consistent with international law and overseen by the UNHCR. And that's what I have proposed twice, that we have an Asia-Pacific asylum seeker solution, one where participating countries would establish reception centres where asylum seekers in the region or moving through the region would register and have all of their essential needs met, where they'd have a roof over their head, they would have food, they would have medical attention, they would have legal representation, they would have schools for their kiddies, something that is humane and consistent with international law. Reception centres where asylum seekers could register their claims, and they could also register preferred destination countries. And if that destination country's quota allows it, those asylum seekers would be processed and settled there. All of this, Deputy Speaker, would be consistent with the principles of family unity and the best interest of the child, and all the time compliant with all of the international agreements we have signed up to. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to take the time of the House too much longer, because I know a number of my colleagues are keen to say a few words. So can I just say in summary, this was an opportunity to think afresh. This was an opportunity to end offshore processing. This was an opportunity to invent a humane and legal response, one that would just as effectively destroy the business model of the people smugglers. And I agree with the opposition. I agree with the government. I agree with what's been said. The villains in this are the people smugglers and the way they prey on some of the most vulnerable people on the planet. I do not defend them one bit, and I agree with the government and the opposition. We must do everything we can to disrupt them. and to shut them down and to protect people, almost all of whom are genuinely fleeing for their life. But continuing offshore processing is not the way to do it. We should be the exemplar among the community of nations by showing there are other ways to do it which have integrity, which are consistent with international law, are consistent with the countless international agreements we've signed up to in good faith, but which for years we have been patently in breach of. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Dawson.
You want to speak?
Oh, sorry, Herbert. Apologies, Member Herbert.
Deputy Speaker, I was having a bit of a joke with you just then. Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this, and I want to associate myself with the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and all her comments, and I welcome the debate from the crossbench as well, and note their keen deliberation in this very topical and humane and important debate. I don't necessarily agree with you, and I think that's a good thing in a place of debate, to be able to debate respectfully. I've spent some time in Nauru. I've been there before. I have worked there. Many of my friends from the military who couldn't find employment in the civilian world ended up working in Nauru and on Manus Island. I've seen the great work that our border protection, our AFP and the people of these countries, whether it be on Manus Island, Papua New Guinea or in Nauru, do to support people. And I've seen people come by boat with nothing at all. And the former Speaker said that almost everyone comes or wants to or is fleeing dangers. Almost everyone. And there are times when people smugglers come with the boat and you don't know who they are. People don't have identification. They come and they're stateless, which makes things even more challenging to work out the supports needed or what we need to do to be able to help people. But before boats were turning, or before people were getting directed to Nauru, when the boats were coming, 1,200 people died at sea. Children. Fathers and mothers. Drowning, on fire, eaten by sharks. I've seen the photos, which I'm sure others in this place have as well. It is gut-wrenching, it is heartbreaking, and it should not happen. But we must have a deterrent, not just for people, smugglers, but also an opportunity to find out who people are. Our number one job in this place is to keep people safe, to protect this nation, to ensure that people that are coming by boat or coming to as a refugee are legitimate refugees. This process takes time, and often people that are in or on Nauru or on Manus Island are given opportunities to relocate in other countries or return home. Majority of the time, and definitely my experience, is they didn't want to return home, they didn't want to go to another country, they wanted to go to Australia. Now, I've seen horrible things where people have sewn their mouths shut, eaten things that would upset their stomach to be removed, things that they've given to children to try and come to Australia. And I think that it's a credit to that we can say that we remove children from detention, and no one wants to see children in detention. Now, I've served, like the former Speaker, and I've seen some horrible things in the Middle East. I've seen some horrible things that happen to people in Nauru by other people. I've seen the worst in humanity. I believe that we must have offshore processing centres, and I believe that stopping the boats saves lives. No one wants to see the drownings at sea, children being killed. I do think that there needs to be a quick, robust way to find people who have found themselves there into settlement, and that has worked with other nations, but I am a firm believer in the Coalition's policy of if you come by boat, then you won't be resettled in Australia. I do believe in that. And I think that there has stopped boats coming, stopped people dying at sea. But not everyone agrees with this, and that's fine. This is the place for debate. It pains me, though. It does pain me to think that what happens if boats or people were arriving by a boat or in the middle of the ocean because they've sunk the ship or they've sunk their boat in the last few months when there hasn't been a policy. What would happen to those children? What would happen? The government of now was asleep, and I've heard the Immigration Minister, he doesn't support boat turnbacks, moved a motion in his branch. I do think that the Minister and the Minister for Immigration, especially the Minister for Immigration, should address the Parliament and address his position. I do think that this isn't a time where long barbs will be thrown, little ones, not long ones. But I don't want to see the boats start again. I do not want to see people dying at sea, and I do not want to see horrendous things happening to what I've seen with children who have died at sea. We've got many Border Force officers, Navy personnel, many people that have had to pick these children up and these families up out of the ocean. And the scars and trauma that they will live for the rest of their life is absolutely horrendous. We don't want to see the boat starting again, and we want to ensure that we protect everyone inside Australia by ensuring we have strong, robust border protection laws.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Fraser.
I rise today to speak in favour of the motion submitted by the Minister. This is an extremely important motion. It reflects an issue which some might describe as wicked, one of those policy issues where there is both complexity and extremely important consequences, both for individuals and for society. I want to make some comments that reflect the importance of this particular resolution, but also the government's overall stance. As the Minister said when she introduced this motion, this is a topic that has been bedevilled by political sniping for too much time over the last few decades, and it is important that this issue be set very much in the national interest, very much in the public policy sphere, and I'll make a couple of observations about that. I also want to make an observation that this is an issue where well-intentioned people can disagree, and I'll make some comments on why I disagree with the thoughtful comments by the member for Clark later on in my speech, and I'll also flag that I'm going to speak in such a way that the remaining time on this motion is divided half between me and half between those who I suspect might have slightly differing views who are to follow. But as the Minister indicated, this is a topic which should be beyond political point scoring. And what we've heard from those opposite so far are two speeches which you might characterise as "I support but." And I support this motion, but, and then 9 minutes of what you can only describe as political point scoring that I think this important issue doesn't warrant. So I just want to flag right from the start that I think at a number of occasions in her contribution, the Minister flagged that this is one of those issues of such importance for individuals and for the country. We as a parliament really need to take it to a different level, a better mode, a better tone of debate. And I might note that one of the best MPIs that I've ever taken part in was one on a similar topic to this raised by those in the crossbench, which was an MPI where many disagreed, but which treated this topic with appropriate respect. Now, on the substance of the issue and why I disagree with the member for Clark, if you look at this issue, I believe we have at the heart a fundamental need, as the Minister indicated, and as the Prime Minister has indicated, to respect humanity, to be kind, to respect our international obligations, but at the same time to break this despicable business model of the people smugglers. This is something that was reflected way back in 2012, the last time that Labor was in power, when we received the report of the external panel on asylum seekers. And you could barely imagine a better qualified group of dispassionate experts to look at this issue. Air Chief Marshal Angus Houston, Professor Michael Lestrange and Paris Aristotle, covering the full gamut of academic and policy and lived experience dealing with this issue. And I just want to be very brief in quoting from that 2012 report. They indicated, "We recommend a policy approach that is hard-headed but not hard-hearted, that is realistic, not idealistic, that is driven by a sense of humanity as well as fairness." And I believe that very much reflects the words that the Prime Minister adopted in a lead up to the last election that the Minister cited. Now, I won't go through all the recommendations, but Recommendation 1 contains some key principles, one of which was that the provision of incentives for asylum seekers to seek protection through a managed regional system. And that is at the heart of the government's current approach. The other is a facilitation of a regional cooperation and protection framework. Again, this issue that we're discussing today is one element of a realistic, a workable regional cooperation and protection framework. Recommendation 7, of course, as the Minister indicated, recommended that legislation support the transfer of people to regional processing arrangements to be introduced into the Australian Parliament as a matter of urgency, and Recommendation 8 dealt with Nauru in particular. So they were the recommendations of a panel that I believe dealt with this issue both from the perspective of being humane, but also from the perspective of solving this incredibly difficult public policy challenge of trying to prevent deaths at sea. As the Minister indicated, this was the policy of the previous Labor government. It was our policy in opposition, and it remains our policy today. We went to the election with it. It remains our policy. And as the Minister indicated, in terms of all of the legal tests, she has, in relation to Section 198AB2, satisfied herself that this is in the national interest. This will deter people smugglers. It is part of our broader satisfaction of the objectives of Operation Sovereign Borders. It is part of a regional cooperation framework, and also, as she indicated, this government will continue to ensure that there is further uplift in services on Nauru. So it ticks the boxes in terms of national interest. There are 5 key pillars which she has set out. And then in relation to Section 198AB3, she has received assurances through those key documents she talked about, the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of Nauru and Australia, the Statement of Arrangements that are in place, and the advice from the Office of the UN High Commissioner. I just conclude by saying that this is as the Minister has indicated, and as I think others who probably disagree with some of my contribution would concede, is a problem with no easy solutions. I am firmly of the belief that this is the best solution that is currently available. It is the solution that breaks the back of the people smugglers. And I have spoken to people in my electorate, face to face, who were desperate in seeking to get out of their country, but who were abused by the people smugglers, who found themselves on the open seas when their boat broke apart. And I've seen at that individual human level what that model can do to vulnerable people, and I want to see that model stopped. And that is why I support this motion. We should not let this debate be distracted by the political point scoring. We should be voting on this motion on the basis of the policy merits, and on that basis I support this motion and hope this House does.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Let's be clear. Successive governments, be they Liberal National or Labor, have ideologically and doggedly pursued a secret, cruel and punitive immigration detention centre. For 30 years, those on both sides of this place have enforced these policies which have caused deaths, injuries and untold harm, violating Australia's international legal commitments and diminishing us as a nation, and each of us on a human level. Today we see the continuation of these harmful policies. I do not support the redesignation of Nauru as a regional processing centre. The 65 people seeking asylum who are currently held on Nauru do not deserve to face another 10 years of limbo, being held in cruel, inhumane and degrading conditions. I met Bettelham Tabuba, human rights activist and survivor of the offshore processing on Nauru last year, when the contract, which is based on despicable business model, was renewed with the American prison company MTC in late 2022, the very one we are further facilitating today. She said, "The conditions on Nauru are horrible. We lost our future, our dreams were stolen, and now this contract? People should be signing resettlement papers, not detention contracts. It is 10 years and people are still there. They should be free, not hiring a new company, not redesignating a country, but giving people a proper life and medical treatment." So in this context, in light of today's debate, let's talk about what's really urgent. 31,000 people, after more than 10 years, are still living on temporary protection visas and safe haven visas in our community, despite the Labor government's commitment made over 8 months ago to provide permanent pathways to residency for these people. This is also after an election campaign commitment made by the Labor Party at the end to end indefinite detention, bringing fair processing times back to within 90 days. What action have we seen on this? Nothing. Yet today we've been asked to prioritise this motion as urgent. How can it be any more urgent than the issues that I've just fundamentally outlined? Australians need and deserve the truth about the harm, financially, personally, legally and reputationally, that the immigration system has caused. And I back calls from survivors and advocates like Baruz Bashani, who ironically was in this House today, and who called for us as a parliament to be courageous. He called for a royal commission to investigate the real costs of this cruel regime. Only a royal commission can compel evidence that we may not wish to hear, but we must, whilst also providing an environment where those who have lived with the consequences of this system can speak their truth. The community chose independent representatives in this place and the other on the basis that we could pursue the conversations that neither of the major parties wish to have. A royal commission, free of shackles of the party politics and with a clear conscience on this issue, is what is warranted. It is beyond time for us as a parliament to turn the light on the Labor, Liberal, National Party's rotten and cruel policy of indefinite, arbitrary detention of people who have sought Australia's protection to come to an end, not to be extended for another 10 years. Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Unlike many people in this House, I believe I can speak from a very lived experience of being a refugee and being processed in offshore detention centres. I agree with the government that there must be some sort of processing in place for people who are seeking asylum, similar to what I had gone through before I arrived in Australia. I spent 4 years in refugee camps, Hong Kong camps, Philippine camps, waiting to be processed, waiting for a new life, waiting for safety. I know too well the hardships of waiting to be processed, sleeping on the floors, sharing rooms with hundreds, if not thousands, of refugees. But we were processed by the UNHCR, and we applied and waited to be accepted to come to Australia. So I know it's not easy. It's a very difficult and challenging issue. But immigration and refugee policies have often been dominated in headlines and been used as political leverage from all sides of politics. However, it's important to remember that behind the headlines of refugees and asylum seekers are lives at stake. There are families, mums, dads and children, like my mum and myself. Now that I represent the diverse electorate of Fowler, I know that many in my community who have gone through the same process, many still have loved ones who have fled Syria, Iraq and Iran, who are eagerly waiting to be processed to this day. I agree with the government's stance that we need to make sure that those who enter our country are legitimate refugees and that we do not encourage people smugglers who are profiteering off desperate people. But I do question the government's decision to sign a $420 million contract with an American prisons company to run a garrison and welfare on the island. This company, I believe, the Management and Training Corporation, has also been previously accused of gross negligence and security failures. There has to be other solutions and models for processing people who are seeking asylum. The Caldor Centre for International Refugee Law says it costs $3.4 million to hold someone offshore on Nauru. The Refugee Council of Australia suggests offshore processing has costed the government $9.65 billion from July 2013 to the 2022 financial year. I support some form of processing, but in a fair way, because we do need to ensure genuine refugees can get the opportunity to be resettled. Continuing to use Nauru for offshore detention in its current state to keep 65 people who I believe have been in detention for a long time, up to nearly 10 years, just does not make sense. The government has told us that those left on the island either don't qualify as refugees or they have been flagged as some sort of risk. I ask, why then are we still spending millions of dollars to keep them detained by an unscrupulous company? Both sides of politics and all sides of major politics have used refugees and asylum seekers as a scaremongering to our electorates. Refugees like myself have contributed greatly to this society, and I'm here today in this House. The Asylum Seekers Resource Centre reports since 2013 there have been 14 deaths as a result of offshore detention on PNG and Nauru. There is overwhelming documentation of serious abuses, including child sexual abuse, medical negligence and high levels of self-harm under the offshore detention system. This is costly to our economy at a time when many Australians are facing a cost of living crisis. The government has had since October to find a better solution. I don't believe redesignating Nauru as an offshore processing is the way to go. I ask that the government really consider a new model and a new way to process asylum seekers. Thank you.
The question is the motion. Agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. Refugees and asylum seekers contribute social, cultural and economic strength to our country, and communities across Australia are eager to welcome them and ready to lend a hand to rebuild their lives, understanding these are people who have been forced to flee their homes out of threat of persecution. And today is a shameful day for this new government, who have chosen to suspend Parliament in order to uphold the inhumane practice of offshore detention that tortures, degrades and vilifies refugees and asylum seekers. Now, as we heard, Labor introduced mandatory detention 26 years ago. Then the LNP turned it into mandatory offshore detention 4 years later. Both have upheld the practice and share responsibility for these crimes against humanity. And I want to say, just because a policy is quote-unquote settled does not mean it is right. The Greens are the only political party committed to drastically improving Australia's approach to refugees and asylum seekers. Today, Greens Senator Nick McKim introduced a bill to evacuate all asylum seekers languishing in Australian offshore detention centres. His bill would bring them back to Australia until they have somewhere that is safe and long-term to live. I've also been inspired today by an address inside this very building, delivered by refugee Behrouz Bouchani. He was one of many refugees that the previous immigration minister touted would never come to Australia. So it was incredible to hear him speak in support of closing Nauru and Manus Island detention centres, ending offshore detention and for the permanent resettlement of all refugees currently on temporary protection visas to Australia. And I speak in solidarity with him and the thousands of lives that have been destroyed by successive governments. And all sides of politics should act with basic humanity and compassion, and should fulfil Australia's moral and legal responsibilities to provide fair, transparent and consistent treatment to those who are vulnerable, persecuted or displaced from our global community. And this is what Australians want. According to Amnesty International and their Australian Human Rights Barometer of last year, Australians want to end offshore detention. 74% of respondents agreed that if people are found to be refugees, they should be settled in Australia as opposed to settled or detained offshore. And a total of 60% of respondents agreed that the federal government spends way too much money on keeping asylum seekers in detention. And at a time where Australians are facing extraordinary economic hardship, the Australian government has a decision to award a $420 million contract to a United States private prison operator is not only a desperate attempt to continue operation of the government's offshore detention program, it is a huge waste. These private operators, and let's be clear, they are profiting off of suffering and misery. Our offshore detention camps are a stain on our national conscience, and history will judge us. Today we have had the opportunity to undo decades-long adherence to cruel and inhumane practices against some of the most vulnerable people on the planet, and I'm endlessly disgusted by this decision of the government. But I would like to finish with a strong message to those refugee communities in my electorate and across this country, that I won't stop fighting for you and your rights to safety and freedom.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Labor's been in power for fully 9 months, and what have we got? Not legislation to fix the plight of the tens of thousands of refugees on various temporary visas. What we're being asked to vote on today is legislation to extend the remit for Nauru to remain a regional processing centre for another decade. And still no plan to medically evacuate the 150 people remaining in those 2 detention centres and to allow them to reside in Australia while they engage with resettlement options. Why do they need medical evacuation? Because we have broken them. Many of them are so broken that they're immobile and non-verbal. We did that. As a country, the Parliament did that. 3/4 of Australians say that has to change. The Albanese government spending $632 million this financial year to keep refugees offshore. That's more than $4 million each. That compares with less than $4,000 on average, according to the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, to administer arrangements in Australia for those living in the community on bridging visas. Not to mention public money going to a private US prison company accused of pandemic profiteering and unlawful use of solitary confinement. If the inhumanity isn't enough, look at the cost to the taxpayer. On that basis alone, we should close offshore detention. But if the government insists on keeping it, which it does, I say we must have mandatory short processing periods, no more indefinite detention. It is neither humane nor economically responsible. As I said publicly earlier today, I support a royal commission into this whole miserable business. And if we want to truly stop the boats and break the business model of the people smugglers, we must develop a regional solution with our neighbours, especially the key transit countries, Indonesia and Malaysia, with record numbers of refugees worldwide and at least 1 million refugees from conflict in Myanmar alone in our own region. I hear the Minister and the opposition on the many variables here, the national security issues, the risk to those travelling. I have stood on the shore at Christmas Island. I have seen those bodies pulled from the water. But I speak for those many constituents in Goldstein who have raised this with me when I say I do not support this tick and flick to blindly extend the life of this flawed system. I cannot. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I reject, I should say outright, the words the Minister spoke at the dispatch table today, justifying the extension of this miserable program. I also reject the words of the opposition, because there is simply no willingness to properly address this issue. It is just to perpetrate, to continue something that is inhumane. The words that have been said before me by the crossbench, I think, truly represents the feelings and the views of so many in our community. And I think you are wrong when you say and you believe that this is mandated and has support from the Australian community. I think, like so many other issues, communities are incredibly dissatisfied with major parties and your lack of courage when it comes to addressing these big issues. Now, let's be clear. We have had less than 24 hours' notice by the government to address this issue. We have had no information as to what alternate proposals have been considered, what other solutions could be at. Have we had any consideration of an inquiry into how offshore processing or the effectiveness of Nauru? We just have words here in this place to say that it stopped the boats. I was disgusted, I've got to say, to hear an echo of the opposition's talking of leaky boats and deaths at sea. That is the language that has got us here to 20 years of appalling policy. It's time to be brave and generous, and that is not what we've got here. We make a mockery of our national anthem every time we extend these offshore detention, processing and these refugee policies. We sing for those who have come across the seas with boundless plains to share. And yet, your policy is if you come across the sea, you will be turned back and sent somewhere else. So we make a mockery of our Australian anthem. We know that this system is inhumane and it must stop. And the Australian public will judge the major parties, the Labor Party, the Liberals and the Nationals, for this inhumane treatment of those seeking our assistance. And we know this problem is going to get worse. We know we are going to have a global problem of displaced populations due to climate impacts. And yet we have this head-in-the-sand view of let's continue with an inhumane policy. Finally, the Labor Party went to the election with a promise to process those seeking asylum within 90 days. We are now months since the election and there are still people lingering in Nauru and PNG. And there is nothing in this commitment from the government today to say we will extend Nauru, but, and I ask the Minister, since she is here in the chamber today, will you commit to limits to how long any kind of detention and processing will be? As your platform says, when you went to the election, 90-day limit, within 90 days. So do you commit, do you undertake to the Australian Parliament that those seeking refuge and asylum in Australia will be processed within that 90 days and will be freed as our international obligation should be?
Before we continue with the debate, before the time elapses, I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, in accordance with the resolution carried earlier today, I'll require that the debate be extended for a further 15 minutes.
The debate may continue and the member for Ringa can continue her address.
I thank the manager of the Leader of the House, because I think this is an issue that we should never have had a curtailed debate on. I think that is definitely something many in this place would agree. It's an issue that is incredibly important, that so many in our communities feel strongly about. And it is so disappointing that with no facts or figures or real information, we are presented in this place with this decision to extend something so inhumane for another 10 years with no proper justification to do so. So like many on the crossbench, I urge and I ask the government to call for a royal commission into an offshore detention and processing of refugees. It's time we shone a light on what is really happening and the private and disgusting deals of the business model. Right? The government talks a lot about the business model of people smugglers, which I abhor, but there is also a business model of offshore processing companies, and that needs to stop.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, like many of my colleagues on the crossbench and the people we represent, I held high hopes that a change of government may lead to careful, considered reform in the treatment of refugees and asylum seekers, whether that be the speedy resolution of people languishing on TPVs or shared visas, and indeed a reconsideration, a careful reconsideration of indefinite offshore detention. I certainly didn't expect that we'd be here today being asked to ram through this designation, locking in Nauru as, in the minister's words, a regional processing centre for another 10 years. Not an interim, couple of months, 10 long years. I spoke earlier to my dismay when I opposed the SSO, which has us now in this managed debate to effectively rubber stamp our approval on another decade of Nauru. But here we are with an extended but very short debate on this most contentious, most fraught policy that has seen us in twists and turns in this nation for such a long time. Preventing vulnerable people falling victim to people smugglers, attempting dangerous journeys by boat to our shores is a matter of the most gravest importance, and one that people in this House today have spoken to with genuine conviction, indeed the Minister herself, who must bear the responsibility of this, an onerous responsibility. I don't take that lightly. And I acknowledge the work of the member for Clark, and indeed I stood in this place twice seconding his bill, because I genuinely believe that we need to spend our time and our money, our brains, our heads and our hearts on exploring a better way. And I sincerely hope that the Minister, with all of her responsibilities, takes the Bali process to the fullest extent that she possibly can as she represents Australia. Because people held in indefinite offshore detention are experiencing right now physical, emotional and mental harm. And today, as we've heard before, we heard from Baruz Bashuni, a man with courage and clarity who has chronicled the despair of people in indefinite offshore detention. And indeed, to hear the words from the member for Fowler, a member of parliament who knows exactly what it's like to be a refugee, that is the most compelling witness you could hear. We've heard too about our dismay, and I share it, that the government has just re-signed a contract worth $420 million with a US prison operator to run this offshore detention centre in Nauru, and I'm sincerely concerned about that. For all the reasons my colleagues have outlined, surely if we're spending money to that degree, we can think, how can we collectively as a region do this better? I appreciate that the Minister for Home Affairs has issued me an invitation to speak to her about these issues, about this broader cooperation. Difficult, I acknowledge. And you carry that responsibility, and I don't envy you that responsibility because it is an onerous one. But I welcome the opportunity to speak with you more about this, how we can collectively, as a region, do better. We must do better. And we must have proper debates on things that matter so much to us. Not just us as members of parliament, but the people we represent, but more importantly than that, those people all around the world who are seeking asylum, who are seeking our help, who are escaping the most horrendous situations. I'll be voting against this motion because over and over again my constituents contact me about this, and so often I throw my hands in the air and say, if only I could do more, I would. I rarely get the chance. Today is such a chance to speak to this motion, to make clear on the record in Hansard that to put a rubber stamp on 10 more years of Nauru without putting up any protest or any argument to look for something better, I would be failing. I would be failing them. So, Minister, I look forward to further conversations with you. I'm sorry, deeply sorry we are in this position today to be debating an issue of such national and international importance in such a rushed manner.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This instrument designates the Republic of Nauru as a place asylum seekers who arrived in Australia after July 2013 must be taken while their claims are assessed. The relevant legislation has been allowed to lapse by this government. Now we're told that we should wave this through. We should give a compliant nod to continuation of a sad and shameful arrangement. Nothing to see here, just 65 individuals who have waited 9 years for an answer. 9 years of mistreatment, isolation and medical neglect. Since 2013, 14 people have died in our offshore detention. Hundreds of children and adults have sustained permanent psychological injury from their treatment by our government. This morning in this House we heard Baruz Bashani describe the inhumane treatment he endured at the hands of our government. It is absolutely perverse that we discuss this instrument today in that context. It is absolutely perverse that we speak of the processing of humans, that we call these regional solutions when we have no humane answers for these people. This government asks us to trust it, that it will end offshore detention on Nauru and PNG, that it will find homes for these refugees. And yet it has just renewed a contract with a US private prison company, MTC, which has been described as trafficking in human captivity for profit, which has been accused of pandemic profiteering and unlawful use of solitary confinement. Less than 2 weeks ago, this government gave MTC a $350 million contract to extend offshore detention on Nauru until September 2025. You have given us less than 24 hours' notice about an issue that you have known about for months, Minister. How can we possibly trust this government to deal effectively and sensitively with an issue that they've known about for years? How can any of us in this place, in any conscience, support a vote to continue offshore detention in Nauru?
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I also rise to reject this motion, and I reject it on 3 grounds. I reject it on terms of process, in terms of economics, and I reject it on the basis of humanity. In process, many of my colleagues have outlined already to have less than 24 hours to consider something that is really important is an unacceptable use of the parliament, and we could have certainly been given a lot more notice to engage on something that's really important to people's lives and to our communities. On economic grounds, we've talked already, others have mentioned, is $350 million worth of contracts in terms of supporting Nauru. We are operating in, as we all know here, in a very constrained budget environment. And when I look at what $350 million could do in, so many different communities around this country, it still beggars belief that this is the money and this is the reason that we're spending it. But certainly, I reject this on the basis of the humanity. Others across the crossbench have raised that Behrouz Booshani already spoke to us this morning, and it was, it was an incredibly moving morning. And one thing that he said, which really stuck with me, was refugees are carrying invisible violence. That is not, even capturing that, as one of my colleagues said, 14 people have died in offshore detention, but that refugees are carrying this violence around with them, and that we have created this out of this country. I know that this is a complicated issue. As I said, I don't envy the minister's responsibilities in this area, but I think that the Australian people are asking for more humanity. They don't want black and white simple solutions of, that this is an easy tick box answer. I think that the Australian people have said there is more nuance there. They are welcoming an open and careful debate about what compassionate but also responsible policy in this area could take. And I think that is what my community says. So I think that this action is really what the Australian people were rejecting at the last election. They don't want, 1/3 of the country didn't vote for the major parties, and for exactly the reasons that we are seeing today, because this is simplifying and turning people's lives and humanity into a sort of tick box exercise where I'm showing, my posturing about what I care about. So I reject this on the behalf of the people of Wentworth, who are desperately passionate about being humane to refugees. I reject it on the basis of Karen Phelps, who stood for Wentworth before me and was one of the people who championed the Medevac legislation that was the humane response to allow critical ill asylum seekers and refugees off Nauru. And thank you very much for your time.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Those have a division required. Ring the bells.
do have to actually win this division, right?
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for McKellar and Curtin as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 14. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I ask members to leave the chamber or resume their seats as quickly and quietly as I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 18, superannuation industry supervision amendment, annual members' meetings notices regulations 2022, motion for disallowance.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Fadden.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the Superannuation Industry Supervision Amendment Annual Members' Meetings Notices Regulation 2022 made under the Superannuation Industry Supervision Act 1993 on 1 September 2022 and presented to the House on the 5th of September 2022 be disallowed. Mr Speaker, the Coalition is moving this disallowance because of the egregious attack on transparency from the government when it was removed. It was removed without a mandate, new transparency requirements that would show Australians just how their retirement savings are being spent. It was removed as the very first act of this government's Treasury. The first act of Treasury is generally the most important thing a new government does. The first act of Treasury of this new government was to water down transparency of how superannuation funds spend members' money. It was not taken to an election. It was not presented to the Australian people. The Albanese Labor government reversed the requirements for super funds to disclose how they spend members' funds on sponsorships and payments. No line items, no transparency and no accountability on tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars of payments of members' money. These payments from super are for things such as multi-million-dollar football sponsorships, corporate boxes, stadium sponsorships, tens of millions of dollars to foundation unions for sponsorship, picnics, kickbacks and lobbying. Australians, frankly, deserve to know how their retirement savings are being spent. Surely, if members' funds are being spent, members should see what it's being spent on. The changes go against the Productivity Commission. They go against APRA's requirements. So if we want to have a serious conversation about transparency for a $3 trillion industry, it should not start with supporting the winding back of transparency measures that are designed to let the sunlight in. All members elected on a platform of integrity, I suggest, must support the disallowance, because integrity matters, especially when it comes to members' superannuation. The reforms that were put in by the previous coalition government increased transparency and accountability. They strengthened obligations to ensure that trustees only act in the best financial interests of members and provide better information regarding how they manage and spend members' money in advance of annual members' meetings and through enhanced portfolio holding disclosures. Unbeknownst to everyone before the election, the new Labor government wanted to dismantle some of these fundamental transparency and accountability reforms for super. In fact, as I said, it was the very first act of the Albanese Labor government's Treasury. Not cost of living, not workforce challenges, not helping Australians deal with ever-increasing electricity prices. No, staggeringly, the very first act was watering down transparency so ordinary Australians could not see how their money is being spent. Now, there are elements of the super industry that don't support the watering down of this transparency. In fact, all the super funds I've spoken with had no problems meeting the previous requirements. They'd already prepared annual member meeting notices that would have delivered the transparency to members. I found dealing with industry and for-profit super funds productive, and indeed it's been a pleasure to work with them. None of them wanted to hide the transparency. All of the super funds I spoke to were more than happy to provide whatever information was required by law to their members, and to that regard the super funds should be commended. It was only the Labor government that wanted to hide expenditure. All this from a Prime Minister who campaigned on accountability and integrity. And the question has to be asked, why? Why has Labor done it? Why is this the first priority of Treasury? Well, a start could be reports that the Australian Financial Review reported on based on FOIs, so information that they had to ask to get, that reports a total of $85.5 million in non-donation, non-gift payments by 51 super funds to political parties, namely the Labor Party and associates, namely unions, over the past 5 years. Let me say that again. $85.5 million in non-donation and non-gift payments by 51 super funds to the Labor Party and the union movement. That is what is trying to be hidden. Outrageous. The Hayne Royal Commission Exhibit 5368, which is the KPMG audit into payments made to CBUS sponsoring organisation, is illuminating. And again, I've got Exhibit 5368 in my hand. It goes through what are the payments from industry super funds to their sponsoring or founding unions. It outlines what those payments are, and secondly, it outlines that the payments double in an election year. Who would have thought? If I'm looking at the KPMG report, page 2, financial year 2010, $1.3 million payment from the CBUS through to its sponsoring unions. Financial year 2011, $1.5 million. Financial 2012, $1.52 million. Financial year 2013, $2.708 million. Financial year 14, back to $1.8 million. Why would payments, and these are non-donation, non-gift payments, why would they double in an election year? The answer is quite simple. So the union movement can provide it to the Labor Party to campaign. It's quite simple. It's not hard. The issue is it's members' money. Members should see where it's spent and, if it's not going to their retirement, when and how it's spent. The legislation and regulations that Labor overturned never sought to stop this expenditure. At no point did the previous coalition government say to industry super funds or other superannuation funds, you can't sponsor or support organisations. It was simply asking them to be transparent to their members. In the same way, we ask all major entities to be transparent. For an election fought on transparency, you'd expect that these amendments or these regulations would have stayed in place, and I expect that the government, or wrong, that the parliament will support this move to disallow what Labor has done, enshrining transparency into law, so a hapless minister acting on the whim of his union colleagues can't change it again. Mr Speaker, we should always be striving for the very best when it comes to Australians' hard-earned money. This is money that is compulsorily taken from their pay and put aside so it grows to pay for their retirement. And there's a key word here, and that is compulsory. Australians, by law, if they're working, have to put some of that money aside for future. And this is a good thing, something I think we all support in this place. A compulsory saving by ordinary Australians that has seen the growth of the super industry to over $3.4 trillion. That is a great national asset for members, not for government, not for founding union officials, for individual Australians. The initial intent of super was to take the financial pressure off the government, or indeed off taxpayers, by ensuring Australians can pay or even partially pay their way through retirement with their own money. Remember that. It's their money. That is compulsory set aside. It is compulsory and will remain compulsory under a future coalition government. There's no plans to change that, but we'll always strive to have the best systems that deliver the best outcomes for ordinary Australians and their money. There are three key principles the coalition will adhere to when it comes to super. Firstly, that it is members' money. Secondly, performance of those funds matter. And thirdly, transparency and integrity of how those funds are reported on matters. These principles are the bedrock of what we believe deliver the best possible super system. The previous coalition government delivered some significant reforms to super in our last 2 terms of government, all built on these principles. The Your Future, Your Super reforms were some of the most significant in the last decade. They were certainly the most significant reforms since the introduction of compulsory super in 1992. The reforms ensure super works in the best interests of all Australians by removing unnecessary waste, increasing accountability and transparency, and providing more flexibility for families and individuals. There is no mandate for changes to the regulations as this minister has done. There is no mandate for any changes to super because no mandate was sought at an election. There was no policy provision taken to the last election that watered down transparency, that increased taxation, that capped super, that lowered Div 293, that changed transfer balance caps. There was none of that taken to an election. Therefore, there should be none of that that is being changed because the government has no mandate for that. I look forward to the parliament supporting the winding back of what this minister has done to lessen transparency in this place.
Is there a seconder for the motion? The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the disallowance of the superannuation industry supervision amendment annual members' meetings notices regulations 2022, which have the effect of reducing the transparency of how super funds are being spent for members. Instead of itemising each sponsorship, political donation, payment to a union and payment to a related entity under the regulations, these are able to be combined and disclosed as a lump sum. The argument for the regulations is that they reduce the reporting and regulatory burden, therefore ultimately reducing members' fees. But super funds are required to keep accounts and record all this information, and the cost of disclosure would be immaterial. It's hard to believe that in the context of billions in fees, the cost of transcribing payments made from a super fund's accounting system to a public notice of meeting would be significant. So I'm not convinced by the argument of cost. I'm supportive of Australia's superannuation system. It's an example of far-sighted policy with an intergenerational impact. Australians now have more than $3.3 trillion in superannuation, paying about $30 billion each year in fees, either directly or via companies that help manage investments. This is nearly 2% of Australia's GDP. The Grattan Institute points out that we pay more in super fees than we spend on energy. A household nearing retirement pays average superannuation fees of $3,700 each year. Members of super funds should be able to easily find out how their money is being spent. Spending needs to be disclosed in a way that's digestible and informative. I'm not suggesting that the previous government's legislation about superannuation payment disclosure was perfect, but it's unlikely that reducing the detail will make it better. If the intention of the regulation was only to remove double counting for greater clarity, I would support it. But it goes much further than that to reduce transparency. Streamlining is sometimes used as code for reducing. Since the last election, the government has spoken about its intention to increase transparency and integrity, and I'm pleased to have been part of the parliament that passed the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Given the government's relationship with unions, it's important that similar transparency is protected in other systems, including our huge superannuation system. Transparency is the key to rebuilding trust. Australians want to know if their super fund is making political donations and to whom. They want to know if their super fund is providing large sponsorships to sporting teams or other bodies. They want to know if their super fund is making payments to unions, and they want transparency on whether their super fund is making payments to related entities. The requirement to itemise these spending items in the notice of meeting might not provide all the detail, but it at least provides the opportunity to seek further information at the subsequent annual meeting if something doesn't seem right. Wherever there's money and power, there's a need for transparency to rebuild trust in our systems. This is true in our superannuation system just as it's true in our political system. I support the disallowance motion in relation to the superannuation industry supervision amendment, annual members' meetings, notices, regulations 2022, because our communities want more transparency, not less, in relation to money and power.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking on the matter of superannuation. I'd like the opportunity to address each of the issues that have been raised in a thoughtful contribution by the member for Curtin. I disagree with the conclusions that have been drawn, and I particularly disagree with the arguments that have been made by the member for Fadden. And there are a lot of reasons why I disagree with both the arguments and the motivation. We can separate those things, but in this instance the campaign that has been run by the member for Fadden and his colleagues in this party is built on dishonesty, frankly, and I'll address the reason why. It comes in the name of transparency, but it also comes from the party, frankly, Deputy Speaker, which has refused to tell Australians that its Prime Minister had secretly sworn himself into a whole number of ministries without telling the Parliament or the people of Australia. And you might argue, and the member for Fadden might argue, that well, we didn't know, that error wasn't on us. But when they had the opportunity to distance themselves from this behaviour, they backed him in a vote of in a censure motion within the Parliament. The motion is moved on the very day where the Parliament has heard that the former Minister for Human Services secretly commissioned a $1 million report and then buried it because he didn't like what the report told him. And it's moved by a minister who, frankly, Deputy Speaker, had to be relieved from his former duties in this portfolio because of his behaviour, which did not meet the ministerial standards.
Order.
So,
order. That's reflecting on the member.
Is required to speak to the motion. He's not allowed to speak widely on other things. He can't reflect on members. He's got to remain relevant. He's breaking at least 3 standing orders. He's been here long enough and should, frankly, know better.
I ask the minister to address the motion.
Thanks. To the matter on the motion paper, these are why the reasons that I've said are why members of the Parliament are entitled to be suspicious about the motion and the way it's made its way to this House. We can separate the motivations from the substance of the motion. This is what the member for Fadden knows. He tried to make a big deal about the fact that this is somehow a set of regulations which are designed to flush out donations. This is what the member for Fadden knows. He knows full well. He knows full well that donations are unlawful. He knows that they are unlawful. They are unlawful for 2 reasons. They are unlawful for 2 reasons. The first is that superannuation trustees have an obligation to ensure that every dollar that is contributed by members to that fund is used for the sole purpose of the members of that fund. He also knows full well that every expenditure in the fund has to be expended in the best financial interest of those members. He knows full well that donations are unlawful, but time and time and time again, in his address just now, he used the word donation to attempt to confuse members in this place that that's what it's about. He knows full well that it is not true. There is a second reason. There is a second reason why this motion comes through, Deputy Speaker, and it should be rejected. And that is that there is absolutely no evidence. There is absolutely no evidence that funds are being given for a purpose of a political donation, and I have asked the regulator time and time and time again, is there any evidence of political donations here? And time and time and time again, the regulators said we have found no evidence. They've said that on the record, they've said that before Senate estimates, and I will ask them regularly, time and time again, is there any evidence of donations? No, there is not. Because I want to know, because I would have the same concerns as the member for Curtin and any other member in this House if payments were being made from a superannuation fund for this purpose. I would have the same concern. That would be an improper purpose. That would not be for the sole purpose, it would not fit the sole purpose test, and it would not be in the best financial interests of the members. So donations are unlawful and there is no evidence that it is occurring. Okay? That is not me, that is the regulator who has pored over this, sometimes at the instructions of members of the coalition. They have pored over this on many years and found no evidence. Let's go to the issue of transparency, because I agree with every word that the member for Curtin said on the issue of transparency. And if we are to believe the member for Fadden and his motivations that fund members deserve more transparency, and they should have an accurate record of how their funds are expending that money and how their funds performing, I agree with that as well. And in fact, when this brouhaha came up, I went back to the department, I went back to the regulators and I said, let's have a look at the lot of it. How is reporting going on between superannuation funds and their members? And how is reporting and the collection of data going on with the regulators? And how does the annual member meeting notice relate to those other three levels of reporting? I found some gaps. There were gaps in the reporting. There was no legal requirement on registered superannuation entities to publish an annual report. I moved legislation into this House to ensure that that requirement is now a matter of the law. And in fact, Treasury Laws Amendment Bill number 4 will require registered superannuation entities to prepare and lodge an annual financial report. It will also provide the government of the day with the capacity to make regulations stipulating the particularities of that annual report. Because if something is worth reporting on, it probably should be reported in the annual report. It just makes sense. If something is worth declaring and reporting to members, it should be reported in the annual report because that is the primary document which is the means of accountability between the funds and its members. There will be a new requirement that didn't exist when the original regulations that the Shadow Minister wants to restore were made. It didn't exist when I made an alteration to those regulations. It will exist as a result of the new Treasury Law Amendments Bill and the consequential obligations that will come in place as a result of that. In addition to that, I listened to the argument that was made by the member for Fadden, from crossbenchers, from the Greens and from others, about the fact that the report does not actually provide members with the capacity to compare what their fund is doing and expenditures that their fund might be making with other funds, because, as the member for Curtin said in her contribution, members may be paying $3,000, $4,000 a year in administration and investment funds. That sounds like a lot of money. How does that compare with every other fund? How do I know, as a member, whether I'm paying more or less than the industry average? And the way to do that is to ensure that we have a transparency report which is based on data collected from every fund within the sector. Every registered superannuation entity is required to provide data to the regulator on fees, on performance, and in addition to that, political donations. It'll come up with a big fat zero, and the member for Fadden knows that. A big fat zero, any other payment made to a related party, marketing payment, education payment. In fact, I made specifically clear that every item that was included in the previous annual member meeting notice is going to be reported in the annual transparency statement and more. And what is special about doing it through the regulator is it has an annual and central point of truth. It is not only just available to the members of a particular fund so that they compare their fund with every other fund, it is available to every journalist and every analyst and every politician in the country. They can pore over it, they can look at it. You will have a single point of truth so that we won't have these spurious arguments year after year after year about allegations that are untested and frankly untrue about how members' superannuation funds are being expended. And here's something that I want members in this place to know. If funds are being expended in a way that is not for the sole purpose of those members of that fund or does not meet the best financial interest test, not only will the regulator be all over it, But I want to know as the Minister, the Treasurer wants to know as the responsible portfolio minister, in fact every member of the government, and I'm sure every right-thinking member of this place wants to know, and they'll have that information because it will be published in a single point of truth, able to be analysed and able to be available to everyone. The consequence of this vote, it will not add one iota of additional transparency, but it will add more red tape and more confusion, but not one iota of transparency.
I thank the honourable member for Whitlam for his contribution, and the question is now that the motion be disagreed to, and give the call to the most honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In November last year, I spoke of my complete disbelief on how the government was pushing through its signature Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay bill. I said, and I quote, "I and every other member in this place was elected as part of a democratic process that is the envy of many countries around the world. Internationally, respected democracies does not and should not stop on election day. However, the treatment of this bill is, in my view, undemocratic and seriously undermines the parliamentary process. The government is deliberately rushing through this bill through the parliament." So I said that last year, and here we are again. It's like Groundhog Day. We're commencing the 2023 parliamentary year where we left off in 2022. And again, we're in the position where we have insufficient to no opportunity to provided to properly scrutinise legislation presented by government. And again, we are told that it's urgent and will consequently be rushed through this House with limited opportunity to speak to it. I remember when the government sought to change standing hours to allow their opportunity to have these urgent bills. They said they would be few and far between, absolute rarities. We are seeing them with enormous regularity in this place, and it is not a good thing. This is not a good practice. This is thwarting democratic process. I want to work collaboratively with the government, but it is a difficult task to do when I'm provided with no notice, no briefings and no explanation as to why such bills and regulations must be dealt with in a manner that is proposed today. It's simply not good enough, Mr Speaker. These regulations seek to unravel changes made by the former government that were introduced to provide greater scrutiny, greater transparency in relation to the reporting of promotional, marketing or sponsorship expenditure of superannuation funds. And I ask a simple question of the government, and it's disappointing that the minister isn't even in the chamber for this debate. I mean, we've only got an hour of debate. Surely the minister could spend his time in the chamber for that hour. Why would the government wish to remove such transparency? Mr Speaker, for most workers, superannuation will be their largest asset outside of their home. The industry funds frequently advertise the importance of superannuation and the financial benefits of industry funds over retail funds. They draw attention to the savings and administration fees and their impact over time on retirement fund balances. Funds understand the compounding effect that small amounts make over long periods, and through their advertising, industry funds have appropriately educated superannuation fund members. But what we need to know is exactly what they're spending their funds on. Sure, we have education, but not all expenses associated with the promotion, marketing and sponsorship expenditure is well spent. I mean, we've got to keep reminding ourselves here, this is a compulsory product, and we need transparency. Every single one of us has a super fund in this nation, and we need to know what these funds are spending their money on. You know, I turned on a Sunday morning, I was watching Merv Hughes' fishing show. Good show. Love my fishing shows. However, it is very relevant because it was sponsored by Seabus, and everybody on the boat had their Seabus shirts on, and they were all talking about Seabus Super. And I thought to myself, I wonder if those those people that have CBUS Super actually know that their money is being spent on a fishing trip. And you know what? I thought I'll turn it on the following Sunday. And there again, we have CBUS spending their money on a fishing show. How is that value for money for those who have their super funds? AFR reported that the aggregated data taken from the Electoral Commission shows a total of $85.5 million in non-donations and non-gift payments by 51 funds to political entities and associates over the last year. Now, let me just repeat that number. $85 million over 5 years by 51 super funds to go for non-donation and non-gift payments. Well, that's a pretty expensive dinner. It's got to be a very expensive dinner. And tell me, why should people whose money it is not know what it's spent on? And coincidentally, it always surges during election years, but they're not political donations. No, 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 not at all. Mr Speaker, I do not support these changes. I do not support the continual erosion of our parliamentary processes in here, and I do not support any move in this place that thwarts transparency. We need more transparency, particularly around our super funds, and particularly how they are treated as cash cows, largely by the union movement. I want to see more work done in this space, not less. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for Mayo for her contribution. And the question before the House is that the motion be disagreed to. And which one? Fraser. I've got the member of Canberra here, but I'll give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Yeah. I rise today to speak against this motion and will reflect some of the arguments raised by the minister previously in this debate. I want to start with a bit of context. And as the minister said when he rose to speak, this is not a debate where we want to descend into over-focusing on motives of people on different sides and what might be underlying the position that they take. But I do think context is important. And in my time in this place, it's the start of my second term. I've had a bit under 4 years in this place, less than many people who will be contributing to this debate. But even in that time, I feel as though I've experienced enough debates and enough public forums in which superannuation has been discussed, that the kinds of arguments that are being raised, and I might say particularly by those opposite, I think are part of a broader agenda. And it's really when you look at them in that context that the veracity of those arguments becomes clearer, that the meritoriousness of those arguments becomes clearer, and I might say the lack of merit of the arguments. And the context is this. When we look at superannuation, I think there are a range of first-order issues that we debate in this place routinely that are key underpinnings of the sector. For example, performance and sufficiency are two of the absolutely key underpinning aspects of the system. Performance by funds, how much are they returning to members? What are their risk-adjusted returns on a long-term basis adjusted for fees? What is the sufficiency of what members will receive in the long run to support them in dignity in retirement? They are absolutely key indicators of whether the system is working. Now, transparency is also, of course, important. But the reason I raise those two is that in my time in this chamber, in the previous term and in this term, but also in my time on a number of committees, including the House Economics Committee, but others, particularly the House Economics Committee, we spent an inordinate amount of time asking, and I might say not the entire superannuation sector in a uniform way, but some parts of the superannuation sector disproportionately, did you spend money on tickets to the tennis? Did you spend money on this or that aspect of marketing? Did you spend money? How much money did you spend on directors' fees to union representatives, where there might be union worker representatives on boards of directors? And what was interesting to me is that we didn't spend, I thought, anywhere near as much time looking at things like the long-run risk-adjusted rates of return to members, their performance. We didn't spend anywhere near as much time talking about sufficiency. We spent an incredible amount of time talking about assertions about the fact that some super funds spent money on marketing. But what was interesting to me was that there was no evidence put forward that super funds were spending more on marketing than, for example, other parts of the financial services sector. It's absolutely clear that banks, insurance companies, all sorts of major companies in the financial services sector that need to build connections with new customers and maintain an awareness with existing customers, spend money on marketing of various types. What struck me is that those opposite routinely spend an inordinate amount of time focusing on attacking any kind of marketing, again, from a particular part of the superannuation industry. So that is, I think, a very important piece of context, because when those opposite come to this debate, I do query at times whether they're looking at this from a serious policy perspective. They more often than not seem to be drilling down, and often with a lot of hyperbole and huffing and puffing, on particular aspects of a sensationalistic view of the industry, without wanting ever to get to what I see as the really important long-term prospects of members. And I might say that the funds that were dragged in front of committees when I was on those committees last term quite often were the funds that hadn't been found to have behaved badly in the Royal Commission, that had the best performance, that were providing for the best sufficiency, and yet we ended up asking them question after question after question on issues, frankly, that didn't at all deal or relate to these issues. And as the minister indicated, all too often in this debate, the word donation slips in. Now, perhaps those opposite haven't used it in this debate here today. I'll go back and look at the Hansard, but all too often, the word donation is used in a way that is very sloppy and imputes all kinds of relationships in ways that I think aren't appropriate. Now those opposite say that more transparency is always better. And look, I think everybody in this place would agree transparency is important. And as I said, performance is important, sufficiency is important, transparency is important. But you know, frankly, it's not just with super, but with all complex products. And I've got the most experience with products in the financial services space. It's not just in financial services, it's right across the gamut of consumer products, but particularly in financial services. One has to balance drowning people in reams of data in different contexts in ways that don't necessarily add to their understanding of the product or the situation that they're facing. So those opposites say it's absolutely critical that we have absolutely nth-degree order detail when it comes to all aspects of promotion and marketing and sponsorship. When they've dealt with those issues, as I say, in a very sensationalistic way in the past, in my opinion, I query the extent to which putting that in the AMM is going to add to members' understandings. I'd much rather we focus on giving members a much better understanding of measures such as their risk-adjusted returns net of all fees and all costs. That, to me, is actually a much more important bottom line. And to me, if we're really going to discuss this in a serious way in this chamber, we should be moving towards a system where members have a much clearer understanding of that, not trying to use this as a way to attack this or that fund because perhaps they spent a bit of money on this or that marketing, when in fact it's clear that marketing is something that's used right across the sector. So, you know, as the minister indicated, there's going to be all sorts of reams of data submitted through annual reports, submitted through transparency statements and other measures, and that reporting will be done publicly. So that is a very important step forward, which I think is very important. And I think that the minister is right in saying that there is a balance to be achieved here. So the final thing I'll say is that I also find it a bit ironic for those opposite to come into this place and to huff and puff so sanctimoniously around superannuation when they've basically, over the last 20 years, opposed almost every single increase in the guarantee. So, when it comes to their relationship with all the fundamentals of super, with what kind of returns it will provide, with what kind of retirement nest egg it will provide the average worker, those opposite really don't have a leg to stand on. And finally, those opposite, I think, also come into this place from a position of real weakness on fundamentals when they are trying to undermine another foundation of the system, which is preservation. Last term we saw the ATO approve 4.55 million applications for over 3 million people, totalling over $37 billion in early release. And who did this affect? This affected the young, this affected women, this affected some of the most vulnerable people. How many people, how many tens of thousands of people went to zero balances or less than $1,000 balances? And those opposite now, those opposite continue with policies which use this kind of simplistic, highly misrepresentative approach to superannuation in their last budget reply. So those opposite come in here constantly looking at sensationalistic approaches to superannuation, frankly. I do query the motives when I don't see them coming in here with sensible, detailed approaches to what I see as key pillars of this system. As I've said before, performance, sufficiency, preservation. Those opposite are nowhere to be seen on those. So I think that we do have solid measures when it comes to transparency. We have all sorts of measures in the regulatory arrangements. We have the best financial interests, and as the minister said, it's a solid arrangement.
Thank the honourable member for his contribution. And the question before the House is that the motion now be disagreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I speak in support of this disallowance motion. Last year I spoke about this bill to this House. I observed then that it would end the requirement for superannuation funds to tell their members how much they're spending on marketing and sponsorship expenses, political donations and payments to industrial bodies. The requirement for itemised information on payments to unions and industry bodies has been abolished. Australian super fund members deserve that information. In 2021, Australian super funds paid $13 million to unions. It's been suggested that that amount may increase to as much as $30 million a year. In an interview late last year, the minister said that those payments to unions and industry bodies were payments for services and that they should be treated consistently with other types of payments. He added that if members had questions about those payments, they could attend the annual members' meeting and request additional information about them. How very generous of the minister. Data taken from the Electoral Commission in September 2022 identified more than $85 million in non-donation and non-gift payments by 51 super funds to political entities and their associates over the past 5 years. That is an extraordinary amount of money. It's the sort of amount of money that can sway an election. We've heard a lot about electoral donations in this place in the last year, and we will hear more this year. It's a real issue in this country. We need more donation reform. We need more transparency about our political donations. This bill will deliver less. Our voters sent all of us a message last year. They asked for sunlight in politics, for integrity and transparency. This bill takes us backwards. This is not integrity. This is not an exercise in cleaning up unnecessary red tape, as the minister would have us believe. This is not making it for members to understand how their super funds are spending their money. This is the opposite. Mr Speaker, I'd also like to note that today this government has rushed this bill back to the parliament without proper notice to avoid further scrutiny. Debate about the legislation has been truncated. I'd like to quote a much-respected member of this place about the importance of unimpeded debate in the House. He said last year, "It's actually about the millions of Australians who didn't vote for Scott Morrison. They deserve a voice in our parliament. But this is a government that doesn't want to hear voices but its own. Governments of both persuasions have used their numbers to silence the other side from time to time, but not like this, not systematically, not as a matter of course." This is the second time today that we've had a truncated debate in this place. Those words were spoken in this House last year by the Leader of the House. He's not here now. Very few members of his government are. And that's a bit of a shame, because this is a really important issue to which we've not been given much time to speak. Mr Speaker, I have committed to the people of Kooyong that I will demand of their government due commitment to the democratic process, to detailed debate and discussion. I've also pledged to work in this place to improve the integrity and the transparency of all of the bills that we legislate. For those reasons, for my reservations both about the process used and the substance of this bill, I cannot support it.
I thank the honourable member for Kooyong for her contribution. Are there any other speakers to the contribution? We can. Oh, he's on second duty roster. 7:04. So, 7:04 was this debate had time to go to. So, given that there's no other speakers, I might now put the question. So the question now before the House is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I hadn't planned on speaking on this motion, but I mean, this is just quite extraordinary, what's happening here. And this is one of those situations where the government should just walk in and tell the truth. The government should just walk in and say, yes, we are deliberately restricting the ability of super fund members to find out about what's happening to their money. We're doing that deliberately. We are seeking to do that. And we're doing that because it's inconvenient for our friends in the union movement for these marketing payments and other payments being disclosed. Don't want people to know about that. So consequently, we're moving this change to the regulation. And I must admit, I felt a bit sorry for the member for Fraser, who is a quite accomplished person and a good contributor to this place, tying himself up in intellectual knots, trying to justify. I mean, this is ridiculous, Deputy Speaker. What sort of government takes an existing rule which is about transparency and allowing people to find out what's happening to their money, which they must compulsorily contribute through super, and says, well, let's not do that anymore, let's take that away. And that is outrageous. And you can see in the breadth of concern about this legislation right across the chamber, Deputy Speaker, that this is a regulation which is unusually bad and completely unacceptable. For a government that was elected to a significant degree on a platform of integrity, so-called, Deputy Speaker, for one of their early moves to be to literally tie a blindfold around the eyes of superannuation fund members so they can't find out how specifically their funds are being spent on things like marketing payments to unions is absolutely outrageous. And we all know that. We could tell by the very contorted contributions of those on the government side that they are embarrassed by this regulation, perhaps not the minister but the rest. They should be embarrassed because it's shameful, and very strongly support the Shadow Minister's motion in this regard.
I thank the honourable member for Banks for his contribution. Given that the House seems to have no more further speakers, I'll now put the question. Those all of that opinion on this bill say aye. For the disallowance, so the question is that the motion be disagreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Clerk. Oh, right, Joel. Okay. The ayes have it. I thought I was in trouble, but you were just being a troublemaker. Ayes have it. We want a division. Division. Division required. Call the bells for 4 minutes. We can't because in accordance with the standing orders of 133, the division is deferred until. Yeah, well, I'm just catching up. Until the first opportunity the next day. The debate of this item is therefore adjourned until that time. I thank honourable members for their patience, but I'm now on board. I've received a message from the Senate returning the Treasury Law Amendments 2022 Measures Number 5, Bill 2022 without amendment. And if you just bear with me, we've got, for those ministers at the dispatch box, we've got a little bit of housekeeping to do with. I have a report that the private health insurance legislation amendment, medical device and human tissue product list and cost recovery bill of 2002 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has now been agreed to without amendment, so I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is now that that bill be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. They can say no. The ayes have it. The question's been put. The bill has been agreed to. Just one sec. I don't have any audio there. Broadcasting, can we get a minister has the call?
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I thank the minister. Now the question be put. All of the opposition minister has the call.
Leave's granted.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to private health insurance and for related purposes.
We've got a couple more of these. I have a report that the private health insurance prosthesis application and listing fees amendment cost recovery bill 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment, and I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is now that the bill be agreed to. Put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Private Health Insurance Prosthesis Application and Listing Fees Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Last one, I have a report that the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment, Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber, has now been agreed to without amendment, and I present a certified copy of that bill. The question is now that the bill be agreed to, and put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I move this
the minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Those say no. I think the ayes have it. The best clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009 and for related purposes.
So, do we have a speakers list now? The clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 6, paid parental leave amendment, improvements for families and gender equality bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I give the call to the most honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much.
The question is now that the question of the debate be read as said and topic.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I'm really delighted to be able to continue speaking about this bill because it is a very important bill. From the 1st of July this year, this bill will deliver 6 key changes to the paid parental leave scheme in Australia. It will combine the 2 existing payments into a single 20-week scheme. It will reserve a portion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off work after a birth or adoption, which is really important. It will make it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers, and that is a really significant shift. It will expand access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test. It will increase flexibility for parents to choose how they take leave days, and it will allow eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. These are really significant changes, and these changes send a really clear message that treating parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. Our government values men as carers too, and we want to see that reinforced in our workplaces and in our communities. This bill is about acknowledging that care is fundamental to all of us in communities, no matter the gender of the person providing the care, and it is an important step too in breaking down gender stereotypes that do unfortunately exist and often do harm in limiting possibilities for people to make choices about the kinds of families they build, jobs they pursue and lives they lead. When fathers take a greater caring role from the start, it benefits mums, dads and their children. This is a reform to benefit the whole family. And this paid parental leave reform it's good for employers, it's good for the economy as well as being good for parents and children. This reform is great for communities right across the country, including my own community of Chisholm. Unfortunately, Australia has not been tracking that well when it comes to gender equality, and we can do so much better. I know our government wants to do so much better, and we've been working hard to deliver more for everyone in our country, including women, and this bill is an example of that. The facts are pretty dismal, so let's have a look at what Australia's situation currently looks like on the gender equality front. Australia came 43rd last year on the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index. In 2014, we came in at 24th. We've been going backwards, and that is really dreadful and shameful and makes me really angry. The national gender pay gap stubbornly sits at 14.1%. That's not good enough. The median undergraduate starting salary for women is 3.9% less than men, and this is despite women graduating in greater numbers from university courses. Women's super balances are 23.1% less than men as we approach a retirement age. And very sadly, older women are the fastest growing cohort of people experiencing homelessness, and women over 60 are the lowest earning of all demographic groups nationally. Women's workforce participation lags behind men consistently by 8 to 9 percentage points. This is a really grim, dismal picture. And unfortunately, we've lost a decade under the previous government for meaningful forward momentum. And instead, on key indicators, as a nation, on gender equality, we've gotten worse. It genuinely makes me really angry and upset to see that in this country, a country, of course, that was one of the very first in the world to give women the vote. There is real commitment now, though, from our government to change, and we are on the road to improvement now. This bill addresses some of the issues of gender inequality in this country. We're also tackling this problem through our industrial relations reforms that passed the parliament last year. Pay secrecy is no more. Measures for feminised workforces to be properly remunerated are finally coming to pass. Cheaper early childhood education and care also means we are doing more to boost women's workforce participation. We are a modern government. We value equality. We care about community from our very youngest people to the very oldest. Our agenda as the Albanese Labor government has been about delivering crucial reforms for a forward-thinking, ambitious, optimistic Australia. The changes to paid parental leave are but one part of that, and a very significant part of that. The work of building a better future for all. I am so pleased and so proud to support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill is the leading edge of a step change for women, families, the economy and for the ongoing pursuit of gender equality in this country. Now that we're here, though, let's make it a giant leap forward, because not many policy levers have this power to bring about the sort of cultural change that's needed to elevate Australia's recent poor record on gender equality. And to say it's needed is an understatement. Once a leader on gender equality, Australia now sits 43rd in the world in the Global Gender Gap Index. While ranked equal first in the world for women's education, we rank 38th when it comes to economic participation and opportunity, and a gender pay gap of 14.1%. Australia has one of the most gender-segregated workforces in the world, and our rate of female part-time employment is almost 10% higher than the OECD average. The recent Chief Executive Women Senior Executives Census found that progress of women into the most senior leadership roles in the nation's top companies over the last 6 years has been negligible, and in the last year, representation has actually gone backwards. We like to think we're leaders. In this, we are not. We can be, we should be, we must be. In fact, Monash University's recent Women's Health and Wellbeing Scorecard found that at the current rate of change, it'll take more than 200 years to achieve gender equality in Australia. Well, I don't have the patience for that. Nor does my daughter, nor do the women and girls of Goldstein. We can't sit back and wait for things to happen organically. We need to shift our thinking about how we divide up unpaid care work now. Stop looking at the cost. Start looking at the benefit. Women have already been paying the cost emotionally and financially. Systemic, structural and cultural factors perpetuate gender inequality in Australia. These things are interlinked. Systemic violence against women, too, is linked to how they're valued. Until we address workplace and economic imbalances, broader equality will not simply arrive. And so much of that inequality is linked to women doing most of the unpaid care work and society not valuing the caring work that women do, paid and unpaid. As I explained to my 14-year-old daughter recently, girls and boys are born into gender norms. Society embeds those norms, gender stereotypes lead to discrimination, women take on most of the caring responsibilities. As a result, they're underutilised in the paid workforce. Women make up higher levels of part-time work, gender segregation by job type. This all leads to a gender pay gap, a lack of women in leadership positions, less superannuation in retirement and, increasingly, poverty for older women. Not an attractive snapshot. The penny dropped for my daughter. I don't want that future for her. I want her to dictate the life she leads, the job she wants, and how much time she wants to work. I want her to live in a society where unpaid care work is evenly shared and seen as important. I want her to be valued equally to a man. The Parenthood's 2021 research report, Back of the Pack, How Australia's Parenting Policies Are Failing Women and Our Economy, found that compared to global peers, mums in Australia fall behind in work participation after children and never catch up. Achieving a more equitable division of unpaid care between men and women is fundamental to achieving gender equality. And this is what the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill sets out to do. Removing the notion of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants and the requirement that the primary claimant be the birth parent creates greater flexibility, allowing families to decide how they'll share the entitlement. The bill combines the previous dad and partner pay with parental leave to increase parental leave pay to 20 weeks. 2 weeks of parental leave pay will be reserved for each parent to use it or lose it, to encourage more fathers and partners to access the payment. The use it or lose it element is a critical piece and will help foster a culture where men's role in caregiving becomes accepted and encouraged. The importance of this can't be overstated. Taking time out of the paid workforce to care for a child should be part of the usual course of life and work for both parents. And in Australia at the moment, it's simply not. Currently, 88% of parental leave is taken by women, which takes them out of the paid workforce, and for many women it's then hard to pick up where they left off. But having a more flexible paid parental leave scheme that encourages men to access it is about more than women fulfilling their work ambitions. It also supports the nation's well-being by bonding fathers with their children and boosting the economy. Leveraging women's participation is one of the most effective actions to improve our economy and productivity. The National Skills Commission estimates the need for 1.2 million additional workers across the economy by 2026. A large majority of these roles are in highly feminised industries such as health and early childhood education and care. Women are an untapped workforce who can play a vital role in meeting these labour shortages. The Chief Executive Women and Impact Economics and Policy Paper 2022, addressing Australia's critical skill shortages, unlocking women's economic participation, found that halving the workforce participation gap between men and women would represent an additional 500,000 full-time skilled workers with post-school qualifications. Engaging women in paid work at the same rate as men, the report said, could unlock an additional 1 million full-time skilled workers in Australia. I commend the aim of the bill to make paid parental leave more accessible, more flexible and gender neutral, but the amendments don't go far enough, and they are too slow. These changes, which in effect combine existing provisions rather than extending them, will not roll out fully until 2026. I stand here as a member of the crossbench to challenge the government to push for more ambition, to go to 95%, 100%, not to stop at 75%. Women must be enabled. The time frame is a failing in this bill and should be brought forward. 3 more years waiting is too long. We also know from international experience that the key to men taking parental leave is the use it or lose it component for an extended period, that is more than 2 weeks. In Denmark, use it or lose it provisions saw a significant increase in men's uptake of parental leave, and men were subsequently more likely to continue shared care of their children throughout the early years. This is the step change that we need. And the evidence shows that, as a result of policies like this, workplaces and communities are more accommodating and accepting of men and women sharing the care. The use of parental leave by fathers in Australia is very low by global standards. Fathers in Australia take less than 20% of the parental leave their international peers take and receive just 0.04% of all publicly provided parental leave. And because care patterns are established in the first year of a child's life, that entrenches stereotypical gender roles. According to the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report 2020, the gap between how mothers and fathers work, care and earn after a baby is more pronounced in Australia than in comparable nations. We should be encouraging men to take up parental leave to normalise flexible work and shared care responsibilities and strengthen women's workforce participation and financial security. And it's healthy for men. When fathers take parental leave, fathers, their children and their partners benefit from stronger relationships. This is why I favour a non-transferable 6-week use-it-or-lose-it provision when paid parental leave entitlements grow to 26 weeks by 2026 to encourage greater shared caregiving by both parents and, importantly, to incentivise men to access the leave. I know that the government has asked the Women's Economic Equality Task Force to come up with the best model for the expansion to 26 weeks, which will be legislated separately to the current bill before the Parliament. I look forward to seeing where it lands and will hold the government to account on the use-it-or-lose-it provision. I also urge the government to extend the superannuation guarantee to paid parental leave. Paid parental leave is one of the only types of paid leave for which the superannuation guarantee does not apply. When mothers take time out of the workforce to care for their children, not only do they struggle to maintain a meaningful connection to the workforce, they can go for years without receiving any super. On average, women accumulate 47% less super than men. A paid parental leave scheme that includes super will help redress the imbalance. This must happen if we are serious about this. It's time we stopped punishing women for the burden of unpaid care work that they carry. The Goldstein community elected me on a platform of gender equality, among other things, and I will continue to fight for a society where women and men have equal economic and social choices and responsibilities. This bill goes some way to achieving that by shifting gender norms. Next, 52 weeks of paid parental leave to bring us up to par with global leaders in this space. It's time to not only share the load, but to enable women and girls to take that great leap forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for that contribution, Member of Goldstein. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am so proud to stand here today in support of this brilliant legislation that will have such a great impact on so many Australian families. This is the first step of us building on our paid parental leave scheme and extending it to 26 weeks by 2026 and making it more flexible for families to have more choice in the way that they use the time at this very special time in a family's life. I want to thank the Minister for Social Services and the Minister for Women and the Prime Minister for bringing this important bill to the House. Paid parental leave is a proud Labor legacy, which was introduced by the Gillard government in 2011 under the former Minister for Social Services and my former boss, the Honourable Jenny Macklin. Back then, Australia was only one of 2 OECD countries without a national paid parental leave scheme, and Labor fixed that. It's a proud moment to be standing here almost 12 years later speaking about the Albanese Labor government's plan to further strengthen and fix the access, flexibility and equity issues in the current scheme. It is amazing to think that there is a whole generation of parents and children, some now almost in high school, who have benefited from the paid parental leave scheme since its introduction. It was a monumental change for Australia. It was good for Australian babies, good for Australian families and good for the Australian economy, and very, very good for Australian women. The objectives of PPL, as set out in the Productivity Commission's review at the time on which it is based, were dual objectives around maternal and child health, but also around women's labour force participation. It was for the first time for many mothers that they actually had access to leave of any sort. It was certainly the first government scheme, but to this day many people don't have access to employer-funded leave, and some people, particularly in low-paid work and casuals, this was a monumental change for them to be able to actually take that time after having a baby to be at home with that baby, to bond with it and to recover. But it also increased women's linkage to their workplace. meaning that they didn't have to leave their job at that time of having a baby, but they would remain in touch with that workplace and could return to the job after the government-funded leave. Ultimately, it increased participation in the workforce. In her speech introducing the bill, Macklin said, "As a nation, we cannot continue to ignore the barriers to greater participation by women." And the paid parental leave scheme removed one of those biggest barriers. Today, the Albanese Labor government removes even more barriers because we are committing to maximising women's economic equality. This is the legacy of Labor governments: progressive change, a better future for Australians. This legislation shows Australians that the Albanese government is listening to them. Last year at the Jobs and Skills Summit, paid parental leave reform was one of the most frequently raised proposals. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all agreed that reform will boost productivity and participation, and today Labor delivers on those requests. As the Prime Minister has said, a parental leave scheme that empowers the full and equal participation of women will be good for business, good for families and good for our economy. And I was so proud that our government made paid parental leave a centrepiece of its first budget. This bill will benefit around 181,000 families, including an extra 4,300 Australian families who were previously ineligible but will gain access to PPL for the first time. As I mentioned, this bill will iron out issues with access, flexibility and equity in the original scheme. One such issue is with the paid parental leave pay, the 18-week payment for the primary carer. The eligibility criteria for parental leave pay limits access for non-birth parents, restricts parents' choice about how they structure leave days and transition back to work, and can disadvantage families where the mother is the primary income earner. In particular, the current scheme provides minimal support for fathers and partners. This bill will expand that access and improve flexibility and encourage shared care and deliver on 6 key changes. These 6 changes are combining the 2 existing payments, the 18-week paid parental leave, the 18-week parental leave pay and 2-week dad and partner pay schemes into a single 20-week scheme. Reserving a proportion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off work after a birth or adoption. Making it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers. Expanding access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test. Increasing flexibility for parents to choose how they take leave days, and allowing eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. The changes in this bill send a clear message that treating parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. And many of these issues have been raised with me from constituents here in Canberra who have been frustrated by that inability, particularly where the mother might be the primary income earner, to access the scheme where that made the most sense for their family. And this addresses that issue, and I'm really proud that we're doing this this soon in our term of government. I firmly believe that it is only when parenting, taking time out of the workforce to care for children, is seen as normal for both mothers and fathers, that we will truly address gender equality in the workplace. And we are seeing the fruits of that already, as more dads are taking that time off. And I've got to say, in my own experience, it was a wonderful thing that my husband's employer, I'm very thankful that they provided him with a substantial amount of paid parental leave, and it really has enhanced, his bond with our children, and it was wonderful in terms of sharing the load of both work and family at that time. I think, really, the fact that we have always seen the primary caring role of looking after a baby or kids as they grow up as the mothers has also robbed fathers of that time with their children. And so I think that the sharing between both men and women, both parents, is a really important step for families and for our economy. So I'm very, very proud of the changes in this bill. The shift to a gender-neutral claiming process is also more inclusive and recognises that Australian families are diverse. The government values men as carers too, and we want to see that reinforced in our workplaces and communities. When fathers take a greater role in caring from the start, it benefits mums, dads and children. And when they take that greater caring role from the start, patterns of care are established that continue throughout a child's life. In addition to benefits for women and their economic equality, there are important physical, mental and social benefits for men and children. We know that while access to employer-funded leave is growing, dads are still missing out, with the majority of eligibility remaining with female employees. Of all employer-funded schemes, 50% of women had access, but only 36% of men had the same access. We know that employer-provided paid parental leave is more common in female-dominated industries. Only half of organisations in male-dominated industries offer any form of parental leave, compared to 75% of organisations in industries dominated by women. It is important that we have a paid parental leave scheme that complements the schemes offered by employees. They should work in unison and should not be an either-or. In fact, at the time of the introduction of the scheme, I think one of the greatest benefits was this signal that this is something that the government supports, and it would many employers took that as a trigger to actually offer leave to their employees for the first time, or to build on what was offered by the government, so that people could build up to have more leave, and also offering people that leave for the first time, so that that detachment from the workforce didn't happen to new parents. Australian men have the second lowest uptake of primary carer leave in the developed world, and that is something I really hope that we will work as a nation to address, because not only is it bad for the economic participation of women, but it is robbing fathers of that opportunity, and also and children of that time with their fathers. And I think that this is really something that we are seeing change, and government has a role in providing the policies that will enable that transition to a more inclusive and balanced form of parenting. And I think that is exactly what we are doing here with this bill. The current scheme does not do enough to provide access to fathers and partners. It limits flexibility for families to choose how they take leave and transition back to work, and the eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner, as I mentioned. This bill fixes all of these issues. It gives more families access to the government payment, it gives parents more flexibility in how they take the leave, and encourages parents to share care to improve gender equity. These changes, to commence in July this year, are just the first stage of the Albanese government's reforms and lay the foundation for the expansion of the scheme to a full half year, 26 weeks by 2026. And this was, of course, always the recommendation of the Productivity Commission, who did a report and recommended the scheme, and the scheme that was introduced in 2011 was largely based on that. But we were always hoping to expand it to 26 weeks, and so I'm really, really pleased that this commitment has been made, because the 26 weeks was what was recommended as a minimum for maternal and child health, and so it's really good that the government scheme will be extended to that by 2026, and I'm really excited that this will begin from July this year, that families will be able to begin to look forward to that extra time with their babies, which is, of course, such a precious time, and I know that all the parents here in the chamber will identify with that is, a time where it really would be very hard to be trying to have to worry to get back to work because you might not be able to maintain your job because you've taken time to be with a baby, or that you can't afford that time because, you should, and I believe that you should never have to be forced out to work because you can't afford to take that time, and that's what this scheme is about enabling people to take the time with their baby, to bond with that baby and get used to having a child in the family, and also the important feature of it to maintain connection with employer, so that you can, so that women can return to those jobs after the leave. So this is another great Labor achievement, a progressive change that has delivered for the women of Australia and Australian families, something that the Gillard government, the Gillard government had many fantastic achievements with lasting impacts for the Australian people, and that's what Labor governments do. And that's certainly why I joined the Labor Party, to be part of a party that is about change, that is about reform, that is progressive, that is always looking to the next thing that we can do to improve the lives of Australians. And that is what this scheme does. As I said, before this was introduced in 2011, there were many people who had access to no leave at all, who had to face resigning from their job or having no income after the birth of a child. And that is a very daunting and concerning thing to face at that already quite daunting time for new parents. So I'm really thankful to that great reform of the Gillard government and proud that we are today implementing some further improvements to the scheme, and that by 2026 we will be able to provide 26 weeks of leave to Australian families to be with their new babies. So this is being looked at currently by the Women's Economic Equality Task Force as well, who will be coming up with the recommendations around the best way to share that leave between both parents, so that we can, as I say, access, provide families with a better opportunity to balance the way that they flexibly manage.
I thank the honourable member for Canberra for her contribution. It being 7:30, I propose that the question now that the House do adjourn. The House stands adjourned and hang on, but not. The House are now adjourned, and I'll give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. People and wildlife die in poorly managed forests, and Victorian Premier Dan Andrews' plan to shut down the native timber industry is a plan to kill country towns, to kill wildlife and kill Australian jobs. This combined impacts of judicial activism, environmental protests, green lawfare and an abject failure of the Victorian Labor government to support our world-class and environmentally sustainable timber industry is devastating regional communities across Gippsland. Deputy Speaker, every worker who loses their job, every family facing financial stress and the difficult decision to leave the community they love has just one man to blame, and that man is Premier Dan Andrews and a Labor Party in Victoria that doesn't care about blue-collar workers anymore. The native hardwood timber industry has changed dramatically over the past 30 years, Deputy Speaker. It's now a sophisticated, world-class and environmentally sustainable industry that supports Australian jobs, protects our communities and wildlife from bushfires and reduces our carbon footprint. The alternative to harvesting local timber on a long-term rotational basis is to import more timber from countries with poorer environmental protocols. Victorian Labor's failure to support the timber industry is already costing jobs. We've seen jobs lost from Australian paper no longer producing white copy paper in Australia. Australia now imports all of its white copy paper, so much for Labor supporting the manufacturing sector. Deputy Speaker, a sustainable Victorian hardwood timber industry is part of the answer to reducing Australia's carbon emissions, as timber products sequester carbon in our floorboards, furniture and other timber products. Regrowing trees can increase and maintain the role of forests as carbon sinks and is the ultimate renewable resource. It's important to note, Mr Speaker, that our most environmentally important forest areas are already protected, with more than 3.3 million hectares of conservation areas that can never be harvested in our state. We can all be proud of the fact that Victorian old-growth forest areas are already protected, enhancing biodiversity in our community. And every tree that is harvested by the timber industry is regrown by law, and Vic Forest harvests and regenerates approximately 3,000 hectares each year from multiple-use public forests.
Apart from the 21,000 jobs, Mr Speaker, which are essential for country towns across Victoria and the furniture industry in Melbourne, the skills of Gippsland timber industry workers help to keep us safe during bushfires, and if the industry is shut down, as Dan Andrews plans, they will be lost forever. So back to where I started, Mr Speaker. People and wildlife die in poorly managed forests. All of the Black Summer bushfires started on public land that had incredibly high fuel loads after decades of mismanagement due to a chronic lack of staff, resources and a commitment to protecting our communities from wildfire. We need active forest management in our region which allows for multiple uses, such as camping, hiking, prospecting, beekeeping, fishing and a sustainable native hardwood timber industry. The skills of the timber industry workers should be utilised further to maintain forest access roads and strategic fire breaks around critical assets like water catchments, towns and highways, with the timber harvested for the benefit of everyone. Mr Speaker, we need more boots and less suits. That's more boots on the ground doing the fuel reduction work and the other practical environmental activities, and less suits in Melbourne making excuses and stupid, politically motivated decisions which endanger the lives of locals and visitors. Under Labor's plan to shut down the native hardwood timber industry by 2030, I'm worried about all jobs at the Australian paper manufacturing plant and every town with a timber manufacturing industry or workers who support the harvest and haulage sector. Mr Speaker, it's not just me making this point. Labor's own supporters in the unions are disgusted by the way this Premier is treating timber families. And Michael O'Connor from the CFMEU wrote, "Federal Labor's task of convincing blue-collar workers and communities they were looked after is threatened by the approach of the Andrews government toward timber workers and their communities, because these workers are being thrown on the scrap heap." When Daniel Andrews announced his government would halve Victorian native forest industry from 2024 and shut it down completely by 2030, it was a hammer blow that blindsided thousands of Victorian timber workers, their families and communities, and shocked and devastated an entire industry. That's Michael O'Connor from the CFMEU, Mr Speaker. He went on to say, "The only type of transition the current Victorian government proposal offers for their workers, their families and communities is a transition into poverty." A transition into poverty. This is from the union movement, Mr Speaker, not from the National Party. At least one federal member of Parliament, Senator Raf Kachoni and the other place, took the time to visit Gippsland and understand the industry, and it's a pity none of his Melbourne Labor mates in the Victorian government can be bothered driving 2 hours to find out more of the facts. As a member for Gippsland, I will continue to make the case to save Gippsland timber families from Dan Andrews' plan to ban them into poverty.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. At the heart of the Voice lies a simple truth. The pathway for a better future for First Nations people must be shaped by First Nation communities themselves. The Voice recognises the wisdom, experience and cultural expertise that comes from within the oldest continuous civilisation on earth. Who better to help shape policy and advise government on the decisions that affect First Nations people than the communities themselves? The Uluru Statement from the Heart is a hand outstretched, seeking friendship and support. It's a big-hearted statement that asks Australians to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. The referendum to establish the Voice is a chance for unity. It's a chance to unify Australia around empowering First Nations communities and responding to their outstretched hand. Speaker, underneath the Voice is a premise that the answers to a better future for First Nations people will come from within the First Nations community. It's about respecting who they are and what they can offer, not only the policy decision-making in this place, but the lives and the future of the First Nations people around the country. And yet you compare that to what is being proposed by the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition has not supported the Voice. In fact, he supported a different proposition. He's been calling for a Royal Commission into sexual abuse against Indigenous young people. Now, of course, everyone in this place abhors sexual abuse. There is no place for it in Australian society. It is an abhorrent act. No one is questioning that, Speaker. But underneath the premise of calling for a Royal Commission into sexual abuse of Indigenous young people is the Leader of the Opposition saying quite clearly to the Australian people that there should be an investigation into First Nations communities around the country. That instead of marking this year with respect and giving respect to First Nations communities, Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, is calling for an investigation into First Nations communities. It's a dog whistle, and it needs to be called out. If Peter Dutton and the Leader of the Opposition wanted to help, he would have offered to help the Voice campaign. If he wanted this thing to succeed, he'd be offering to help it succeed. But he hasn't done that. What the Leader of the Opposition has done is tried to undermine the Voice campaign. He's tried to create doubt, and he's tried to hold back, frankly, what I believe is his position, that he is trying to destroy the Voice. Now, I understand that there are many views around the country, but one has to ask ourselves, what takes us forward? What gives us a chance for unity? What gives us the Australia that we aspire to be? Is it going back to a dog whistle and an Australia that targets and vilifies and discriminates against First Nations people, or an Australia, a big-hearted Australia, that answers the Uluru Statement from the heart to walk alongside and with our First Nations communities? I know where I stand, Speaker. I know that in my community of Macnamara there are many big-hearted people, people who are ready to walk side by side with First Nations people. There are many challenges that Australians are going to face this year. There are families that are going to have a difficult year. But I know that despite the challenges that Australians will face in their day-to-day lives, there is room in the Australian people's hearts to walk alongside and have this opportunity for unity with our First Nations people. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity that we all have to be a part of something this year. And I would urge the Leader of the Opposition to end the dog whistling, to get on board and be a part of a unified Australia, an Australia that can right the wrongs of the past, to recognise our First Nations in the Constitution and to consult them on matters that affect them and their communities.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. Working in the United States and experiencing their healthcare system is the reason that I got into politics, to defend the principles of universal free healthcare. Access to quality healthcare, including mental healthcare, is a basic human right, and ensuring all people have an equitable, affordable and accessible quality healthcare should be one of the government's main priorities. Our government exists to serve people and communities. But despite this, rising out-of-pocket costs for healthcare is an issue that the government has not adequately addressed. Countless residents from my electorate have contacted me in distress, unable to afford or access timely healthcare, including bulk billing GP services. I've heard from Patricia, who suffers from a chronic health condition and receives a low income, but earns just enough to be ineligible for the healthcare card. She is forced to pay $40 out of pocket for each GP visit, which is adding up even faster as other expenses rise. I've heard from Mark, who reports that he is struggling to afford required GP referrals for specialist appointments, such as for dermatologists for skin checks, which is essential for people living in a country with some of the highest rates of skin cancer in the world. I've also heard from many local GPs who have shared the challenges of bulk billing to keep up with the running costs of their clinics and the provision of quality care. Unlike public hospitals, GP clinics are forced to generate an income to pay for wages and cover costs, and struggle to do so through bulk billing because the Medicare rebate is too low. This means that GPs often have to undertake administrative work relevant to patient care after hours and are forced to churn through patients or charge extra. While many GPs want to maintain bulk billing to provide for everyday people, sustaining this essential service carries a risk of burnout. Furthermore, right now, millions of Australians aren't seeking the preventative healthcare that they need because they can't afford it. Over 2 million Australians skip seeing the dentist each year, while millions are locked out of seeking mental health support because of the cost. These are the consequences of the undermining of our public healthcare system by pushing people into the private health insurance industry, which is run for profit and not for people. We need a system that is designed to keep people well and not just treat them when they are sick. A universal, fully funded public health system is the most equitable and efficient way to resource and deliver health services, including mental health services. That's why we advocate to stop the handouts to big private health corporations, to reinvest that $59 billion in public money where it belongs, into the public health system. The LNP and Labor's $244 billion of the stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this country could be spent on funding essential healthcare services and other social services for the public good, especially while we recover from housing, employment, environment and healthcare crises. After all, an effective health system must be based on primary care and preventative measures, such as health promotion, disease prevention, risk reduction and early intervention in order to manage chronic diseases. This saves money, but also reduces hospital admissions, and more importantly, it saves lives and improves quality of life. We could bring dental and mental health into Medicare and eliminate out-of-pocket health expenses in diagnostics and tests including X-rays and MRIs. We could reduce waiting times, invest in a high-quality workforce and improve access for people living in regional and remote areas. We could provide free and universal access to GPs across Australia. There are solutions before us, and I want people in Brisbane to know that I'm fighting for those solutions. We just need the political will from this government to make it happen.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, my electorate of Newcastle is home to a beautiful and rugged coastal environment. Located on the traditional lands of the Awabakal and Worimi peoples, our wetlands, rivers, creeks and beaches are the envy of the world, home to diverse wildlife, beautiful bird species and enjoyed by Novocastrians year-round. My community knows better than most the importance of ensuring this beautiful natural environment is protected. But our current environment laws are not working as they should. Nature's being destroyed, businesses are waiting too long for decisions, and things have to change. That's why the Albanese Labor government has announced the biggest environmental reform agenda in a generation. We are seeking to turn the tide on this country from nature destruction to nature repair. As announced by the Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, in December, we will build our legislation on three basic principles: clear national standards of environmental protection, improving and speeding up decisions, and building trust and integrity. The Albanese Labor government will establish a new environmental protection agency to make development decisions and properly enforce them. The new Environmental Protection Agency will take the politics out of decisions and help restore trust to a system that badly needs it. We will introduce new national environmental standards against which conservation protection and major development applications will be measured. We will improve conservation planning and direct funding where it's needed. And we will ensure there is transparency and openness around decision-making and environmental data. Our plans to overhaul the country's environment laws have been welcomed by environment, business, community and First Nations groups. As Glenn Walker at Greenpeace Australia put it, these reforms present a major opportunity to reset Australia on a path to stronger environmental protection and should bring hope to all Australians. And we won't stop there. We're funding the Environmental Defender's Office for the first time in 9 years. We're supporting an additional 1,000 new land care rangers, doubling the number of First Nations rangers and supporting new Indigenous protected areas. We are committed to protecting, restoring and managing Australia's unique biodiversity, including threatened species and their habitat. The Albanese government's commitment of $224.5 million for the Saving Native Species program will help to protect threatened species. I know my community of Newcastle will be particularly pleased to hear this. The diversity of landscape in the city, the coastline, the wetlands, floodplains, forest ridges and gullies are home to a diverse range of ecosystems and native flora and fauna. We're committed to zero new extinctions on this continent, and we have pledged a national goal of protecting 30% of our land and 30% of our oceans by 2030. The Albanese Labor government is backing a recycling and a circular economy with new funding and stronger laws. We're investing $250 million in infrastructure to sort, process and remanufacture materials such as mixed plastic, glass, paper and tyres into valuable commodities. And this includes $60 million of hard-to-recycle plastics, such as soft plastics. Led by the Federal Environment Minister, the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, environment ministers from across Australia have agreed to reform the regulation of packaging now by 2025 to ensure that all packaging in Australia is designed to be recovered, reused, recycled and reprocessed. And we recently announced the formation of a ministerial advisory group on the circular economy. A healthy environment sits at the heart of our national legacy. Australians understand this. Novocastrians understand this. They voted for the environment in the last election. And after a wasted decade, the Albanese Labor government will not waste another minute.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, rather. And as we start the parliamentary year, here's a prediction: the Treasurer's national conversation on the budget will finish in May with the sentence, "Here are your new taxes." The grave declarations about the nation's finances are a softening up process, Mr. Speaker, so transparent that it can be seen from the moon. But there are some inconvenient truths in the budget. Take this one. On the government's own figures, income tax revenue will be $40 billion more 3 years from now than it is this year, even including the impact of the Stage 3 tax cuts. Income tax revenue, which is supposedly not enough for the government and a big problem, will actually grow by 14% over the next 3 years. But that entire growth in income tax will be more than offset by the increase in just one area of government spending, in social security and welfare. Income tax will grow by $40 billion, but social security and welfare spending, only one line item, will grow by $42 billion. Now, between now and the May budget, we'll be told repeatedly that hard decisions have to be made and the government is engaged in thoughtful analysis on the best way to address the situation. There'll be roundtables, Mr. Speaker, there'll be working groups, there'll be consultative committees, and there'll be press conferences with furrowed brows. The faux crisis atmospherics will be reinforced by the usual suspects. It will call for changes to so-called tax concessions and various other so-called reforms. This supportive phalanx won't call on the government to control spending, of course. They never do. From slightly different vantage points, they'll all say the same thing: more tax, please. Now, the government will seek to frame the entire budget around the need for more revenue. It will not seek a debate about spending. It will not seek a debate about the benefits of tax cuts. It will seek to create a narrative of budget equals structural problems equals need for more revenue equals ways to get more revenue. And it will then, with feigned reluctance, legislate to increase tax in the May budget. We don't know the specifics, but we can be sure that this will occur in one form or another. There'll be no meaningful reductions in spending growth, and there will be nothing at all on real tax reform. The well-established fact that tax cuts can drive productive investment won't get a mention, much less a policy. But no serious budget can only consider one side of the tax equation. And after all, we've got a good recent example of how targeted tax cuts can support productive investment. Now, back in 2016, the former government took action on a range of tax cuts that have unquestionably helped investment in the Australian technology sector. Tax was cut for investments in start-ups, and as a consequence, investment in that area has grown dramatically. And of course, those tax cuts aren't the only reason that tech investment has boomed, but they definitely helped. And there's more that could be done in this area. Today, if you're a small or medium-sized business owner seeking outside investment, the odds are stacked against you. The capital gains tax treatment of an investment in many small and medium-sized businesses is exactly the same as if you bought an investment property or shares in Macquarie Bank. So if you're a business owner seeking investment, what you're really asking is this: please invest in my company. If it doesn't work out, you lose. If it does, the government will take its share in capital gains tax. It's not a great proposition, especially when you're competing for capital with Australia's obsession with real estate. It makes sense to consider changing the tax system to provide more incentive to invest in Australian companies. For instance, Australia could abolish capital gains tax for investments in some smaller businesses. We should be looking at reducing capital gains tax, not increasing it, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Australia wasn't built by big government think tanks, and our future shouldn't be given over to them now. A reflexive focus on how to get more tax from the economy forgets that you need to have a strong economy in the first place. In order to tax the thing must first exist. Best to focus on its existence and its success.
The question is now the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two quite separate matters to briefly address in the adjournment debate tonight. Firstly, many Australians over recent weeks have been celebrating Lunar New Year, which is something that I'm sure many honourable members participated in, and the Year of the Rabbit received a lot of attention, but I want to focus tonight on the Year of the Cat. And the Year of the Cat did not receive as much attention in the media, for reasons I understand. And of course, many people would not know that we even have a Year of the Cat. But on midnight, on the 21st of January, I had the great pleasure of attending the Fukway Temple in my electorate, actually just literally around the corner from my house, to welcome in the Year of the Cat, which is, of course, the Lunar New Year celebrated by the people of Vietnam. And I very much thank the Fukway Temple for the celebration that they put on, as they always do. The Most Venerable Tik Fuk Tan, Senior Venerable Tik Fuk Vien, Senior Venerable Tik An Chi, Venerable Tik Fuk Kwang, and Henry Dang, the President of the Association. It was a wonderful night, as it always is, with lots of celebration, big crowds out at midnight celebrating the Year of the Cat. And just as, quite rightly, we celebrate the Year of the Rabbit, I want to put on record my celebration of the Year of the Cat. And when I do note on social media, when I celebrated the Year of the Cat, some people were quick to say that I was wrong and that there is no Year of the Cat. Sometimes just pays just to check cultural issues and sensitivities before making that comment, because, in fact, the Year of the Cat is very much celebrated by many Australians of Vietnamese heritage. As the member for Gellibrand very well knows, he participates and wishes his constituents Chuk Mung Nam Moi, as well as I do my constituents. Quite separately and differently, Mr. Speaker, I think it's appropriate that we take a moment in the House to mark the passing of Mr. Will Steffen. Will Steffen was a first-class climate scientist and a world-class communicator of the climate crisis. And I know that the Australian broad climate family, if I could use that term, is mourning his passing very deeply. He served as a climate advisor to the Australian Government, the Climate Commission, and was then a founding member of the Climate Council after the abolition of the Climate Commission. He was a renowned professor and inaugural director of the Fenner School of Environment and Society at ANU. I know the member for Fenner knew Will Steffen well, and he has corresponded with me about his tragic passing. He was a contributor, and this is no small thing, Mr. Speaker, he was a contributor to 5 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change IPCC assessment reports. This is a serious undertaking for the scientists who contribute to the IPCC reports. It's a massive commitment of time and energy, and frankly, scientists who contribute lay themselves open to all sorts of personal attacks, conspiracy theories that somehow they're in it for themselves. We've all heard those tropes sometimes, or we've heard them all too often. And I want to pay tribute to Professor Will Steffen. His passionate advocacy to advance action on climate change, his narrative as a skilled scientist and equally skilled communicator is sorely missed in Australia. He was dedicated to fighting for better climate action, and he kept his life's work up until almost the very end in doing so. And I know that he mentored many people throughout the climate movement, which is probably why he is one of the reasons why he is so missed and so mourned. He took people under his wing and talked to them about the challenges of communicating action on climate change, and I know that many people in the public service, in many different organisations, were mentored by him. He pioneered, or was a pioneering advocate of the concept of the Anthropocene and planetary boundaries. No small concepts, I know, but ones which are important contributions to the debate. And they are well understood concepts now around the world. So I think Australia can be very grateful that Will Stephan made us his home for a number of years. He contributed so much to the climate debate, working with governments, with non-government organisations. He is sorely missed. I give my condolences to all who knew him, his colleagues, his family. May he rest in peace. His was a life very well lived.
The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.